Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. My name is Butcherballs. I'm joined today by Lyric as we head towards our Saturday games. Lyric, how you doing, man? It feels like it's been almost a week since we cast together.
Yeah, it feels like it's been decades. But here we are, reunited again on an LPL Saturday. What a better day to be reunited, huh?
It's going to be glorious. It's going to be absolutely glorious. Let's look at what happened yesterday on Friday. Ugh, the worst of all days. Not really, just kidding, guys. BLG taking down LGD 2-0, clean as you like, right, Lyric? That was a clean series, right?
That was a messy one. I was there for it. LGD brought it close. And speaking of messy, it kind of kept up in our second series, where IG were actually able to take a game against TS, I think, kind of further legitimizing where they're at in the standings. Yeah. And then JGG, of course, then coming in as the obvious favorites. TT still not able to pick it up.
Yeah, TT really struggling. But again, like, this is one of the matchups where you do expect a team like JDG to be able to grab themselves that win. BLG still at the top of the table, although given a run for their money yesterday by LGD. They got the win, and that's ultimately what counts. Honestly, the biggest thing in the standings right now is the game differences, especially when you get down to like 7th place. We are pretty, like, the fact that anyone's legend is 6-3, and yet they've only got a positive 2 game difference. That's scary when we start to get towards playoffs.
I mean, and this is the crazier thing, right? You have teams like LGD Ultra Prime that actually have, like, better games than teams like RA. But speaking of these teams, we'll bring up the schedule for today, because we've seen a lot of teams kind of trying to work their way up and get into that playoff win.
Yeah, we certainly do. It's going to be an interesting one as we head towards today's games. WE versus RNG to kick us off. That'll be the series that we're starting off with, and I feel like these are two teams that have actually insane rosters on paper. We've not necessarily seen the top tier gameplay that we were hoping for, especially in the case of RNG, because I feel like this is kind of a mean segment, honestly, but at this point, RNG stands for ridiculous, nonsensical gaming. That's right. This is the level of wordplay that I'm bringing to the LPL. You're welcome, guys.
Yeah.
But honestly, like, so many of these games from RNG, you're just scratching your head, wondering what on earth the game plan even is. Like, it feels like the team is totally separate a lot of the time. Like, just not respecting what the enemy teams bring to the table.
And again, it's so weird. Me and you were talking about this before broadcast, but I mean, in all regards, RNG have upgraded their roster from last year, right? Bringing in Ming over Lumao and Lula. I think a lot of people would agree. Just the heights Ming's been at in his career. You'd expect the shot calling to be there and the cohesion to come through, but it really just has not been there for RNG. They look so sluggish in the series against LNG. And I mean, LNG came in looking proactive against RNG, which is not a way that LNG have really looked. So just a lot of problems that they need to figure out and get on the same page.
It's even on plays like this, right, where they're actually on the same page to make this play happen, but unfortunately not quite respecting mid-prio and not realizing that actually this is not a positive play in the greater scheme of the fight. So it's been a weird one for RNG to start the split off. Hopefully we can start to see that improve. Like, we saw a little bit more proactivity than what we've seen in the previous series against LNG, so maybe that can lead to something. On the opposite side as well, though, WE, I feel like we need to kind of dissect a win a little bit here with this team on in terms of them managing to get a game off of JDG, a team that realistically you don't expect them to be able to take on. You expect JDG to be a big favorite going into that one, but WE actually looking pretty convincing during some of their games, and I definitely think this is a team that brings some hope to the table.
Oh, definitely, right? Since bringing in Stay, this team is actually 2-1. I mean, the only series they've lost so far is this to JDG. Like you said, though, they were still able to pick up a game. I feel like we've seen really decent things coming out from WE so far. I mean, moments like this, kind of a little bit crazy, you know. I think you could argue JDG maybe going a little overzealous, but it's the fact that they're able to punish these mistakes and then really contend in terms of player quality that I think have made WE just look so respectable in a lot of their performances.
Yeah, and also, like, I think the biggest thing that they've done is punish really, really well. Like this fight, for example, Wayward doing a fantastic job of seeing the overextension from JDG and finding that opportunity to push forward. The same with the dive bot lane where Stay and Iwandi takedown ruler are missing. And a lot of these fights, it felt like it was a combination of JDG overstepping, but also WE being able to find that moment. Wayward especially had some incredible moments across the course of this game. Even got a solo kill on Kanavi, just kind of waltzed down from the top side and picks off the enemy jungler. So there's definitely a lot of positives to look at for WE. It's just a matter of how consistently can they pull this off, right? They ultimately lost the series, and the JDG games that they won were relatively one-sided. So it's good to see this one game, but now we need to see them able to punish more often. And a team like RNG is a team you would expect to be making those mistakes to punish. But
yeah,
I think we need to take a look at the top side, don't we? Because this is a matchup that you would hope will be absolutely amazing. We just talked about Wayward and how well he's been doing. He's up against Breathe today, and Breathe has been having a weirdly rough year.
Yeah, Breathe. He started off strong. He's looked good. We know that's a picture of Kanavi on our screen. But talking about Wayward himself, Wayward has kept up the momentum to where, like you said, Breathe not looking great in recent series. So I think this is a point where WE can look to exploit. I mean, Wayward leading top laners in solo kills has really just looked like a solid pillar for WE to be able to play around.
Yeah, he certainly has. I'm excited to watch this matchup. I'm hoping that we get Breathe to like sort of dig deep. His laning stats have been decent. I feel like both of these players have been kind of going at it in the laning phase a little bit more. I feel like Wayward has been going strength to strength this year. I think he's one of the better players on this roster, and certainly a player that has been able to individually bring wins to the table. So I'm hoping we get more of that today. I kind of hope as well that we get a good matchup in terms of the champions. You know, we've seen the Gwen coming out a little bit. We've seen Wayward on the Aatrox. I don't want to see Udyr versus K'Sante. I want to see some carries. This is Wayward and Breathe.
I mean, even things like yesterday, right? Getting the Renekton coming back out. I guess that was in the mid lane, but still the buffs coming through, allowing that one to happen. Even moving to the opposite side of the map, Smolder, I think, is the thing I'm very interested in and seeing how teams prio it today. Because we had the one game where BLG were like, yo, let's, first rotation this red side. And the rest of the day, the pick was kind of ignored. So a lot of question marks, I think, coming in about the meta with us being on our second day of 14-4 and how these teams are going to react.
We'll have to see. 14-4. I mean, it's not that just the fact that we're on a new patch. It's the fact that it's two patches fundamentally.
Yeah.
Like, we went from 14-2 to 14-4, so it's quite a dramatic shift within the league. And, I mean, like you say, we saw some different picks yesterday. We saw the Ahri coming out. We saw the Smolder coming out. And the Renekton as well. I'm hoping we do get more of that sort of innovation and more different things coming to the table as we head to Xi'an. This is WE's arena here, and we're going to be jumping into for this first game of the day.
I gotta say, though, to just bring it back to the meta real quick, I hope one of these teams is cooking as much as IG was. I know there was a lot of criticism for the Senna Sejuani, the Renekton mid, the Nidalee, but, it might not work out, but it's fun to watch. It's fun to see these teams if they have their own ideas. And you were hitting on it. RNG have been struggling. They need to come cooking with some interesting ideas to start picking up some wins.
They certainly do. And, I'm just disappointed in, you're talking about IG cooking yesterday. We saw Arn picking Draven against JackeyLove. I think game number 3, JackeyLove didn't pick the Draven back. He didn't go for the bad show. I'm disappointed in JackeyLove. I feel like, he was always a real one. He was always one that would be going for that kind of thing.
You gotta
Unfortunately, didn't see
you gotta
it.
go for the ego win, right? Like even if they ended up losing the game, you at least gotta be willing to step up to the challenge.
It's a risk worth taking in that scenario after you've just got even in the series. Yeah, I will say, actually, they have been impressive this year. I'm excited for playoffs. I'm excited to see, because like at this point, they pretty much are locked in for playoffs. They only need like 1 or 2 more wins to officially lock it. Like, we are getting to that stage where teams are going to get locked in, at BLG especially, but I'm excited for IG. I actually think this could be a team that gets like probably top 6 at this stage. Like, looking at the contenders, I mean, WE being one of those contenders that they're going to be fighting for seeding with, like, it's exciting looking towards playoffs. And certainly, if you're a fan of WE today, you're looking at this series and you're thinking about playoffs. For RNG fans as well, you are, but in a very different way. You're looking for survival here.
Exactly right. RNG at 2-6. It's looking grim. Getting into playoffs on 8-8, assuming they, if they do lose 2 more times, then can pick it up. It's like that happens every split. If they fall down to 9, though, that is where it starts to get rough. It's only ever happened in 2022 summer, I believe. FPX and BLG made the playoffs with 9 losses, but you don't want to do that. WE, like we said, though, they're looking great. 5-3 in terms of their score so far. Still do have some tough matches ahead. Like, their next opponent after this will be BLG. But at the same time, I feel like I have more confidence in this roster, and I see more stability in this WE team than it looks like a lot of the teams across the LPL right now.
I love that when Wayward's picture is shown on the screen, you hear a cheer from the crowd, and then Wayward walks out, everyone goes bananas, and then he's just got this sort of deadpan face as he waves to the audience and goes and sits down. He shows his emotions through in-game emotes, okay?
I want to believe that the one guy who cheered really loudly for Wayward was Ox in the crowd. And I really hope one day we can get Ox out there leading the WE Gyos.
That's the real reason that LCK is pre-recorded. It's because Orcs is taking a trip to China to come and watch Wayward play on stage. Yeah, perhaps not, perhaps not. Oh dear, we're WE though, stepping out onto the stage. I'm excited for this matchup. I feel like, when we've seen WE versus JDG, if you go back and watch that series, like, you see them punishing these mistakes. RNG, I mean, mistake is their middle name with this current roster, the way that they've been playing. So I feel like WE, we could see some pretty convincing gameplay today. And honestly, I really hope we do, because getting close to playoffs, we kind of need to start to see this team get a little bit more convincing.
Yeah, and I think for RNG, especially, I mean, hell, you have Breathe going up against his former team, right? I think a lot of people think of Breathe back when it was him, Bayshawn. You think of Elkin missing on that roster. I believe that was when Stay was, not Stay, Shanks, there we go, was in the mid lane. Yeah. So, I think maybe not a lot of pressure, but definitely wanting to show of like, I left you for a reason, WE, and I'm on the better team now. It might not look like that in the standings, but with a convincing win today, who cares about the standings? Who cares about the standings?
Yeah, true.
I mean, I'm sure they all do, but...
yeah, I mean, who cares? All of us, literally all of us. But let's just run with it. Let's just run with it. I think a lot of people don't know as well, like, I was a huge fan of that roster specifically. Like, back in the day, I was a big old WE fan, especially the roster before that with Teacher Mine as well.
Morgan.
Now, all of those players have gone on to better places. And the current iteration of WE are slowly but surely making a case for themselves. I think Wayward, a player that it's very easy to be a fan of. But Stay as well. I think Stay has been a player that I'm really hyped on right now. Like, not the perfect AD carry by any stretch, but he's actually had some really solid performances. I mean, him and Iwandi winning out 2v2s against Ruler and missing, like, that's impressive stuff.
Yeah, and it's also just been really good, I think, in terms of the team fighting. Before, when we had Prince on the roster, he was just, his positioning in team fights was really rough, and he was struggling to find ways to get damage on the team. But since Stay's come in, he's been making up a large part of their damage, 29%, so close to that 30 mark as compared to like 26 for Prince. Yeah. So even small things like that, I think, have helped edge WE in the right direction. How we were hyping up IG, right? WE taking them down after bringing Stay in. Their other win was against EDG, so more of an expected one there. But I think it was nice that they kind of got, we'll say, that kind of like easier matchup to then lead into the IG game, have some confidence, take a win off JDG. So the trajectory right now, I think, is just so strong to Stay on the roster.
It really is. Like, to be honest, I would say that in terms of the AD carry role, he should stay.
Oh, no. Oh,
It's
no.
highbrow humor here, guys. Buckle in, because you've got 9 hours of this coming your way. I want to talk a little bit about Champ Select here, as we are headed towards the draft, slowly but surely. The topic I want to bring up is like side preference. We've not talked about it that much this year. We're coming into 14-4, so obviously things will be changing. But when you look at these two teams specifically, RNG have almost a 50% win rate when they're on the red side. They're 4-5 on the red side. On the blue side, they are 2-8. So definitely preferring having those counter picks, setting up their solo lanes. On the other side, though, Team WE, it's the polar opposite story. They're 5-8 when it comes to the red side. But on blue side, they've only got a single loss. They are 7-1 when it comes to blue side. So for the side of WE, if they have first pick today, which I believe that they have side selection for the first game, you'd expect them to essentially be favorites coming into that first one, because that's definitely the side of the map they've preferred.
Yeah, it's been weird. I kind of like that you bring up this talk of sides, because this has also been the split more than any other, where it'll be like, we get out of pick ban, red side somehow is the side that has all losing lanes out of draft. Yeah. I think drafts have been like really strange coming to the split with teams figuring out their priorities. There have been a lot of different priorities on both sides. The one pick is now we get into draft I really want to highlight for WE is the Karma pick, 4-0. For Fofo right now, we've seen they like to lean into that as a first pick, usually Azir being the backup. So I wonder, RNG, they're showing it, investing a lot of bans into this mid lane.
Yeah, two right. The Karma, the Azir, both gone. Which to some extent surprised me a little bit, just because you've got Tango and Zakali. Like, he's 2-1 on the pick. It's felt like a solid pick, and it can threaten some of these more mobile mages. But either way, just trying to remove the comfort from Fofo definitely makes sense. And it does open up for some of the other picks, things like the Ahri that we got to see yesterday. There's room for maneuver. Also, Smolder currently open. I'm just going to throw it out there. I don't know whether either of these teams are prepped on Smolder, but I don't know. Feels strong to me.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where they go, right? Because we didn't see a whole ton of prio on it yesterday. Things like the Senna still very much were up there. Stays played it once so far. If they go for this, all right. It still keeps the potential for something like the Senna alive. Also gives them other options. But what a weird world to see a Nautilus first pick coming through.
Yep. It feels truly LPL, doesn't it? The Nautilus B1 pick coming through for iWandy. But I suppose just wanting to lock in some of that hard engage on the side of RNG, they kind of have to give away their hand a little bit more and show what style of play they want to go for. LWX he's played a couple of games in the Senna, 1-on-1 so far on the pick, but going to go for that style again. We'll see what they're going to go with alongside it. Like, Tahm Kench has been an option, but realistically, I feel like Tahm Kench has sort of fallen out of favor. It's been more about the Maokai.
Yeah, I think especially when we're seeing a lot of teams lean into like longer range compositions as well, where it doesn't feel like a Devour is able to do all that much, as we actually have the TF coming through for WE. So far, the only role they've played this in is AD carry, so maybe going to send that one down bot again. We know could also be played up in the top lane. Fofo showing his hand with the Hwei. It's another champion he's been really successful on. 2 games, both were wins so far. Just such a good champion at being able to generate that prio in mid.
Yeah, the Twisted Fate that they brought it out against IG and they won the game. Like, it was kind of a clean Twisted Fate coming out from Stay. You know, he's been playing and winning on the Twisted Fate. He's been beating Rulers Twisted Fate in lane. Like, maybe Stay is the answer. But the Tahm Kench that we talked about will be locked in the end to try and keep LWX alive. I will say, in terms of the 2v2, definitely leaning the way of Stay and iWandy in terms of recency, but also in terms of like this Twisted Fate. He's pretty impressive in the later phase.
Yeah, I mean, he can just do so much. And then I'm curious to see how much Stay is able to do on the map in mid-game. That's why I feel like for RNG, they probably need to lean a bit heavier into engage with one of their last 2 picks. But it might be hard as well. Having the K'Sante, having the Senna Tahm Kench, they might want to lean into a more damage-oriented jungler early on. But with the TF, with the Destiny, W are going to have so many ways to just try and pull RNG around the map and then start looking for picks.
One of the junglers that is still available in the pool, I just want to throw it in there, is Mundo. I've played Mundo jungle 3 times this split. I'm not sure anyone else has even looked at the pick, but Hung loves it.
Yeah.
It could be an auction ball. Obviously doesn't scratch the itch of doing damage, but there'll be more Wei's wheelhouse on this one. Graves banned, and the Nico taken away from Tangyuan as well. A lot of mid lane bans in this one. Fofo's already got his.
We do still have things like if they wanted to opt into like a Tristana plus an AP jungler, would very much still be available. Decide not to go for that, instead going for the Xin Zhao. You can see that W are also concerned about RNG needing more damage in the jungle role, which is why the Graves was taken off the table. Now, with where WE will go, I mean, the Aatrox, I think, would be a very solid pick. Would give you another lane to set up through with the TF. My God, man. With Hung on the roster, I never know where to expect that WE are going to go with draft.
Man, can you imagine if the Twitch was actually locked in? That would be something else. Obviously, it's going to be the Darius. I don't know why I said obviously. There's nothing obvious about this. Wayward is going ham in the top side. You love to see it. He's already played 3 games on the Darius. He's won all 3 of them. I know he locks it in again. He wants to dominate Breathe at the top side.
Yeah, I mean, we were asking for wacky drafts coming in, teams to lean into their own flavors. WE are really going the extra mile with that. Now to see where RNG go with their mid lane picks. I mean, this makes the most sense, right? With Karma and Azir both being off the board and them needing to lean into AP. So now going to have a global of their own to try to match. I mean, RNG's comp a lot more like our idea of what the meta looks like right now. Very stable. For WE, I think it's going to be a lot about, you know, seeing if we can snowball, seeing if we can find these advantages in mid-game, especially using Stay to maybe enable the Darius. We have things like the Trundle coming through, which kind of changes the dynamic of the game, right? Being able to go for those level 2 ganks with a pillar just to force a flash. So a lot of aggressive options are there for WE.
I feel like you say, RNG have kind of gone, this is what's strong in the meta right now. And W have gone, screw it. Let's play these champions. I like these champions. The Darius off the Trundle jungle. TF 80 carry that we've seen a bit of. It's certainly not a new phenomenon, but we've not really seen it never really caught on in the LPL, I think is the best way to describe it, where it has been strong. We've seen strength from it, but it's not really, it didn't catch on like wildfire like I think some people were expecting, myself included there. We'll see how this is going to go. Look, spirits are high as well within the WE camp there. You can see people giggling away, ready to jump into the game. It's going to be an exciting one, Lyric. WE versus RNG. And we'll see what RNG can bring to the table. They've got to show us more than what we've seen recently.
Yeah, 2-6. It is looking grim for RNG fans with RNG on their way to playoffs. WE, though, 5-3 in a much better spot and clearly not slowing down with the momentum.
Definitely not. I'm looking topside here. Wayward on the Darius. Let's get into game 1 of WE versus RNG.
Chios. Extra loud is Ming.
Oh boy, gold card comes in. Iwandi getting his route down as well. Ming is damn tanky for a level 1 champion. And he will walk out with his life. The power of the Kench keeps him safe, as WE should be able to get some deep vision to start this off as well. And in fact, in the meantime, Hung moved in to get vision on the top side of the jungle. So no information gained for RNG. Loads for the side of WE.
Yeah, and I love this from WE. Doesn't look like Wei's going to end up falling forward and just heading back down to his spot side, but they were looking to cheese him. Look on the minimap, looks like Breathe. Okay, actually, he's going to be fine. So no shenaniganry. Going to come level 1. But to kind of bring us into the game, right, we have things like the Trundle, obviously incredibly strong, being able to duel and kind of match the presence of the Xin Zhao. See with that Q, a lot of damage, stealing away some of the AD. Lethal Tempo, though, has been nerfed slightly for melees with the amount of attack speed it gives, so I wonder if that'll really play into this at all, or if it's just a minor kind of inconvenience, and Hung will still be able to dominate in this matchup. Up to a great start so far with this invade.
He certainly is. Getting himself some chickens. I'm looking towards Wayward in the top side as well. 3-0 on the Darius pick. He's a player that we literally highlighted coming into the series, how he's been performing, and Breathe has been having a rough split. Hung moving straight into the mid lane, going diagonal across the map here, knows that Wei started on his bottom side, knows that invading this bottom quadrant would be a potential answer for Wei, so denying that opportunity.
Yeah, denies the opportunity. If Tangyuan had overstayed right, just a pillar could have forced out the flash. So I even like just making the move anyway. If a mistake could have come through, you could have been able to punish it. And top lane, I wonder how much action we're going to get with Breathe on the K'Sante, but hell, this really is the Wayward pick. Something he's leaned on even before really any other top laner was willing to pull it out. So I have some faith that Wayward might be able to make action happen that was not otherwise possible. He's a magician.
Here we go. Wei trying to sneak through. The ward just placed, does not actually go for the invade. I wasn't sure if he was going to try and go for a blow bomb or something there, and it did feel dangerous. Iwandi, though, feeling a little bit saucy in the mid lane. That is a long way between him and Tangyuan. Flash hook could be an option, as he's just going to menacingly walk towards Tangyuan and deny a melee minion.
And it's really interesting, right? Because before coming to the day, me and you were talking about how it feels like it's harder to find an impact on mid lane this split, and not many teams have been trying. But so far, WE already putting a lot of emphasis around mid with both Hung and Iwandi showing up. Might even be able to get double scuttle with the position of where Wei is on the map, but looks like we're more likely.
Oh, in the meantime, Tangyuan caught in the mid lane. They're kind of out of damage, though. Iwandi tagging the tower. Oh, the double apprehend from Wayward. What a start to the 2v2. Wei knocked up. I don't know if he survives this one or not. The Q flashed away from. Wei survives, Breathe survives, but it costs them both their flashes.
Yeah, what a great play coming through from Wayward. Look at where the wave is, too. Has it in a pretty good spot to be able to capitalize and push his lead further ahead. Luckily, Breathe does have the TP to get back to lane, but this is the exact kind of start you'd want to see.
Oh, Iwandi has TP'd into this lane, and it means that Ming and LWX have kind of overstayed on the play. That's going to be a gold card coming through. Ming forced to flash. Iwandi forcing flashes everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, right, there's so much CC between the two of them. The Q coming out from Iwandi, the passive, the gold card. Able to get so many summoners, locking them in place for so long. And so far, it hasn't been, you know, a ton of kills in this first 5 minutes, but the action is not stopping.
Wei doesn't have flash. Wei does not have flash, and the lethal tempo procs for Hung. He's like, forget the small chicken. I want to take this jungler out. Doesn't find his window, but even still, the pressure that's being put on here. Breathe, no flash, no TP. If Hung wanted to move up to the top side, it could get dangerous.
And this is why Breathe, having to back off a little bit, get some of his own vision down to get wards on these grubs and make sure that he doesn't get caught out because of where the wave is placed. So WE extending their small wins even further now. Wei gonna see if he can find something himself.
This is more like it. This feels like LPL right here. Wei ganking in the bottom side as Iwandi is caught. Flash available for him, but I don't think you're getting out of this one. First blood taken by RNG. Wei gets himself on the map.
Nice response. I do also like from Iwandi not wasting the flash, right? Realizing he's going to go down no matter what. But now, all 3 grubs taken by WE. RNG going to be able to capitalize off that kill with a Drake. So RNG finally finding a bit of a pulse.
And already, like, this is a proactive game from both sides. And I feel like WE, especially Hung, have been extremely aggressive. Iwandi too, roaming towards that mid lane. Tangyuan will be fine, I think, because Drake down 700. This should just be taken by RNG. They can back away from this one as well.
What is with this
crap will be taken. Yeah, I don't know. Iwandi, this is not a fight that you win, buddy, but there we go. Everyone backs away. But I like that RNG are answering back, right? You know, this gank towards bot side. Wei goes for the opposite play once they see Hung on the grubs. It's good to see a little bit of life from an RNG roster that has been a bit lifeless.
Yeah, right. Just showing a little bit right now. We know they're going to have incredibly strong scaling for team fights later on, not only with the Senna, but just the amount of front line that they do have. Sure, Hung's going to be able to deal with it a little bit with that ulti. It's still a lot of tools for RNG to use. I gotta say, though, with the way Iwandi was posturing, even though I was staring at Stay being level 4 at the time, I was like, is this just a bug? Is Stay like level 6 and we just don't notice it? That's why Iwandi feels so confident?
Look at this invade from Hung as well. Instantly, the second that red buff is back on the map, Hung is here to take it. Wei is pathed towards his top side. He'll be able to go for his Croaks, but that control ward might stay for a while as well. It's one of those ones where, oh no, the ward came too late. I don't think they spotted Hung, and it won't spot the fact that the red buff has gone either. Wayward pops his Ghost Breathe, still no flash available. All out in play, but I don't know if he'll be able to find an angle. Nobody's near a wall right now, and he's just going to be destroyed. I was going to say decimated, but the decimate, not even needed.
Not even used. And like you said, all of that being down, kind of unfortunate timing. Ward coming out right when Hung had walked past and breathed, clearly not expecting the gank to come through. I love the way that this WE roster is working together early on. Not only the ganks, but Fofo leaning for the Tangyuan.
Good trade from Tangyuan, honestly, but Fofo is happy to take a back trade if it sets up
Oh!
the pillar from Hung. Sets it all up. The slow is there, but the Spiraling Despair comes through. LWX trying to save his mid laner, but it ain't happening. And maybe they can get an answer onto Hung instead. Iwandi moving forwards to try and turn the play as Stay only just arriving on the scene. Fofo might just go down here. He's got no flash available. The wildcards fly on through, but a route is there. Ming misses the tongue lash. Stay with a gold card to protect himself, but it's Fofo to go down. And RNG answer back once more.
Nice job capitalizing on the mistakes from WE. Clearly, Hung and Fofo losing track of the fact that RNG's bot lane were able to make it in time. Sadly for Stay, still not level 6. If he had the Destiny, that might have been a different play.
It could have been a little bit better. I mean, Hung was hungry for this kill. Like, they really want to go for it. The fact that Tangyuan just basically takes out Fofo pretty much for free before the play even begins.
I gotta say, though, there's no ways, Hung, you can't not want to go for this after you have this absolutely dominant pillar that just shuts all Tangyuan streams down. Like we said, you look at the map, LWX and Ming were already on their way. Stay still just barely finished clearing off the wave, which doesn't allow him to come in. Then it's just so easy being able to run them down with the stacks from Ming. Sure, Wei is going to have to commit a flash in the end to make sure that he can guarantee this kill on Fofo, but for RNG, the fact that they're able to punish these mistakes and not fall too far behind in terms of gold is huge. 3-0-0 on the Xin Zhao already.
Yeah. Wei, and especially off the start that we got between these junglers, where the early invade comes on through, Wayward as well, putting a lot of pressure on, trying to set up that cheese to begin with. The 3 quadrant start for our Trundle from Hung. Wei finding opportunities to get in, and it's mostly been through this bot side as well. Stay knocked up by Ming here. And we have seen supports 1v1ing AD carries this split. I'm surprised he didn't go for the Devour, to be honest.
Yeah, they even have some vision around. I guess maybe still a bit scared that someone can sneak in through that tri-brush, but like wrap around through River and not wanting to over-contest. WE's still doing good in terms of the objective game. It looks like it should just be a solid 6 scrubs for them, and you know they're going to have a lot of pressure on turrets this game between the Darius and the TF. But speaking of the TF, look at the mini-map. A lot of people heading down.
Oh, Stays in trouble here. Does have flash available. It's kind of difficult for them to go for a dive immediately just because Stay has managed to separate himself. The wave wasn't underneath the tower, and he should survive at this point. But the TP comes through from Iwandi. Arrives on the scene. This is his second TP this game. He's getting some value out of that summoner.
I'm also surprised that he has like the confidence to TP in while Stay was still going for the recall. Does decide to stay in the end. Hung going for the dive.
Spiraling Despair hits. There's a shield coming in. Hung just tanks the tower for days. I mean, again, these Hung Fofo plays, I like them. They're a little overzealous, it has to be said. Good dodge on W from Fofo, but I don't think you're getting out of this one alive. And LWX and Ming, really, really great roams time and time again this game.
Yeah, they just keep enabling Tangyuan and Wei to be able to match the aggression and the pressure that WE are putting forward. And now it's leading to RNG stacking up these Drakes pretty quickly into the game.
I don't know, like, everything in these patch notes. I haven't read them word for word, but apparently there was some part of the patch notes that said, you gotta be aggressive again, LPL. We gotta see some early action because these two teams are just running at each other. I love that Hung, no matter what is happening, is just going in. Like, he doesn't really mind where anyone else is on the map. He just wants a scrap.
Like, it feels like he's been in RNG's jungle more than he's been in his own jungle this game. And now, gonna try and set up for this dive on Breed. Does have flash and his ult up.
Okay, here we go. The Destiny even going to be used as well. The whole Goon squad has arrived for this one. Stay. Got to be careful on his positioning here. Iwandi's low, but there we go. We take down Breed. That's one for the side of WE. In the meantime, LWX and Ming are just hitting the tower in the bottom side. I'm pretty sure WE take this faster. I mean, Trundle alone, I think, takes this faster.
Not to mention the fact that they have the 6 scrub joint. They're going to be able to rely on these mites to finish this one off. Still, oh, Hung? Okay, I'm surprised RNG didn't follow up more on that. Even if more people still could have been around, like in Fog of War, like we knew, even if they didn't and they assumed, it's like, oh, health bars were so low. So WE get first turret. LWX is getting a lot of that gold funnel just onto him, though, as compared to W, obviously sharing all of that in topside. But now with the map more open, this is where champions like the TF are going to be able to start being such an annoyance to RNG.
Yeah, and it's worth talking a little bit more about where gold is on the rosters. You mentioned that LWX getting a bunch of plate gold. He's 104 in the center. Very, very good position to be in. Already has his opportunity. But on the opposite side of the map, Wayward, he got that early kill, and he has really been using it. Look at the CS difference between Wayward and Breathe. It's almost 50 CS in favor of Wayward. That is a dominant top lane matchup so far. And Breathe is going to really struggle to significantly get into these plays if he's this far behind. He still hasn't finished an item.
Yeah, I think especially in terms of that 1v1, it's going to be rough. I'd say the nice thing for RNG as a whole is, I mean, right, it should be hard for Wayward to actually find a way into these fights, running through all the zone control of the Taliyah. You have Wazeult that can knock him back. Breathe can take him out of a fight. Senna's range. So even though Wayward is becoming a big problem to deal with, just in terms of their comp, I think there's a lot more pressure on Wayward to actually be able to find these flanks, or people like Iwandi Hung be able to set him up to reach the backline.
10 seconds of plates left, and I don't think any more are going to go down, which means there was, what, 9 plates taken by WE this game? 2 in the bot lane, 2 in the mid lane, 5 up top. This is a big team WE. Setting up sort of a bait in the brush. There's no Drake up for another 2 minutes, which, by the way, just quick shout out, the Drake timer is working again. I never thought I'd be so happy to see a Drake timer at the top of the screen. What a moment.
It's crazy. I had the same celebration yesterday. It feels like a different world. You don't have to guess when you're having a rough idea of when neutrals are up. I saw your Ghost streams where you were just an epic pen putting the timer up in the corner. Great idea.
I had to draw the Drake as well, so that people knew that it was a Drake timer. And there's been some interesting art going on there, but regardless, it's going to be the Herald taken for the side of Way. There's been some interesting art when it comes to how Heralds have been used across the course of this split. We have seen some, let's call them misses. Let's call them misses coming out from some of our players, and there's quite a lot of them. So we'll see if Way is a solid driver. We'll see if he's earned his license.
Yeah, gonna use it right now. It's kind of interesting because I feel like we've seen Herald used way more for like breaking up mid when Dragon's coming up, as compared to like last split where it felt like Herald was a lot more diverse in how and where teams were using it. So WE kind of gonna break that mold with how they're using it right now.
Summoner's Drift, Hung showing us how it's done. Gets all the way to the bottom lane. I can't believe we're not going to see whether it hits or not. It did hit. In the meantime, Fofo dodges a gank in the mid side. Oh, third charge. Here we go. Back to the mid lane again, apparently. Yeah, I'm not sure where he's going to end up. It's just smited by Way, but Destiny comes in. LWX the target as he's knocked up by the death charge. The cleanse only stops the card, but the follow-up from Iwandi is fantastic. Way has his flash available, needs to get over that wall. I don't know if he's going to get away with his life. The Crescent Guard keeps him safe for a short amount of time. The Spiral in Despair as Wayward just decimates Tangyuan, and the lightning bolt from Fofo to finish the job.
I love that Wayward knew he was going to go down anyway, so going the extra step further to guarantee the kill allows W to steal away more jungle camps. Now we're going to even use a TP to make sure nothing is lost on the map, and they should even be able to pick up the dragon off the back of this.
I think this is a very easy Zhonya's angle for Tangyuan after that play. That was like one auto WR, and he basically just gets one shot. That was insane. And then obviously Fofo capitalizing. Great bit of damage coming out on the way. Liandry's actually just picked up as well by Fofo, but this is going to be RNG able to muscle Hung away from this Drake. That'll be 3 Drakes now picked up for RNG. This is their win condition at this stage.
Yeah, at this point, getting the soul. But it's actually kind of interesting. We can talk about that after the replay, because, my God, this was the best use of Herald and the best, like, pincer movement I've ever seen. Herald from Hung. I want the TP flash over. Like, where could you even go as LWX with all the angles W attacked you from? in that play. Wei also left in a very awkward position. Tried to hold on to the flash, has to use it in the end, but it's here with Wayward just being an absolute Chad, flashing in. There's the auto W into the R, and I mean, the ult from the Wei going to be able to get the job done.
It's the fact that Wayward is knocked back by Tangyuan. The flick back hits, it's a bit of damage, he's going to go down to the tower, and he's like, how dare you? Do you know who I am? And just like flashes on him and takes him down. Good lord, big damage. And unfortunate for Tangyuan, I think he would have survived if he just clicked away from that one. Fofo predicting the movement well. Tangyuan kind of walking into the lightning a little bit. Need to take a look at items though, Lyric, because 2 items finished off of Fofo, big spike on the play. He's going to do a lot of damage. We're very close to that second item for Stay as well.
Yeah, getting up there. And I mean, that's kind of why this ties in well to the point about RNG's win condition being dragons, like you said. Because I wonder, it's like, as RNG, I don't actually even know if you'd want to get Soul anytime soon, because then you're bringing Elder onto the map even earlier, and WE should be stronger in a fight at this point in time. So it makes me wonder if RNG might even be more fine giving up, a Drake or two, and allowing themselves to get up there in gold. Because, I mean, if RNG get next Drake, and then we have Elder, like, I mean, WE looking so strong right now with some of those item advantages you were pointing out.
They do look really strong. I wonder if WE, like, care about a 5v5, though. Like, what we've seen so... Oh, Breathe, you got to be a little cautious here. I'm surprised WE didn't just pull the trigger immediately onto Breathe, to be honest. Hung can remove a lot of those stats with his ultimate. Wayward now moving over. It's the blue buff is the objective here for WE. It does feel like this has been a skirmish game from WE. Not necessarily looking for 5v5s. They're looking to pick people apart. The speed of the Trundle and the ultimate from TF, the fact that Iwandi has TP, it's all been working beautifully to make that happen.
Exactly, and I really want to put the highlight on Iwandi because, again, his TPs have kind of been so unexpected. I don't know, I love that one in the Raptor pit to just immediately flash over the wall and make sure LWX has no exit. Small things like that are why WE have been so interesting and why they've been able to get themselves up to a 5-3 scoreline.
They've been a fun team to watch as well. Like, some of the games have been a bit slow, but it feels like they are discovering their kind of team identity as time goes on. It feels like this is a team that has shown an interest in trying different styles and playing different ways. Hung, oh, great pillar. Denies anything, and he'll protect his red buff. I've been enjoying watching Hung's Trundle today. He's a bit of a psychopath on the pick, and I feel like when you're playing Trundle, it's exactly what you want.
I agree. I love these kind of junglers that want to get in the enemy's face that can also go for like early ganks, like level 2s, and kind of add more things for the enemy to have to worry about. But Stay has finished off the rapid fire cannon, so that, of course, always being a big spike for TF, being even able to have more range with that gold card. Is Iwandi was hoping he'd be able to find something before anything went bad. But it's kind of a weird position of the game, right? Because for RNG, with how the map is, they really don't have the space to push too far forward in any of the lanes. So they're kind of forced to play this more reactive and defensive game. Yeah. Waiting for an next Drake to come up, waiting for any oversteps from WE, and I think most importantly, not giving the angles for the Destiny, for the Iwandi TP, to allow WE to find more advantages.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, it does feel like WE are really far ahead, and, in terms of gold, they are nearly 4,000 up for 20 minutes. It's a sizable lead. Let's not get it twisted, as they say. As the cool kids say these days. I'm very, hip and down with the kids. Looking at becoming a BBC presenter next, I think.
You're doing your best, Gramps.
Destiny. But speaking of Destiny, like, WE have that lead. They need to be the ones to push things forward because, like you say, Senna, Tahm Kench, Taliyah in the mid lane. This is not a composition that's going to fall off anytime soon. That said, they want to make things happen themselves. Iwandi the target here, not necessarily the best target, as he's got that aftershock. Hooks away to the wall. Flash from Tangyuan to answer, and the railgun comes through as well. That's a pick for RNG. Perhaps an opportunity. They want this Drake for themselves.
Yeah, now Wayward coming in, though. Wayward doesn't have TP, so wasn't able to join any earlier. 5v4, nice apprehend.
Oh, Wei is just annihilated. Wayward starting things as he means to go on. Ming caught up by the gold card as Wayward just dives into the mix, looking for more. Breathe gets a bit of revenge for the laning phase, but I don't think it's enough to win the fight. Stay on the enemy backline. Tango and last man standing turns golden, but he just turns into his own tombstone. Baron on the cards.
And now all of RNG taken down only at the loss of Wayward. I guess I wanted as well at the very start. That's how long that fight took. But now the Baron going to be theirs. I wonder if the respawns from RNG are going to come up in time for them to maybe try to beeline it to Drake, but I guess we're going right into the replay. I like that RNG go for this pick here, realizing, hey, we overload mid, Darius doesn't have TP, he can't join in, and it's really easily able to chain their CC and lock him down. But it's Wayward who's really going to come in clutch for W to turn it back around with this apprehend. I'm a bit surprised that they had enough damage to just outright delete him. I guess Fofo has been really strong, but there it is. Apprehend comes through, he gets taken down. And then the flash Q from Wayward didn't look like it actually was able to connect with too many sweet spots, which is why he got taken down. Actually, no. Did a decent job, but still goes down so quickly to LWX and Breathe.
Just chain CC'd realistically as here we go. Round two, the Beldings as Wayward wants an apprehend onto Wei once again. Last time I feel like Wei, they kind of knew where Wayward were. Oh, he's got him again. He's got him again. Wei forced to flash out of this one as I1D goes in. That aftershock paying dividends. Depth charge across the team and I1D keeps himself alive. Spiraling Despair chunking out RNG. You can just concede this Drake. You don't have to all die for this one, RNG. Good flake back. Tanguan has been on point on the Talia today. But that's Drake taken. And WE, they've got Baron and the fast track to the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I don't think RNG even needed to try to contend with this one. Could have just tried to get gold back elsewhere, stabilize your mid lane, push out your top lane, and bring the game a bit closer, knowing you have such strong damage dealers later on with the Senna and the Talia. But now the map is so open, even more gold going in favor of WE, who brought us up to a 7k gold lead.
Oh, looking for a pick. Tanguan versus Stay. I don't know if Tanguan even wins that 1v1, to be honest. Although I suppose you only have attack speed at this stage. For the TF, perhaps there was an angle, but just stunned up. I love as well that Tanguan did go straight for the Zhonya's second item after the Wayward incident under the inhib tower. I think definitely a correct decision as Kraken Slayer just got picked up by Stay. 3 items on Fofo as well. Man, these carries at WE are scary.
Yeah, they're huge now. And Destiny on the table, so you don't have to worry about like catching waves against the Darius or any shenanigans like that happening, since he can join in at any time. I want these TPs up in 50 seconds if the if the game keeps going. Like, he's gonna be able to come out at unexpected angles and find these plays.
Tanguan is top with no TP and no ultimate available. He gets a tier 1, but this is a real big window for WE to just push aggressively. Hunt can charge up forwards. There's 3 minions here as well as a cannon. They lose a tier 2 for that top lane tier 1 as Stay just absolutely annihilates these towers on the TF. There we go, mid tower down and Ming the target. Wei trying to buy space with his Crescent Guard, but Ming, he just can't survive the absolute onslaught from WE. They're just walking forwards menacingly and there's nothing that RNG can do about it. Breathe finally takes one down as Wayward pulled underneath the towers, but the minion waves are coming. Stay just walks forward and it dodges the knock-up. Tanguan forced to use that Zhonya's. The lightning bolt hits as well. Look at this damage. It's so long range and it's so powerful from WE as they look towards Nexus towers. Those 6 grubs are paying dividends for WE at this point in the game. Root onto Breathe as well as the re-engage from RNG. They have held onto their base, but only just.
I mean, luckily, right, they kept some of their most important members alive. Tanguan with all the zone control, all the AoEs, throwing out a big damage dealer in LWX, and your kind of beefiest member in the Casantes. Tanguan!
Oh,
that's pretty dangerous!
The lightning! Tanguan! So close to going down as Ming TP's dragging a flank as well. It doesn't work out. Great fear from Fofo.
Yeah, worked out amazingly. I thought Tanguan was a little crazy and was going to go down. But on the same token, right, you're almost 10k gold behind. I guess those types of desperation plays are the ones you need to be making at this point in the game for RNG. So we're going to get a replay here. I don't even really know if there's too much to say to this replay. You worded it beautifully. WE ran at them, and there was nothing they could do. And looks like they might do it again.
Hung is just running at them once more. It's basically 2v5 to start the play, and it felt like Hung and Iwandi were winning. As they charge on forwards, Ming's gonna go down, and Iwandi, he's looking for the hook, and he finds Breathe. That's one gold card in as well. The Spiral in Despair. Wei is destroyed. Breathe will be next. Even the K'Sante ain't tanky enough for this one. As WE, they're just hitting them with their stats. It's literally like a ball of meat just rolling forwards, and RNG, they forgot their butcher's knife.
I'm surprised. Like, WE, though, still don't have any patience. They're not trying to push in the wave top. They're not trying to do anything like that. Wait for the wave mid and just hope that you can end now with no front line.
Just look at the build from Stay as well. Double recurve to end the game. To kill for Phobos Ming. We'll find an answer, but that's going to be game one. And what a way to do it as well. We got a kill per minute for our money on this one. WE showing us that you can still be aggressive in the LPL.
I loved it, right? Bringing out the Trundle, having the TF80 carry once again, the Darius, like leaning into their own flavor, being aggressive with it, clearly having an idea and a game plan with what they want to do with the invades coming through from Hung. Just overall, great way to see WE pick up a win.
Yeah, and you know, we came in saying both of these teams want to look confident today. We're getting towards playoffs. This is where you really need to define yourself. It feels like WE are a team that are defining themselves. They took a game off of JDG the other day. Now, absolutely rolling game number one against RNG. You love to see it. We're going to jump into break, and then we'll see if WE can keep this rolling on the red side of the map. Hello everyone and welcome back to the LPL Unmunch. I'm joined by Lyric as we just witnessed absolute destruction in the first game. I don't know what happened over the patch. Apparently Trundle actually got nerfed, but it's enough for WWE to just go aggro. And man, I loved every second of that game. Decimation.
Yeah, it was huge coming out from WE. So we're gonna bring up the stats now from what exactly went down. And I mean, the gold graph is very telling, right? I feel like every time I cast out, I get the crazy gold graphs. I expect the back and forth. You don't get too many of these, but WE pulled through. Stay putting up the numbers. Fofo putting up the numbers. Wayward and Iwandi were exceptional, but I really feel like Hung, like you were saying, was really the one driving all of that aggression.
It's just psychopath jungling from Hug. I loved every second of it. Way, having so much pressure put on him, and fair play to Way. Honestly, in the early game, finding some of the answers to the sheer aggression from Hung, playing opposite, finding. I mean, he had what 3 kills early on into the game. The first 3 kills I think that RNG got. Maybe the last 3 kills RNG got as well. It felt like from that point on, it was very one-sided. Let's take a look at our MVP as well, because I feel like there's a solid shout for a few different players. It is going to be Hung that gets it, but honestly, like Fofo in the mid lane, Wayward dominated top. We had Iwandi roaming everywhere. Even the Twisted Fate was fantastic. Hung definitely the driving force, but this really was a team win for WE.
Yeah, but again, well-deserved. Like you said, Trundle slightly nerfed. Lethal Tempo and Melee's slightly nerfed. None of that stopped this man from taking over. So now I'm just excited for us to get into our Game 2 draft and see what else WE has ready and waiting for us. I'm sure RNG thinking the same things. Like, yo, what do we ban? Do we ban some of these niche pocket picks? There was a first pick Nautilus last game and it won.
Yeah. Yeah, the first pick Nautilus that ran TP. I'm here for it. Like, Iwandi's early game was great. The amount of pressure he put on mid lane and TPing back bot to set it all up, looking for hooks there. Like, honestly, great game from WE. If they play like this every day, I'm a WE fan now, you know? Like, that was so much fun to watch.
You're gonna have to write another love letter like back in 2020.
Oh, that feels like a long time ago. Back when Teacherma was on the roster. What a guy. You know, he's probably streaming right now. He's probably watching these games too. And I just want you to know, Teacherma, even though you're not watching the English broadcast, I want you to know, Teacherma, that you're a legend.
You know, the best part is hopefully someone clips that for you, sends it to him, and he knows. And he knows the loyalty that is Munchables, who has waited for all these years. But bring it back in the game, I do like that RNG not looking too down in the dumps. Not looking like the end of the world. I actually don't know if that's a good or bad thing, as now maybe Tanyuan actually is, but at least Wei wasn't. Kenju now, of course, part of RNG. You're going to hope he's going to be able to help them be able to turn it around.
Yeah. Doesn't feel like he's been able to have much of an impact yet. But he has only joined, what was it, like a week, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
It does feel like you're going to need some time to change things when things are pretty dramatically rough within RNG right now. They might be looking towards a summer split angle. They're not quite out of contention just yet, but they are erring in that direction right now. WE, though, moving over to the red side. RNG picking up that blue side. We talked about the side selection earlier on today, on which sides these two teams prefer. RNG switching it up now. We'll see if that's going to be like enough for them. They've not been as strong on the blue side historically, but this is a new patch, so maybe they got something up their sleeves.
And I'm curious now, especially moving into this game, because things like Ash Prio have been very hit or miss. Like in game one, we obviously didn't see it at all, but at least Varus was taken away. This time, Varus taken away again maybe means we won't see it. Some teams have still very much lent on that pick. Senna, like I said, being the other thing you're kind of looking at RNG if they want to go towards again, but not able to find success with it in game one.
All right, K'Sante first pick, liking what Breather's been doing on the pick. And to be fair, like, after the laning phase, he was the reason that RNG were getting some kills in the fights. Like, his all-outs were pretty good. Definitely showed some presence. For the TF, open and available, and instantly locked in for WE. And the nice thing about the TF as well is, well, I was going to say, it's a flex. It's not anymore. Well, I guess you could take it top lane. Actually, to be fair, it was first locked in as a counter to K'Sante on the top side, so that is an option for Wayward.
And Wayward definitely seems the kind of player who'd be willing to bring it out. Hasn't just yet, but again, we need to keep the flex in mind. This is going to be the other duo I'd bring up next, which is, we've seen Lucian Prio flop a little bit, but J2G were a team who were still leaning heavily into it yesterday. And it seems like for RNG, for LWX, they are going to go in that direction too.
So
crazy enough, it's actually their first time locking in the Lucian Nami for RNG all split.
Wow. That's kind of crazy to think about when it's been so popular, especially at the very start of the split when you'd lock Lucian, the enemy locks Milio alongside Aphelios. We saw quite a bit of Lucian Nami as kind of the final part of that draft phrasing, essentially.
Yeah.
See how it's going to go for them. I like that they're bringing aggression, though, especially against this TF that really is quite a slow pick in the bottom lane.
Exactly, right? And I think a lot of his strength also just comes from the CC that he can then bring, and then you pair it with someone, and it just makes it so you can lock the enemy AD carry down for so long where they have to blow those flashes early on. I like the bans already starting to come out with the buy taken away.
It's just dawned on me. As WE, do you ban the Trundle here? You've got the Xin Zhao this time. Do you have to ban the Trundle that you played in game one? Surely
that's a good question, right? Like, are you as worried? I mean, and especially having those immobile carries that would be able to be punished. I don't know. I'm curious. I like the buy takeaway since it is Wei, and that is his go-to pick pretty much no matter what. If you're looking at other things that could potentially punish the immobile carries on the side of WE, we of course still have things like Wukong, Jarvan, some of these other picks available, which we have seen Wei lean into, especially that Jarvan. He's already played 2 games of it to split.
I'm pretty sure it was Graves banned in game number 1 as well. We've seen a game of Graves, we've seen a game of Viego coming out from Wei. Perhaps a carry jungle angle could be the answer for RNG. It's now WE looking towards potentially a support pick, or you could just go top. And I mean, you've got count pick whichever role you go for at this point, so I guess it doesn't really matter too much which one you go for.
Yes, I was gonna say support would actually probably be the safest bet if they wanted to try to lean. But
God, it's
What is-
TF top. It's
what
TF
is
top.
going? You know, I'm actually not as surprised about the TF top is the fact that we actually just get a Jin out of nowhere. We've had 3 Jins so far in the LPL, and they have all not worked out.
That's a
All
coincidence, actually. I had 3 Jins last night. I'm kidding. I'm of course kidding. Yeah, the Jin does not look good in the LPL. It's been a tough angle for him, but I wonder what support it's going to be. Like, this is such a weird comp, but it's also like really long-range comp from WE. Anyway, Tango goes for the Talia again. That was one of the things that did look good for RNG in the first game.
Yeah, was able to work out. Looks like they might be leaning into finding just a counter matchup in the jungle. Jax, of course, able to do so good in the 1v1 against the Xin Zhao because of that E. And now, I was going to say, I'm curious too, right? Because usually you see a lot of like hard engaged supports come out alongside the Jin, but Rakan, Nautilus taking off the table. Right now, toying with the idea of some potential pick tools in the Bard and the Ashe would fit. Either one would actually fit their comp really well, right? Bartle coming through the Tempered Fate, you're setting up, you have the Destiny there, you have the Curtain Call from Jin. Like, so many long-range ways to start fights or catch people out for WE with this composition.
I just love that RNG are like, this is what the meta is, guys. This is what's working. Let's play that. And then WE are like, you know, Darius top first game. Now we're going to Bard support with TF top. Like, just throwing things at the wall and seeing what sticks. And honestly, I love it because when you've got a kind of stale meta, people get into just going through the motions and playing out those same compositions over and over again. When you're playing a totally different style, you can really catch people out.
Yeah, right. And I mean, I love that you went to catch people out, right? Because not only with the different style, but especially with the different style that WE have leaned into with Curtain Call, Tempered Fate, Destiny. Like, hell, Hui's going to be able to join in with the QWs from a screen away. Just a lot of things aren't you going to deal with. For RNG, I think we're looking at their jungle and their bot lane to be able to get ahead, right? You have a winning 1v1 matchup. You have a strong 2v2. So I think bringing those things together and really trying to snowball off that bot side is RNG's hope in this game.
Let's see if they can pull it off. I've got to be honest, in a totally impartial commentator kind of way, I don't want them to be able to pull it off because I want this comp from WE. I need this comp to win. This is such a wacky comp. This is such a different comp. I need to believe that playing non-meta comps can work in the LPL and will hopefully incentivize other teams to play other non-Cassante compositions. I'm totally here for it. Long range is the name of the game, and picks, as you say. Let's see if it can work out for WE here in Game 2.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Do you reckon that guy's on payroll? They are in WE's arena. Like,
if he isn't,
going
if
for it.
he should be if he's not, right? Like, my God, that man is a believer. As it looks like WE were able to get some aggressive vision down around Waze Luma, who's LWX.
Yeah, aggressive start to this one, but Hung is here. LWX forced the flash. He might just go down here, honestly. Heal for movement speed. LWX trying to get underneath the tower. The heal comes out from him. One more auto will finish the job. Stay with First Blood.
Ming trying to be a homie to save his AD carry, but it was not enough. And what a great person to end up with the kill. Stay now, having the advantage of this lane. Might even set up for more shenanigans. And look at the minimap. It not only set up for an advantage bot, it led to Hung being able to invade and start the enemy red.
This really couldn't have gone worse, like at all, for the side of RNG. The fact that your Lucian army is now behind Lucian, gonna miss at least 1 minion of XP there as well. And all of your summoners on cooldown in that bottom lane. I'm a little bit nervous for LWX this game as well. The fact that he doesn't have cleanse against this composition from WE, that could be really dicey. You expect Ming to go Mikhail's first item, honestly, with the fact he's up against this TF.
Yeah, definitely. So we're going to jump into the replay of what went down. Again, W made their way to sort of the top side. We're able to get some deep vision up there to counter what RNG were able to get for themselves. and I guess just not spotting Hung led to RNG having the confidence to look for this play immediately, ignite, exhaust, these types of things traded, but just not ready for Hung on the flank. Flashes forward, runs it down. I thought Ming was going to be able to pull it through with that bit of heal, but the fact that Stay managed to keep in range as well with his own flash was what sealed the deal for WE.
Huge advantage for WE to start us off. What an exciting way to begin the game. Look at Stay's inventory. He's already got his Swifties. It's 3 minutes in and he's got Swifties. He is the fast. That is for sure. I will say, Jhin, one of those champions that you do kind of have to buy the boost of swiftness. Not necessarily going to get a huge damage spike to start the game off. This way, in the bottom side. Are they going to try and dive this? This feels a little bit risky, to be honest. I want the
Hung's
flash.
close. Hung's not that far.
Oh god, this could go from bad to worse for RNG, but they decide not to go for the play in the end. Gold card in the top side as Wayward is just body and breathe in this matchup. I mean, this is why you pick that Twisted Fate in the top side as Way. Now going to be stunned against the wall, rooted as well. Just damage after damage onto the enemy jungler. As Stay and I literally just 2v3ing the bot side.
Yeah, doing so good. I got to point out the 25% win rate in top for Jax compared to like an 80% in jungle is kind of ridiculous. Of course, jungle sample size isn't all that big. It is only 5 games, but I guess showing it comes out when it is the counter pick, right? When it is the niche pick that can come as a result. So
yeah,
we'll see if that win rate can stay and maybe help RNG push this series to 3. I do Wayward playing on a knife's edge right now.
He's trying to bait because look where Hung is on the map. Trying to move into this top side of Breathe, dashes forward. He's fallen for it. W's back, still has his flash available. And WE are just going to try and crash this wave using Hung's pressure. Let's try and get this wave underneath the tower. I want these here to stop Way joining in onto the play as well. Flash available for him. The magical journey going to come through, and that will easily be enough to dissuade Way.
And this is one of the things right about Bard, easily being able to roam him around the map early on with that magical journey, just able to do so much, trying to enable and get an advantage of top side. And it seems like the momentum that WE were looking for with their aggression in game 1 is not slowing down so far in game 2.
Certainly not. And I love it. I love how much Iwandi is roaming on this team, and the fact that, you know, this time you're a Bard. Like, if there's a support that is rewarded for roaming regularly, it's Bard. So able to just get out onto the map and play for these grubs now that have spawned. Way tried to start it off, but Fofo Prio in the mid lane. Iwandi once again just roaming around. In the meantime, Ming is down in that bottom lane.
And you hit on Iwandi on the Bard. Bard, another champion that did hit some changes. Now that we're on 14-4, his armor growth was nerfed, so losing some durability as the game goes on, but gained some buffs in terms of damage with this passive in his Q. So might even set up for a slightly more aggressive Iwandi, or slightly unexpected damage able to come through. Stay's been fine by himself for now, but the magical journeyman finally making his way back home.
I like that, the magical journeyman. Good one.
Even serves 2 cups of hot cocoa. I love to see it.
Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Stay fully enjoying that. That's one of those, warm you right through. Marshmallow at the top of it as well. You love to see it. Iwandi, he's a barista that cares. I'm excited for this top lane though. We've hit level 6 now for Wayward. And Wayward has already been a top laner that likes to roam a little bit. We've seen him on the Darius kind of doing Adam things and moving to other lanes. But also, the most recent series in that win against ADG, he was on that Aatrox, managed to roam down and take out Kanavi on the Krogs as Iwandi zips out to safety. Trap in the brush. They won't be able to clear that ward, but now looking for Honeyfruit. Magical Journey on cooldown. Iwandi playing with fire a little bit as Wayward gets the gold card. Needs to be cautious of that all out, but he'll keep himself safe for now. Way now getting forced back out. WE want to commit to a play. This would be dangerous, but the magical journey sets up for a triple bubble. LWX exhausted, forced to flash. Way forced to flash. The CC chain on LWX. I mean, he's rooted for a long time. There's just no damage.
Poor WE. It looks so crazy to go through that magical journey up against the Nami. Not going to be able to find anything off it. And look at the minimap. Look how much Tangyuen's getting done in terms of just pushing in mid, even as a plate for himself already.
Stay. Good chunk there. Another root comes through. We have seen in this lane that every time Stay gets the root, he seems to want to go for an auto. Magical Journey. Oh, the bubble hits. Can they deny it? Yes. Hung taken out, and RNG get themselves on the board.
So RNG not only managed to find themselves a kill, but again, with the amount of roaming that's happening, with Iwandi leaving lane, Stays falling a little bit behind in CS, Tangyuan, I think, has been able to find a bit of a lead if both of them catch these waves because of the roam that we saw Fopo go for. So W are trying to make a lot of plays happen, but if they aren't actually finding kills or finding objectives off of it, it's kind of just allowing RNG to find small CS leads in certain lanes. I mean, hell, the CS lead bot's actually big,
yeah. Massive, massive lead for the side of LWX. And to be fair, Stay had that first kill, so they're still going to be relatively even in gold in the grand scheme of things, but I mean, it's pretty nice for LWX to be this far ahead. I wonder what's actually happened. Like, I feel like this is also, from Stay's perspective, like, how have you missed out on quite this much CS? Maybe not that comfortable on Jhin.
Yeah, and I mean, it could be that, and then you add in the fact that Iwandi has just been all over the map, and LWX and Ming may be keeping up that pressure since Ming hasn't been matching all that aggressively. He's kind of leaned over towards mid a few times, but mostly staying around that bot lane. Also, just constant hovering and constant like threat of aggression being there from Hung if you keep your eyes on the minimap. Actually wrapping his way around now towards Wei.
Wei on the Gromp for the time being as Hung moves in. Smited by Wei, but Wei taking a good old chunk, and Fofo is able to move over, so they really have a lot of threat when they want it as Wayward was moving down. The priority in that top side will be essentially infinite for Wayward unless Breathe can find some angle to fall out him across a wall. I believe, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe Wayward has not leveled his Q as well. He's gone for this build where you just max your E first and you get extra points in your W.
Yep. Good
calling here from LWX. You don't usually say it in the AD carry role. You usually see some points, or at least 1 point in the queue for AD carries, but up top, you really don't need the queue. Oh boy.
Stay forced to flash.
There's been some good bubbles from Ming this game. He's practiced on this Nami.
Which is crazy, right? Because like we said, this is LWX and Ming's first time playing Lucian Nami this split. They're first. And we're at the end of week 5. Like you said, week 1, 2, 3 especially. That's when it was like Lucian Nami against Aphelios Melio. It felt like every other game.
Yeah. It's kind of funny, really. Maybe Kenju came back and was like, look, Ming, we got to dig deep here. We got to go old school. Ming has tapped into the MSI champion within him. He's starting to fire on all cylinders. Tangyuan doesn't get caught by the root. Spiraling Despair is there. Big damage. The flash forced by Hung's W.
So not going to be able to get that one. We do have WE with 6 grubs now, but we'll see if they're really able to make use of that anywhere other than top with how much pressure Ming and LWX are keeping up. I like that Wei's kind of staying in the area too, allowing them to push safely just in case that Hung would have made it down himself. We also even have first items already starting to be complete with that Archangels for Tangyuan, and there it is. Even a Static Shiv actually surprisingly being picked up by LWX.
Yeah, LWX going for a wave player Lucian build.
Yeah.
This is an odd one. But I suppose, I mean, even if you're going all lightning items, you'd go Stormrazor first. Oh no, Stay. No flash available either. He is doomed on this one. Tangyuan grabs himself a kill. Fopo trying to pressure in the mid lane to answer, but really nice play from RNG just to punish Stay, who has been, let's be honest, fallen pretty far behind this game.
Yeah, has not been able to find any impact. He's really been kind of the loser of all the roams that W have made. They're going to hover in the area for now. Maybe look for this.
The magical journey means he gets stunned on the rocks. Here we go, Tangyuan underneath the tower. Should be taken down. You'd love to give that kill over to Fofo as well, but Hung actually just going to sneak an extra auto in and grab the kill for himself. You don't mind it on the Xin Zhao as LWX now has moved to the mid lane. And Stay is here to try and get some of this CS, but once again, alone under the tower, desperately trying to get this farm.
And it's already been 5 plates over to RNG side, and it feels like the name of the game so far has been WE like grouping up, trying to make a play somewhere, not really being able to lock a target down, have the damage, whatever it is. And it's kind of allowing RNG to just have these small rotations that are better, finding more CS, finding more turret plates, which makes it all the more surprising that they're still down so much in gold. We need to remember Wayward, obviously, on the TF is really going to distort that a bit, but I'm still a bit surprised that RNG aren't even, if not further up themselves.
Wayward looks for an opportunity onto Breathe. Once again, needs to stay away from those walls, but oh man, the damage you do on this TF is just kind of disgusting. That plate on 1 HP as well. This could be a double plate push for Wayward if he gets a little bit of time on the tower, but Breathe not actually going to reset. Way in the area as well. I expect him to push too aggressively.
I think it's kind of looking at the map holistically. WE have actually gotten a lot of turret plates for themselves. 2 down bot, about to be 3 in top, or maybe it was 3. I don't know if he finished the last one off or not. 1 in mid. So I guess that's where kind of small gold lead is coming from. But WE still keeping up a lot of the counter jungling. Iwandi needs to be careful.
Ooh. Tangoman nearly managed to steal that one. Iwandi, the magical journey, sets up for his flash. Does get out with his life, but did feel a little dicey for a second as Stay pushes in the mid lane, and it opens up WE to push towards the spot lane tower. Tanguan realizes that this is not a play he can stick around for. Fofo already got 1 plate in that mid lane. I believe both of these bot lane plates actually were Fofo pushing after LWX moved to the mid lane as well. So Fofo is quietly becoming an incredibly strong carry.
I mean, out of nowhere, just got a bounty on himself too after finishing off another one. So that seems like a very likely situation. Also, that whole time, Wayward was actually hovering around bot side river, which made it only more dangerous for RNG to stay around. So I love the pivot from RNG. Move up towards top side, pick yourselves up a Herald, and leave Breathe to his own devices to just eat the pressure.
Just Fofo one-shotting the wave and moving away. Breathe farming underneath that tower is, like you say, Wait, grabs himself the Herald, grabs the Scuttle Crab. He'll be able to try and use that for pressure somewhere on the map. It's about a 2,000 gold lead for WE. And it's fun to see WE playing a different style to the first game as well. Not as aggressive, not as like outright run in with this composition, but you know, it's quite a different composition. You can't really play the same style. I'm a little bit nervous about the mid game here. As Iwandi takes a chunk, the roots not going to hit as the curtain call lands. LWX tanks it, takes a few extra shots as well. On the wall, knocks Stay out of his ultimate here as Breathe tries to get in, but the magical journey should be able to get the team out of dodge. Iwandi zips away as a root comes in onto Tango. The lightning bolt hits as well. Hung forces the flash away, jumps onto the backside as well. Wayward in trouble, but he survives for the time being. And the spiraling despair is exactly the emotion that RNG feel.
And WE were able to hold that off in a 4v5 and buy enough time for Fofo to get there. Now pressuring mid, Dragons up. They should be able to turn to that. Low health bars might make them question the decision, as we can see Wayward recalling, doesn't have TP. So if anything did break out, but looks like RNG actually aren't even going to contend. Trying to contest.
And I feel like just staying that little bit extra in the mid lane as well, just trying to get a bit of harass down, like kind of almost like muscling a little bit just to make sure that RNG aren't willing to go for that Drake. Let's take another look, as this felt messy, so many flashes to start it.
And so many things missing, right? Tempered Fate doesn't land, Bubble doesn't land, the knockback there from Tangu and not able to connect. Hung's ult is going to buy them a lot of time from any damage able to come out from the Taliyah. And it's kind of this that mattered. They got enough time for Fofo to come through, who you pointed out is the big playmaker. Sure, RNG think they find Wayward. It was so close, but the spiraling despair and the slow that it gives was enough to allow the other members to follow through.
I can't believe Hung has taken that kill, man. Spiraling despair is on him. Fofo's fed. There's no way he's surviving that, and Hung W's to take the kill. Oh no, the bottle as well from Iwandi. Can we U-turn this and go back mid? I think they're going to just take it to the bottom lane instead.
I was actually hoping they would.
Yeah, nice bit of driver there. At least the Herald pulls them down to the bottom side. And that will get a charge now on the tier 2 because the tower died near it. Even though it didn't actually do anything on the tower, it will regain its charge.
Yeah, you can see it looks like Breeze going to help that one go through, but Hung and Fofo, different angles, aren't going to be able to do anything in the end because RNG still just have full control over the spot side with Way waiting in the wings.
I'm looking towards Wayward at this point in the game as well. Stack shift finished off. This is going to become a problem. 6 grubs for WE with a TF on their team. that is going to cause a lot of pain in the side lanes. Stay to chunk there from LWX as well. And I feel like RNG, I'm curious what the game plan is going to be, especially with LWX going for this weird Lucian build. Like, I don't know if that's some kind of indication of a different style that they want to play, like instead of going for the full burst. Maybe they are going to go for the full burst, but felt like they needed some wave clear to deal with what WE are bringing. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I think coming up with any logic for it just, I feel like you're just going to end up missing out on a lot of damage that you would otherwise have, you know, with like the Storm Razor, the IE. Sometimes people go Navori, like whatever it is, instead of going, I mean, the TF build or the build we see on AD LeBlanc, or yeah, I'm kind of curious to see how this one works out. And it's starting to make more sense maybe why RNG have not played Lucian Nami at all this split.
Because LWX hasn't even Googled the builds, is that what you're saying?
Maybe, I'm not, you know, we'll see. They are 2K gold behind right now. They are down and out, but haven't been able to find a lead. He just hung.
Oh, Hung starts the engage. The calling on to stay though, but he's got so many cups of cocoa. He'll keep himself alive. Tango and flashes out the top side of the play. Breathe pretty much alone to stay the target. Ignite is ticking, but I don't think it'll be enough, and Breathe will finally fall. It's a double kill for Way with this TF. Starting to get scary.
And I love how WE are kind of just using, ooh, I want you to chill out, brother. Is WE still going to keep trying to go getting some damage down? But I love that WE are using Stay as like bait. That is all he's for. And all the other members are actually the ones getting on the back line, dealing damage. Stay's job is only to stay alive and let these other members take over.
Yeah.
Now another turret broken down, and bigger gold loot to contend with.
Honestly, it's great to see Jhin used like Jhin should be used. I feel like it's a long time since I saw a team actually playing Jhin well. Like, so often you see Jhin just used as a front-to-back AD carry, and that's really not where he's strongest. He wants to be played at maximum range. You want to be getting value out of that ultimate, and I feel like this composition really sets up for the Jhin to get that value.
Yeah, I mean, there's two things we know about Jhin. Long-range picks and flanks from Juanfall. Really the only two rules of playing.
Flanks from the enemy base, yeah.
Yeah,
that's
we're
really
gonna see
was.
here. I mean, really nice engage. Like you're saying, the curtain call comes out to start things off with the slow. He gets forced away quickly, but with Wayward on the flank with the Destiny, they're just in such an awkward position. And, you know, you can see, we're not seeing it on our screen now, but LWX and Main kind of not exactly knowing what their roles should be in the fight. It's like, hey, do we just keep denying and dissuading the Jhin from walking forward? Or should we actually help out with our team and like peel for the rest of our members?
Oh, root onto LWX. He's gone. See you later. Yeah, during the fight, it's like LWX there, like, how am I meant to static shift a minion wave if we're fighting a River, guys? What's the point of this build if we're actually going to fight them? I don't know. Weird game from RNG, weird game from LWX, and again, I already talked about maybe you have to go Mikhail's first item for Ming. That is exactly why, because once you're caught on this Lucian, you're going nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, right, gold card, the tons of ways that Hui could lock you down, like so many different things you have to worry about once you're locked down, once you are screwed.
And, you know, the thing is, you kind of need to go Imperial Mandate, right? That's the argument against it. But if your Lucian's not building damage anyway, that doesn't really matter too much. So this is a big play from RNG. They're sending everyone to try and get Fofa and Iwandi. They're going to finally take this part down. That's his first death of the game. He's been close many times, but finally finished off.
One kill went over though, but at the same time, WE picked up another dragon, and we also just saw Wayward get a turret. Curtain call opens.
There we go, lightning bolts from the sky as well. Way taking a chunk. And to be fair, Stay is starting to do a lot of damage. That lethality Jhin coming up big. LWX just trying to get these procs, trying to survive. Oh, the Rue lands! The lightning bolt from the sky. The cards are in. And it looks like Destiny is going to be a victory for WE at this point.
You know, it might have been a rough laning phase for Stay, and right, we were trying to give some amounts of like caveats and silver linings with like Wandy roaming so much, but he's really been so on point with these roots connecting. And 0-4-0 for LWX. It has been rough. We know for RNG, they tried to bring in LP for a series. It didn't work out. Immediately pivot back to LWX, and again, it's a shame because I really feel like the story for RNG coming into the year should have been getting Ming back, you know, maybe trying to make a push towards like an upper playoff finish and seeing how far they could go. But I don't know if it's meta. I don't know if it's, you know, behind the scenes dynamics, but things really just have not worked out the way that this roster should work out on paper.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been disappointing through and through, right? Like, I think anyone who's been a fan of this RNG roster, anyone who watched, you know, that MSI run,
anyone who believes Ming,
time ago now.
Anyone who believes that Ming deserved those 2 MVPs, but hey, he didn't get them. WE though, out of nowhere, starting up a Baron. Doesn't look like they're really going to commit too heavily towards it.
You know, with a Jhin, you wouldn't expect him to do it fast, but with the TF from the top lane, they certainly can. Wei dodges the gold card. Ming, golden on the backside. The Crescent Guard keeping hung alive as Wayward threatens on the front line, and LWX is gone again. There goes Ming as well. The damage out from Fofo's ult is disgusting. A double kill as Wei is slowed and will be taken down. Surely I1D finishes it. The flash from Wei keeps him alive. This is a massacre.
And if there's one thing that WE's comp could do right is turn with the amount of ways to lock you down. They showed us right there, and now they are going to be able to actually claim this Baron and start breaking down RNG's base.
You know, stay maybe like 50 CS down, 60 CS down, but who cares? Who cares when he's team fighting like this on the Jhin? It is beautiful to see.
I agree. I feel like the most important thing is, like, are you doing your job on your champion? And he is. We see WE here trying to draw them in. This was clearly a goal the whole time to buy a fight. Tempered Fate comes out, but Nami ult shuts it down. The first thing to notice, though, is Hung's ult doing so much to make sure that RNG can't land any damage. And then once Wayward gets involved with the gold card, they can just keep following through. Spiral Despair got used, and then Fofo able to keep going with the QW. God, everything just working out so well. I love seeing the way that, like, these... Again, like, Wayward runs up and immediately able to Destiny from behind. Like, so many different angles that RNG just can't keep track of.
What a performance from WE. You know, they took that game off of JDG, and to me, like, this has been a solid roster, don't get me wrong, but the win against JDG, or at least the game win against JDG, felt like, you know, JDG making a few mistakes, well punished by WE, but is this going to be, you know, replicatable? I don't think that's a word, but... I'm sure people know what I mean.
I think the most exciting thing on that note is the fact that WE have, like, beat bottom tier teams like EDG, beat mid to top tier teams like IG, and brought it to JDG, right? They've shown they can kind of compete at every level, and now this win over RNG is only going to cement that even more. Hell, with this win, they'll be 3-1, would stay on the roster.
I mean, counting chickens a little bit, they're only 9,000 gold up at 25 minutes with an inhibit Baron. Like, and this is not over yet.
You're right. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself.
If there's one thing we know RNG for this split, it's coming back when the odds are against them. I will say, with the Taliyah and the Nami, Stay just never gets to stick in his ultimate this game, does he? LWX in trouble, Ming taken down as Fofo looks for a little bit more on the back line. They've separated RNG and they are picking them apart. A double kill for Stay. Give him the quadra. He's on the Jhin. We need to see the 4. I don't think it's going to happen this time as they're just looking to end the game. WE, clean stuff in this series. 2 totally different compositions, 2 comprehensive wins. This team is a team to watch in the LPL right now. Team WE living up to the organization's reputation from all those years ago.
Yeah, 6-3 now. Like, God, what a good start for WE. WE also trying their best to, like, keep us moving forward, right? Because we are in 3 stadiums today. Xi'an now, Suzhou next, back to Shanghai at the end of the day. And WE made this easy work. It was a bit messy at times, but the thing I liked about it is WE kind of look like the opposite of most teams we have in the league right now. Like, even if you have a team that maybe is a bit disciplined, like, I don't know, maybe come from a team like LNG, they aren't super proactive. They don't always look like they have an idea of how to move the game forward. And I think a lot of teams like that are like that in LPL right now. Hell, RNG being one of them. Even if it's not always clean, even if it isn't always the best thought out plan, WE are always trying to do something. And I love that.
And I feel like they need to consistently do that even against the top teams, because I've said this a couple of times now on cast. I'm going to say it again. If we, as a region, are going to look good when it comes to MSI, we need more than what a lot of the teams have been bringing to the table so far. And I feel like WE are pushing that forwards. I'm here for it. I want to see more of this. And I want to see them kind of forcing other teams to play a little bit more like this as well. Renekton getting buffed recently, potentially coming back into the meta. That's got to be a positive for the LPL. I feel like there are good things happening at WE. Right now, they're the spearhead of some of those good things.
Yeah, and like, I mean, now we've had 2 days, right? We've had more action. We've had more wonky picks these 2 days. We've had first pick Nautilus. LPL is starting to feel like our LPL again. But again, I can't say enough good things about WE because they were another one of those teams that it felt like maybe that their score was a bit deceiving to how well they're actually doing. But if you seriously just take a holistic look at the league, it's like, no, this WE team is a team that actually has to be respected. They are performing better than just most teams are in the league right now. And a lot of that being off the back of people like Hung, another young Miracle Jungle. It's kind of funny. We didn't really get a chance to talk about it, but beating Wei, another former YM jungler coming in and really just spearheading the squad so well.
It's kind of crazy to me that WE are, or at least were at the start of this, in like 8th place in the league, because they feel like a stronger team than that. It feels like we've consistently seen them doing better than that. But actually, when you look at who they've already played, they've already had to face NIP, they've already had to face JDG, they've already had to face IG as well, which actually getting the win against IG as well, which is quite big. Like, they still have a few big opponents to take on, like Top Esports is going to be there, BLG is going to be there. But in the grand scheme of things, they have had a reasonable schedule. They've come out extremely positive. Like, this is a really, really good look for WE. Definitely a playoffs team, potentially a top 6 team.
Yeah, again, they're on such a good trajectory to where you move over to RNG, now going to be at 2-7, and it's like, all right, you really have like one more loss you can kind of afford yourself and still have a decent chance. Realistically, you could make playoffs with 9 wins. It has happened before, but it's only ever happened in one split. It's only happened in 2022 summer, so I would not bank on making playoffs with 9 losses.
I will say this split is shaken up to potentially be one of those splits, though, because when you look at the bottom of the scoreboard, there are so many teams with so few wins. Like EDG, Thundertalk, Ultra Prime, LGD, RA, and RNG are all on 2 wins and 6+ losses. So
yeah,
this actually really could be one of the splits where a 7-win team makes playoffs, because we have so many exceptionally losing teams. That sounds like an insult. It's not. I just mean like the amount of losses that they have.
You tried your best to get that to come through, but there was really no way it could sound nicer. As we can move on, as we are going to get the stats from the game. I want to see LWX's damage. As wow, actually surprisingly respectable. I kind of expected to be way less coming through. Honestly, I'm even just surprised at Wayward being swapped, but I guess he was just poking a K'Sante.
I was going to say, he's autoing a K'Sante all lane long. I feel like he's chilling. Fofo, I think, is the outlier here, where in those team fights, I think Fofo was really doing the brunt of the team's damage. I honestly, even though like Iwandi played well, Hung played well, Stay played well, I feel like Fofo should get the MVP for this one. Like, in both games of this series, he really was a lot of the damage coming out from the team in the fights, and I feel like those team fights don't work unless Fofo's hitting his skill shots, and he was hitting every single skill shot.
Yeah, in my mind, it has to be him or Wayward for this game. I do agree, though. It just feels like Fofo maybe should get it, because the series overall, he's played very well. But I think a lot of those destinies that Wayward was putting up later in the game especially was huge. But I don't know, man. You can even look at Hung with the Crescent guards, because that was making so RG could do nothing. Like,
I mean, Iwandi gets the MVP in my eyes for just sheer fun factor.
Give it to all of them. Give it to all of them right now.
He was flying in, he was messing around, magical journey back out. He only died 1 time in the game, and that was like when literally everyone at RNG was chasing him through the jungle. So I feel like, you know, he gets the token of fun from Munchables, you know, that classic award that everyone's always talking about. Good job.
How much does that work? Like if I got a token of fun and I wanted to sell it online, like how much does it go for?
Well, it does depend on the market at the time, but generally speaking, at least a few million imaginary internet points. So it's valuable on Reddit at the very least.
There we go. There we go. Well, I'm hoping WE now also going to be a little bit more valuable on Reddit. That was the best way I could tie it back in to the series as we wait for our MVP.
I like the attempt. I like the attempt. It was definitely, we went on a strange tangent there, but yeah, WE, I think very happy with this result. RNG, again, like, it's a tough look, isn't it? 6 losses in a row at this point. I mean, look, one of the classic matchups in the LPL is RNG versus EDG, and RNG, they saw EDG getting all the attention. They were just some middle-of-the-table team. Nobody was talking about them. Everyone was talking about EDG, so they're like, you know what? If you could go on a 7-loss streak, we could go on a 7-loss streak. So they're plowing down to the bottom of the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at some of the moments of this game. As you know, I like the idea of the aggressive level 1 to try and punish Jhin, but unfortunately, junglers exist.
I mean, right, RNG just trying to find a way to get an advantage in the game, to actually convert into a win, and sadly, just slight kind of vision differences allowing for a lot of these plays to come through where they weren't spotted. I will say for RNG real quick, just going back to looking forward, that at the very least their next series is TT, but I don't even know if that's necessarily a good thing, right? Because that's where they have to show up. RNG have to win that series. If not, I think it's looking pretty doomed. After TT they face JDG, so it's not going to stay at that level where they can potentially find a win. So
Yeah.
you know, they came in today, they tried to stay being Mr. Meta, wasn't able to work out, and again, it felt like at their best they were looking for these counter punches, and sometimes they were working out well, but WE was throwing too many punches, and RNG's like, yo, how do you have like 20 fists? I only have 2.
Yeah, just like the Jhin skin when you go for the recall, it's just arms everywhere from WE. And honestly, when you look at these fights, it feels so difficult for RNG to play, especially LWX. I feel like you kind of needed cleanse here for LWX. I know you want to go Ignite when you're playing Lucian Nami, you want that lane pressure, but I don't know, there's just too much CC coming out on the other side. We needed a minimum of Gales, but I think maybe a cleanse as well, to be honest, just to try and get yourself out of these ones. Like, once that gold card lands, you're just dead.
It's the worst too, right? Because it's like once any part of the CC from literally any of our champions land, like you are never moving again.
There we go, another gold card.
Yeah, and they're just able to keep running it down. They have such long-range ways of continuing the fight. So I really like it. I really hope WE keeps going with this style in both games, right? They kind of leaned heavier into playing this like pick composition style. Even in game 1, you were the one pointing out that they weren't grouping up a whole bunch, right? It was all about the skirmishes and the picks. We finally get to find out our MVP. I'm still going to guess maybe Wayward. And yeah, does end up being true. His destinies in this game, I think, came in so clutch in the end. But I agree, Phobo does deserve that special shout out for the series as a whole.
Yeah, and Wandy gets his fun token as well, so that's good for him. I feel like the whole team played incredibly well today. Like, this was very much a team-wide win. Stay having a really hard early game, but then more than making up for it in the fights as well. So, honestly, all things considered, phenomenal game from WE. And I like that even though your AD carry's fallen so far behind in the early game, it just doesn't matter because that's not the carry in this game. Fantastic stuff from WE. We're going to jump into a break. That's our first series already done. We have blasted through it. And next up is LNG versus Ultra Prime. I think 2 teams that have started to look a lot better as the split has gone on. Let's see if that continues after the break.
battle has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. I'm Munch, I'm joined by Lyric as we head towards our second series already. We are flying through today, or at least WE were flying through RNG, that's for sure. Ultra Prime vs LNG up next though, Lyric, and this one I think a little bit more difficult to call.
Yeah, this one's going to be close, right? We're going to start off with Ultra Prime, who, at the very least, coming off a win, I think they, like you said in the last series, they've looked a bit better recently, even in some of their losses in terms of gameplay. Doggo's been stepping up, Uakai's been stepping up, and it's just overall around been nice to see for this side.
Yeah, I feel like this is an Ultra Prime that, while they haven't looked incredible in every game, there's definitely players that have underperformed. There are definitely positives to take away, especially in that mid lane with Uakai. I think Uakai has had some really, really great moments across the course of the split, but also Jue. I think Jue has actually been a really, really positive support, especially on the Renata. He's had some incredible games. We take a look at some of the moments from this team that have looked a bit more positive, where they're able to take series against teams like RA that maybe in the standings they're in a similar position, but it definitely feels like Ultra Prime are outright the better team.
Yeah, it didn't even feel close. I mean, great team fighting all around. You already highlighting that Uakai, especially really coming alive. Hell, we talked about Uakai last week. Is this guy who can, start off a team fight really good, find a double kill, find a triple kill, but then would overheat, go in a bit too far, and kind of give away some of the advantages that Up were finding. We were not seeing that whatsoever in their series against RA, and they were just really confidently and dominantly able to take over.
Yeah, Uakai in
this.
fights like this, just like somehow managing to find a couple of moments, takes out Vikla, takes out Zora as well. And it's like, there's been a lot of criticism levied towards like the Tankazir build, things like this, but even still managing to make those plays happen. Let's take a look. LNG, I mean, when you look at the roster, you'd feel that Ultra Prime are a massive underdog coming into this one, especially in that mid lane. Scout there, Gala, Mark going to be stepping in today alongside Weiwei and Zika, and it does feel like this is a team that should be towards the top of the table, but honestly, like if you took the nameplates off, you wouldn't believe it was these players on the stage.
3 and 6 right now in the standings, sitting in 11th. One win under Weibo, but they also have 2 more losses. So, in a rough position, but it looked better in their last series. We have some clips when they played RNG, and I expected that closer than it was, but LNG just kind of came out. I think it was game 1 where things were a little bit slower, but still able, I think, coming in a bit more proactive than we're typically used to seeing LNG do, and things looked more cohesive up against RNG.
It certainly did. It does feel like they, like you say, they're getting better. Things are starting to look better, but especially players like Scout, I'm kind of wondering what's been going on here. And, plays like this, really, really good to proactively punish this. I think that was the biggest takeaway for me from this team, is like the fact that they are being a bit more proactive and actually looking for chances to find these creative moments, these creative ways to get themselves a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, especially that last clip, right, where no way Breeze can expect there's so many members waiting over that wall. It's those types of creative plays where it felt like we were seeing WE do really well in that first series, so I'm hoping we can see a little bit of the same. Again, LNG, I think we're more aggressive in their last series than what we're used to seeing. Again, a lot of people kind of giving that turtle moniker.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping it bleeds into today. The fact that now, moving from 14.2 to 14.4, we've been seeing a lot more interesting drafts as well. So I think both of these teams definitely having the ability to step up and try and find this win when they're so close in the standings.
Yeah, this should genuinely be quite a good game. I'm excited to see how the 2 teams look today. I feel like, honestly, bizarrely, in the mid lane, I'm looking towards Uakai as opposed to Scout this split, which is just, statement is mind-blowing.
Yeah.
The fact that you can't rely on Scout is, I don't know if I've ever felt that before in the LPL. I don't think I've ever felt that Scout was not a reliable mid laner, but this split he's had a hard time, but it does feel like him and Xiaohu both having a couple of good games more recently, having ways to find themselves back in. It's not perfect yet, but at least there are some positives to look at.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious where this one will be decided, just because I feel like we've seen in the last series, like we've been seeing more recently, just overall in terms of top side, like more teams are willing to put more resources in mid and top. So I think that can really drastically change what we're seeing now. Again, even just the picks that can come through, highlighting things like the Renekton earlier, the Smolder. I still want to see more of it, even if it was kind of ridiculous. Of what was it, like the 1948 execute coming on through? I want to see if anyone can outdo that much. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, that was damn quick from Elk. He was stacking real fast, and I feel like if teams do figure out how to play around that, Smolder could be a bit of a problem. We'll have to wait and see how that develops here in the LPL. It certainly lacks early presence, which, you know, take that or leave it. I feel like LPL's been quite slow this split, so I don't think it matters that much that it lacks early presence right now.
Especially in this series, especially between Ultra Pride and LNG, who are the two lowest champion kill per minute teams in the LPL. So it would be fit right in.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. Also, Smolder solo lane is a thing. We've seen it a fair bit mid, we've seen it a fair bit top as well. Whether or not that will be acceptable in pro play is a different question entirely, but we're getting ADTF top, so I guess you don't necessarily have the same level of pressure, but in the right matchup, you can certainly scale up. We'll have to see. We'll have to see if Smolder's going to come through today. I'm curious what the priorities for both teams will be as well. Like, we got a B1 Nautilus today coming on through. That the second game draft from WE as well was really wacky compared to what the meta has been so far this split. So I'm curious what we'll have cooked up for us on 14.4, because there has been quite a lot of changes between now and 2 days ago.
Yeah, even things kind of looking out to the champion pools, like for Ultra Prime, the Maokai, it's been one of the big things the hackers leaned on. It's taken a bunch of nerfs between 14.3 and 14.4. We've still been seeing it in the support role with the Senna. We really haven't been seeing it as much in the jungle. So it's like, hey, well, that being hit and not finding that presence, does that hurt Ultra Prime a little bit? Things like the mid lane pool, I'm kind of wondering, again, can Scout find his legs on something? Are they going to go the IG route and maybe cook a little bit too much and burn down the kitchen with the Renekton, or you know, are they just going to lean on the Azirs? Are they going to lean on the Hways? Maybe a bit more Karma, because we haven't really seen that come out from Scout, and I feel like just having that hard pushing, hard prio in mid has opened up so many more possibilities for a lot of the teams we've been seeing in the league.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they've cooked up for us. The mid lane, I think, is... do you know, we've not seen that much variety in the mid lane, but equally, I feel like there is space for flexibility in that lane.
Yeah.
I feel like as you could play, and with control mages being the meta, you know, they can be lane bullies against some of these weirder picks, but I'm a little disappointed that we've not seen more. With Kayn Rucken coming into the game, I expected to see more tank mid to answer the fact that you're up against mages, to just like force Prio and roam around the map a little bit more. We've not seen it at all, really. I was kind of hoping that would be a way to play the game.
Yeah, sadly seems even less likely now that Kayn Rucken has taken a small hit in terms of the shield and the cooldown on it. Hasn't stopped people from buying it, but making it a little bit less viable. If you want that much, we need to bring back Banner of Command, which people hated at the time, but I thought it was hilarious. Banner of Command, Scion mid, enemy AP champion has no chance of killing that minion. And yeah, it probably wasn't healthy for the game, but again, I thought it was so funny, especially when the team would buy a ZZ Rod as well, and like throw that in some other lane, and it's like, how do we answer? What do we do?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was funny for like a couple of games, and then I hated it. So
Nope, it never stopped being funny.
I can't say I relate to you at all in that one. There's Ultra Prime stepping out onto the stage. Obviously, they're in LNG's arena today, so they perhaps won't be the fan favourites, but certainly the favourites in some people's hearts, I hope.
I think the favorite in a lot of people's hearts. A lot of people believe in this Ultra Prime roster. Don't doubt me. There he is. We got Xiaobai coming out as well. A man who used to be part of this org back when it was E-Star. Of course, moved over to RNG, played for them a little bit, moved over to the coaching staff for RNG before making his way back to his home of Ultra Prime. I guess I don't know if it is back to his home, though, considering that he played in LDL for RNG, so he swapped from his first home back to his, like, second vacation home. And it actually might be a better home, as Ultra Prime actually do have a chance to finish above RNG. It's actually not looking that weird of a possibility.
It's looking maybe likely at this point. Currently in those standings, Ultra Prime are higher up than RNG, because Ultra Prime are 8 and 15 and RNG are 6 and 15. So slightly better game difference for Ultra Prime. They are above RNG right now.
I do gotta say much though. They have the most unfortunate 3 weeks coming up after this. Like, my God, they actually have to play JDG, Tez, and BLG back to back to back. What a gauntlet! What just how crazy to make them go through that one after another.
Yeah, I remember watching them when they beat RA. I was like, damn, they're actually looking kind of okay, you know, like some good stuff to look at. I wonder what their schedule is like. Maybe this is a team that could have a late run for playoffs. No, LNG, JDG, Top Esports, BLG, and then even OMG. Like, you expect
Even
OMG to be a
WE still
favorite
left.
over. Yeah, Ultra Prime. This is a team that is not making playoffs. I'm sorry to say it, guys. Unless that, like, this would be the miracle run of all miracle runs if Ultra Prime.
If they make it to playoffs with this schedule, if they run that gauntlet and destroy everyone, they're winning playoffs. I want us to go overboard right now, overhype the team before, you know, we get on the rift and any dreams are broken.
It's a conversation to be had, isn't it? That if Ultra Prime makes it to playoffs at this stage, then they probably are the best team to represent LPL at MSI. If they go on that run to get into playoffs, they probably win the whole of playoffs and probably go on and take over the world. You know, I'd vote for them.
Look at that smile that Decade came in with. Kind of tempering it now. Doesn't want to show too much joy in the face of what he is expecting to be a slaughter against LNG. And now to bring it back, to bring it a little bit more serious, right? I feel like when you look at Ultra Prime, one of the ways I expect and hope teams to target them is especially in jungle because of how volatile, you know, if we could use that word, the hacker is, and how he is a player that can be exploited. Weiwei hasn't blitzed so far, but we know he's a jungler who can step up, can take over. We've seen it across many different organizations and rosters, and I feel like he's going to be the player we have to look at to really take Ultra Prime down and make their way up to 4 wins.
You know, I thought for a second there you were going to just end the sentence of, we know he's a jungler. And just kind of move on from that point. And I would have been here for it. I would have been here for it entirely. Zika there, stoic as ever. Like you say, Weiwei, having some struggles. This whole roster having some struggles, but the most recent series feels like perhaps fixing a couple of those things. Gala's looking okay. I'll give him that. Gala's looking pretty all right. But,
yeah.
you know, there's only so much you can do.
I agree, right? Even with swapping around supports, obviously they were starting to split off with Mark. Rod and Hung a few series ago. Still didn't really change too much. They were able to pull off a win against RNG, but still, they're hoping for more. One thing I will say about Hung coming in, he has played Heimer. And I told Mazel yesterday on broadcast, I am completely fine, more than fine. I'm happy if Heimer becomes a staple every single game. So Hung, please make it happen.
That's not about every single game.
Every single game.
I don't
A
hate
different role,
Heimer,
too.
but the one thing I do want to talk about as well, actually, is, you know, we talked about Ultra Prime's schedule and how Giga doomed it is. I feel like LNG have the opposite schedule. They have a Giga Blessed schedule. As, you know, it sucked at the start of the year. They had to play Weibo, then JDG, then BLG, and then FPX, and then Top Esports, and then NIP. Like, that's a hell of a run of teams to have to go up against. But now, you know, Ultra Prime, LGD, although LGD came off Top Esports, I don't know, or nearly at least. Then, like, IG, EDG, AL, WE, RA. They've got quite a few bottom teams still to go in their schedule. Is the point I'm making. Maybe there's a late surge. Lucian, Nautilus, Ash, banned away by LNG, and mid laners taken away by Ultra Prime.
Yeah, it really helped at all in the last series. This time around, it will come through. Now for Ultra Prime's last ban. I mean, it's kind of strange, right? Because I feel like usually now is where you'd see something like a Varus ban potentially come through, especially with how much LNG have leaned on it. But with the Ashe being takeaway, it's a bit of a soft ban from that one. The Renata does mean the Kalista potency not going to be as strong. But now, with more teams willing to lean into this TF, it doesn't feel as set in stone that it's going to be a Senna first pick. Like, maybe it would have felt before we came onto this patch.
Varus still strong, though. Still something that you can pretty confidently just lock in. I feel like Varus, so flexible, you know. You really can pick him in almost any draft. We'll see what kind of build it's going to go. We'll see what the rest of the draft is going to look like as Ultra Prime I mean, Hacker has absolutely loved the Xin Zhao. Most teams are loving the Xin Zhao, but I feel like this has very much been almost to the point where maybe it's a crutch for Hacker at this stage. He absolutely loves that Xin Zhao.
Yeah, now for up, it's in my mind about kind of steal for. We've already hit them like the Senna lanes still being available. Xayah Rakan is something you sometimes see come out against Tavares to have the ult to play against the Chains of Corruption. And then it's about if they'd be willing to lean into anything a little bit more eccentric. With the Maokai coming out, it kind of sets up for the potential of the Senna on 3.
So Maokai there. And obviously not a flex either. That is going to be in the support role. Got a Xin Zhao already locked in. Rakan alongside the Varus. It's going to be the choice for Hung. We know Hung, pretty solid. Rakan definitely can find those engages. Varus very good at following up on that as well. I feel like maybe a jungler could be required, but no, LNG deciding to prioritize that Cassante for the top lane.
Yeah, still a lot of things that Weiwei has pulled out this split, so they do have the options there. I wonder, I was going to say, because, right, the Senna would be expected here, but Ultra Prime have actually been one of the teams who have been a little bit more, have shown us some flashes down in bot lane. Again, we're obviously thinking back to the Rammus, so being a little bit heavier. A lot of mid lane dance from Ultra Prime's first rotation. I wonder if you just keep doubling down. Things like the Talia, the Nico still open. You can kind of get your pick of the litter between those priority mids and just take away the other. It might force LNG to ban some out themselves, and then we kind of really be in the next tier 3 of mid lane picks.
Which would be exciting to watch, changing things up a little bit. I feel like Tristana still a pick that can be extremely strong in that mid lane right now in the meta, but no mid lane ban so far with the Vi taken off and Udyr the answer. So trying to set up Zika with a solid matchup there. Twisted Fate is still available for that top lane. I'm just saying, Decade, I don't know how confident you're feeling. I don't know how practiced you are on the Twisted Fate. He's played a bit of Gnar, but yeah, we'll see what matchup he goes for. I'd love to see the Twisted Fate again.
I feel like the most expected thing that Ultra Prime are going to hope for in top lane is going to be that Aatrox. It's Decade's second most played pick in 6 games. You have to send him down in that bot side too to kind of enable his sustain and healing even more in potential long drawn out skirmishes. So I wonder if LNG decide to take that one away, or if they fear any of the potential mid lane options that Uakai could go for. Uakai, I was going to say, has been someone who's actually leaned heavier on the Akali than other players. So LNG do recognize that. Potentially sets up for the Aatrox pick here for Ultra Prime.
Oh, Smolder's available. It could be a top lane Smolder. We did talk about solo lane Smolder being a thing, being an option. You stack it on up. I don't know whether they'll lock that one in. Kind of funny to see the Orianna ban as well, but Orianna right now, 9-29 in the LPL. Oh, Karma's made it through.
Yeah, actually.
It's no Karma bans.
It's one of the things that feels like it makes it through so infrequently, slipping our minds. She's going to have a ton of pressure to play with in the mid lane. LNG maybe going to try and answer back with the passive from Tristana's E to be able to contend with some of that push. It does give them a lot of AD, and they're going up against a pretty tanky composition so far set up by Ultra Prime. And oh my god, we actually get Weiwei bringing out the Ivern, so this more supported jungler to enhance the double marksman coming through for LNG.
All right, can't wait to check Twitter after this one and watch all the Ivern mains absolutely take Weiwei's pathing apart. Like, this is one of those champions that it gets real intense real quick when the conversations begin. Let's see what Ultra Prime will have as their final lock-in to try and answer this in the top side. It is just going to be the Aatrox locked in for Decade. Couple of, well, I say a couple of interesting picks. It's pretty much just the Ivern. It's the interesting pick in this one, alongside that Tristana mid.
It's going to be interesting, right? Because a lot's going to come down to, like, how well, obviously, Scout and Gala can position, and then the other three being able to peel for them. For Ultra Prime, they're going to hope to be able to find access to the backline with the Aatrox, Karma Shield speeding him up, throwing out the Maokai to guarantee the picks. So a lot, in my mind, is going to come down to if Ultra Prime can find those engages. But if LNG get off to a lead, right, you get Tristana Varus in front of turrets, they will just mow objectives down.
They certainly will. I'm excited for this one now. Ivern. I can't remember the last time I saw an Ivern.
I'm so happy
LPL.
I'm so happy we've changed patches. I don't know if it really impacts any of the fact of, like, a lot of these picks we're seeing aren't even picks that were changed or even really had items that affect them all too much. But so many differences coming out so far since we moved the 14 forward.
Yeah. So it's been a strange couple of days in terms of the draft, because like you say, none of these champions are even dramatically different in a big way. But here we go, Ivan. I wonder how long they've had this in the tank. I wonder how long they've been prepping this potential strategy for the right draft. Doesn't feel like there's anything particularly unique from the Ultra Prime draft, so I'd be surprised if they've been waiting on it. But Weiwei and Scout, we're looking at you. You've got the duo to work with. What can you do with it?
Yeah, gonna have to keep your eyes on. Again, I think a more consistent pace coming out from LNG in this game. And we're just gonna jump right in. Game 1, LNG versus Ultra Prime.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Okay, bit of an arena diff between
Yeah.
WE and LNG here. You know, LNG's arena, it's just silent when it comes to the Gyos. WE's arena, they've got a bloke on payroll screaming at the top of his lungs. It's a different look for the two teams right now, but then again, I'm a lot happier from a WE fan than an LNG fan. Weiwei forced to flash at level 1. That's gonna suck for him.
Yeah, I mean, Doggo popping the ghost immediately to run him down, and it forces Weiwei to go for that play. It does mean Gala and Hung going to try and look for a bit of aggression themselves. Should at least equal into a ward, and there it is from Gala. So going to get a bit of information in exchange, but Weiwei going to be feeling a lot more tense after that level 1.
Let's see what his strategy is going to be. Both players starting at their wolves. Not the usual start for Xin, but perhaps some special pathing that's going to come through based on the fact he's up against Ivan. We'll have to wait and see. As Weiwei setting these camps up with all the lovely sound effects and the candy canes. Oh, isn't it just lovely? Here we go, Yukai jumped on by Scout. Good level 2 spike, getting a bit of damage down.
Right, and again, going with that Tristan to try to match the presence that Karma puts up, usually just able to find lane prio in pretty much any matchup. It gives so much freedom for your jungler to be able to enable your side lanes very easily. So I like the pivot into the Tristana. Again, it can be a bit annoying later on, especially if after a decade, Jue just start stacking all that armor. But they are so long from, you know, having to worry about that problem. I think LNG are completely fine.
Yeah. One thing that's worth mentioning as well, Scout able to get that level 2 spike off the back of him and Hung clearing the ward of Raptors, so a little bit of a bonus for him as Weiwei sliding around the jungle. Be able to set up those 3 camps and move down towards that bottom side as well. Trading in the bot lane though, it's Jue and Hung exchanging health bars here, but obviously Rakan having that sustain from a bit of range does mean that it's a win for LNG.
Yeah, we also know, obviously, LNG's bot lane started on the wave, but the fact that Doggo did move up, even not having the ghost, maybe not being a huge thing this early on in the lane, but still, right, you're going to be a bit more mindful of trying to take aggressive trades for Ultra Prime. Right now, just hoping. There it is, Doggo hitting level 2. We can really do anything about it. And I mean, I guess this is what we expected, right? We said two of the lower champion kills per minute teams in the league. And with these compositions, both definitely fine with the game going the distance.
Yeah, I've got to say, Lyric, I've made a terrible mistake. I'm gonna hold that thought. Weiwei has moved into the bottom lane to drop a brush, and now he's leaving again. What a play from Weiwei! Absolutely god-tier jungling.
I gotta be honest, I don't really know what to expect much from Weiwei. It's so long, so infrequent since we see Iverns come out, especially in the LPL. Weiwei definitely one of the players who's leaned on it in the past years, but even then, it's been more of a sporadic one-off pick than anything else.
Yeah. We'll see how it works out in the long run. But as you say, a couple of the slower teams here, and I just want to tell everyone at home that I recently purchased a coffee machine. I've decided to up my coffee game at home. And I tried it out this morning. First time I've used it, I made myself a latte. But the problem is, it's got like a milk steamer. And it turns out when you turn that on, it also stops doing the other action it was currently doing because they both come out of the water tank, right? So I'm pretty sure I've just given myself essentially a cup of warm milk with like a splash of coffee at the bottom of it. And into a game between two teams that are both incredibly slow. I've got a warm milk alongside. Like, there's no way I'm awake in 20 minutes time. It's just doomed for me.
yeah, you're pretty much set on the path that you've chosen. As an American, we don't really have great coffee culture here after traveling the world more. So I'm a big fan of like budget bad coffee. Canned coffee, I love it. I don't know why, but yeah, just something about the badness of it all makes it so good.
You're an odd guy, Larry. Has anyone ever told you that?
I like to be down with the common man, because that is all I am,
I mean,
that didn't sound
Same.
anywhere. I was kind of hoping that would sound a bit more philosophical, but it didn't. It just sounded kind of pretentious.
it just makes it sound like you think that everyone else thinks that they're better than everyone or something. I don't know. I'm not really sure what to take away from that one.
Oh
yeah.
God! Hey, though, Grub's got taken both teams, getting a bit of the Grub action. You love to see it.
Oh yeah, 2 for 1. That's a bargain if you've ever seen one for Ultra Prime. What a moment. First, the Ivern gank bot where he drops a brush. Now, trading Grubs. This is a hype game of League of Legends. Doggo moving up to the top side here. We've seen this a few times from centers. Able to get some souls in the top lane instead of going for the 2v2 down on the bottom side of the map.
It's actually a bit interesting that we have Hung beating up. Gonna hope to find the kill.
Flash is on cooldown from Decade. He had to flash away from Zika's W earlier on. Decade should go down. Knockup goes wide. It won't matter though. First blood taken by Zika.
Really nice sidesteps from Decade, but they weren't enough to matter in the end. And this is a bit of a difference than what we typically see, right? Usually, the center roams top, but the enemy opposing bot lane still plays a 2v2, just stacks a bunch of plates. So nice pivot from LNG, sending Hung top to match to find their own angle to get a kill.
Weiwei moves mid as well. Scout is scary when those shields come into play. We're looking towards, once Weiwei has a couple of items, this Tristana is going to be problematic for the side of Ultra Prime. Same for Gala as well. On the Varus, he's going for the on-hit build, so the extra buffs will pay off. I honestly, we kind of, because of the slow pace of the game and the two teams that are playing and the fact that we got an Ivern, we've not really properly broken down the compositions, but it does feel like a really strong composition for LNG the longer the game goes on.
Yeah, and that's why it's kind of weird. I might need to hold back, though, is both teams right now posturing around Drake. Oh, Hacker just goes in.
Hacker gets knocked up and actually flashes forward. Jway there alongside him, and Scout almost getting destroyed, but he jumps and ults Doggo. Very nicely played as Yukai onto Hung on the bottom side of the play. Trying to force him out, and will be able to do so. Ultra Prime, well played, muscling their way onto the Drake.
Yeah, Scout kind of just left by his lonesome, which opened up for Ultra Prime to be so aggressive. Going to be a nice first Drake coming out from them. Hung still just sticking around for now. But like you said, right, because we haven't really broken down these team comps all too well. At the same time, it feels like both are in this for the long haul. Both going to be incredibly good at team fights. We'll start off with this replay to see how this all happened. Because LNG were actually here first, but don't really commit too much to actually looking for the all-in. The Maokai ult from Jway is great to lock down Scout. I can't believe he managed to get away. What great timing on the ult to make sure that Doggo can't finish him off with one auto. And Yukai misses a Q at the end. I don't think it would have made a big difference in regards to the play. Overall, just really nice from Ultra Prime. I feel like the mid game is where their comp should be a little bit stronger than LNG's potentially, especially with the Karma, the Xinjiao, and the Aatrox. That top side's gonna be able to put off a ton of bursts and really make Scout and Gala's life hard. For LNG, I feel like the longer it goes, the more DPS, things like Baron. Is much? Do I get
Yeah, Weiwei hit his root on the cannon though, so unfortunately, the action immediately fizzles out.
I guess my question though is, do you expect LNG to be a team that like post 20 minutes with this Tristana Varus to be like, yo, we can rush Baron, let's send it? That's what I'm wondering if LNG will do.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Did you see the ward that Decade just placed top? He just placed a ward like right outside of his tower. That's got to be a misclick, right? Like, what does that ward achieve?
Yeah, I guess it have to be right.
As Gala and Hung, look at this. So many plates into the pocket of this Varus. And on the on-hit Varus as well, like, you really do get a lot of value out of that gold the longer the game goes on. It's so nice to get an early lead on a pick like this that scales so exceptionally well. Yukai getting out daisied right now in the mid lane. But he'll be able to just clear things up. Still another 3 minutes until that next Drake comes up. You can see LNG sort of hovering towards that bottom side. They know that Ultra Prime are going for the grubs in the meantime. Perhaps considering a dive in the bottom lane, but going against it in the end.
Yeah, and weren't going to go for that. We're thinking about it. I thought even maybe just go deeper into the enemy jungle, try and steal away some camps. His scout is locked down.
He might just go aggressive on that one. The way he was sort of... He realized that the root was going to hit, and so he just turned around and started hitting Yuakai. I wasn't sure if he was going to look for some crazy all-in for the W reset and try and get away again. But, I mean, Ultra Prime, you got to do something about this bottom lane. They're actually just going to lose a tower at this rate.
Yeah, and they're not... Right, I mean, they've taken away grubs. They've stolen camps on top side, but they're way too sheepish about looking for anything in top. I guess it makes sense. The Kasante's getting to a point where he's kind of tanky, still has it all out, but... Yeah, this Varus is going to be a problem.
This is the thing. You can't be sheepish when you're up against the GOAT. Like, Scout in the conversation for greatest mid laners of all time. I mean, I don't know. I was reaching with that one, but you said sheep. I thought of another 5-yard animal. I tried my best. It didn't work.
You know, I want to believe that this game could be the start of the comeback for Scout. Yeah. The resurgence. The turnaround. Right now, you know, doesn't have any kills. He's farming up pretty nicely. He's getting his items. Has a bit of sustain now. You know, surviving that Karma Poke. Well, I guess he's had that the whole time since the Vampiric Scepter was the first thing he bought. But that's what I'm taking away as your message, Munch. You're saying this is where the GOAT Scout returns to form.
The gout, if you will.
Oh, no.
Gout will return to the mid lane.
You are unhinged today, my friend.
Oh dear, I hope none of our mid laners have gout. That would be suboptimal. As Hung, all in the bottom side, double quickness as well. As Gala's ultimate hits onto Chwei, not the ideal target, but still good damage flying out from this Varus already. The route to answer as the Q goes in for Chwei. He's going to be forced out of this lane. This is probably the tower taken now. Well played by LNG in the 2v2.
Exactly. They're going to be completely fine with this even if they didn't find the kill because it should lead into the tower. I guess the question is if Hacker actually commits to defending this. But look at the minimap. Weiwei and Scout aren't too far behind. I like that Scout has been constantly leaning down towards bot. I feel like it's something we haven't been seeing as much lately. And mid laners kind of really just locked into their lane and chunking out the other mid laner, but Scout constantly threatening his presence.
Here as well, Chwei TPing to the tower to keep that objective alive, crucially. Side of Ultra Prime, you can't really afford to lose the tier 1 this early on in the game if you can help it. And it would have felt like they'd kind of just passively lost it as well if it did go down. Yuka, in the meantime, has that Malignance now. So the mid lane matchup, not as one-sided as it has been early on in the laning phase. The priority not quite as easy for Scout to get.
And like I said, I mean, especially grouping up for some of these early fights, it's where I would expect Ultra Prime to be able to do a little bit better. I mean, the ult from Hacker is going to be able to deny a lot of the damage from Scout and Gala. You have Yuakai helping him run forward. And once Decade gets involved, I think that's where things really would go in favor of up. But it seems like LNG kind of realizing that that's the case, not even opting into any fights around this objective.
And you know, some people might look at this game of League of Legends and say, wow, nothing's happening. This is boring. But I would encourage you to look at the fact that Scout has more than 10. If that's not incredibly exciting, well, I don't think League of Legends is for you. Maybe watch golf or something. That's really not a more exciting sport. I don't know why I picked golf.
You had a lot to choose from.
A lot of exciting sports, and I chose golf. Well,
I do want to say, though, we do have LNG now kind of picking up most of their first items. Kraken Slayer for Scout, Blade of the Rune King for Gala, Redemption I saw in Weiwei's inventory. Not sure if Zika. Yep, so Zika did get the Iceborne Gauntlet as well. So even though, let's from a bit earlier on some of their key players like the Karma and the Xin Zhao, LNG keeping up in kind. Right now, kind of angling for this Rift Herald. We do have TPs on both our top laners, so they could potentially join in.
This could be a bit of a scrap. Maybe our first proper scrap of the game. Jway forced out by Daisy there. You can see the Mega Cupcake moving forwards, but you've got to be cautious this early in the game because Daisy's very killable, and there we go. Dead already. And now they're all in from the rest of the squad. Wei barely as Gala gets one of his own and a TP behind enemy lines. LNG can look for more here. Doggo rooted up. This is going to be huge as Zika arrives behind the enemy. Scout finds one. Zika looking for Doggo as well as Scout jumps away from Decade. Both AD carries still alive. Decade under the tower, but he can't finish the kills. Scout with 2.
Absolute teleport gap coming in from LNG. Like, Zika getting there first was the difference maker. Now able to turn on the turret, and this is where you see the strength of this composition, right? The second it's in front of turrets, Rift Heralds, Dragons, Barons, doesn't matter. They could finish those off so quickly. So nice gold swing by LNG, but everything started off so promising for Ultra Prime. I love the decisiveness to just jump straight onto the Ivern here. Even the flash coming out from Jway to lock him down. But the big difference in my mind is actually going to be the fact that look how much earlier the TP's coming out from Zika coming in. Because health bars are pretty even right now. If the Aatrox had been able to match, I feel like this would have been a fight that Zika really just taking over. And sure, the rest of the LNG members have to flash from the Aatrox, but able to buy space.
Yeah, and like shout out to Gala for his ultimate in that fight. It traveled 3 times. Like it starts off on Jway, it bounced 3 more times. He got 4 routes out of the ultimate, and none of them were at the same time as one another. I've never seen a Varus ult get that much value in a singular fight before, or at least get that many, travels in a single fight. Phenomenal stuff.
Are we going again right away?
I
It looks
so.
like we are.
Making up for the first 15 minutes, LNG and Ultra Prime putting up the jukes. It's time for another scrap. Decade, though, this time just rinsed. And Hacker knocks back the Q3 into the Daisy knockup as well. Just bounced around, and a root hit so Zika can fly on him. Scout over the wall for more. The Q3 should be able to find the knockback onto Yukai. Oh, he's not even needed. Zika just takes the kill. And LNG, they've woken up.
Yeah, great fighting there from Gala, from Zika. And once again, it didn't determine the play this time, but much faster TP coming out from Scout as compared to Yukai. And one thing that tells me is LNG are a lot more prepared for the play and for the fight itself. Like, they're actively talking about what to do before it happens. So in both those fights, right, Decade and Yuakai's TPs were so reactionary and so much later than their counterparts.
Does feel like this is an LNG that are coming in with a clear game plan. They've got an interesting draft. They're using it well, just grouping up for these fights.
And look, I mean, yeah, Zika just isolating him. The other members of Ultra Prime not able to follow up again. TP comes in much faster from the Tristana. They're able to play this front-to-back style. The Maokai's getting zoned off, so you don't actually have any CC peeling for your carries on up. And just the formation from LNG is so much better. It's crazy how we had no kills early on, but now, out of nowhere, 6k gold, and LNG can really just start destroying the map. Like, with this lead, now I'm scared of when things like Barons come up, with how fast they're going to be able to do it. Dragon, though, well, we have to keep our eyes on for now, with it coming up in 25 seconds. Zika is top, but his TP is about to be back up right now.
This would be 3rd Drake for Ultra Prime. I don't know if they can fight this straight up, to be honest. Like, they are so far behind in gold at this stage, but
just compare top lane items.
I mean, yeah, he's literally an entire item behind at this point in his Decade. This would be a 3rd Infernal Drake, though. One away from Infernal Soul. It'd certainly help if Ultra Prime could grab that. Hung looking for the engage. Zika's over the wall as well. Ultra Prime might just have to commit to trying to finish the Drake fast or something as Wei has heralded into the play. This is ridiculous. As Zika dives in amongst the team. The shields are there, but it's just not going to be enough. That right there is what we call a gold difference. Scout absolutely Gumba stomping his way through the fight. Jway gets a little knockback, but that's going to be a triple kill for Scout and a massacre in the name of LNG.
They get Dragon, they still have Herald in bot lane where Gala and Zika are pushing. They're gonna get so much off the map from this. Hell, look at top. Ultra Prime losing minions to turret. Like, this is a bit of a disaster across the whole map. Even
nice use of the Herald as well. Zika, you could have just slammed that into the bot in hip tower. You wouldn't finish the tower off. But no, he's like, hang on, mid tower's pretty low. Let's get a cheeky little bonus off the back of the play.
Like, we went from a pretty even game to a 10k gold lead out of nowhere. I do gotta say, Munch, this fight was incredibly crazy, incredibly hard to follow. But one of the first things to point out is Ultra Prime. So much threat by Zika and the Ivern, so they immediately try running towards these two sides. But I think we start to see the item differences, because Zika takes so long to get brought down with all the resistances that he has. Great job locking up 3 people from Ultra Prime, and then once Scout starts getting the resets with the jump, I mean, what can Ultra Prime do? Hell, I think a lot of this was done even with Gala's ult not connecting off of the flashes from Ultra Prime. So even with key skills not finding complete value, oh, never mind that, is you aren't killing this guy. He almost has another completed item after what just went down.
Look at the gold. It's 10,000 gold lead in 20 minutes. Like, LNG, this was a really slow first few minutes of the game, but they just suddenly flicked a switch, and now they are annihilating Ultra Prime.
I'm excited for the gold grab because it's going to look like LNG loaded into practice school and like 10 minutes in decided they wanted to give themselves like 3k gold.
Like
then another 5 minutes later, 5.
Onto a mountain, yeah.
Yeah.
Good lord. Here we go, TP behind them, Decade. Oh no, it's Tway actually trying to find a way to start a fight. The root's gonna come on through. Quickness on the front line just to try and buy space. Hunk sacrificing himself for the team, and it's paid off because Scout is railing them. Look at the damage coming out from this Tristana. And he just jumps into 3 players. Doggo forced away. The Scout's actually winning the 1v3, and now Doggo taken down as Weiwei runs to the backline, and Gala throws these arrows out, and a triple for Scout. This game is gonna end.
This might be the shortest game in LPL. Right now it's 20 minutes, 10 seconds. I wonder, are they gonna commit? No. So they don't go for it. Me and Mazel were excited because yesterday we had a similar circumstance where it almost happened. But
Cowards.
not gonna beat that game between
They could've done
BLG
it.
and EG.
They definitely
could've.
could have done it.
I agree. I'm with you. But they want a complete victory. They want to go, say hello to the Baron, pick that one up, finish killing all the structures on the map because, I mean, right, as casters, it feels really bad to like call it when it's over this early, but this is an insurmountable at this point in my mind. We're gonna see the fight start off. Ultra Prime even do find a pick, but again, it just kind of feels like a bit of a stat stiff at this point, able to play on the back half of the fight once all of Ultra Prime's cooldowns and use Scout, an absolute demon. Jumping into that one, immediately having to ult Hacker away, but I don't think they would have had the damage anyway to finish him off, and it just allowed to an absolute massacre.
So I guess the question that now has to be brought up is who the hell are you giving MVP to? Because I really don't know. Honestly, I feel like maybe even Zika. Look at his scoreline, 3-0-13. He's been a part of so many of these plays. As a top laner, you don't often get that much kill participation, but he's been there, Scout's been there, Weiwei setting up a lot of these plays. I mean, the Herald engaged from Weiwei, I'm kind of here for it.
I mean, I could let you know because we had the stats from earlier in the Wayward full screen of like Wayward has a 60% kill participation. He's second among top laners. Like that's how crazy it is. Getting up to 60% KP puts you in the upper echelon. So the fact that Zik has been able to find so much involvement is quite impressive.
His TPs have been fantastic. LNG can literally just walk into the base in 2 lanes simultaneously. It's a 15,000 gold lead. It is eye-watering how far ahead LNG are at this point. I'm pretty sure they're a full item ahead in every single lane. And I mean, they can just slowly but surely push this one through. Decade forced to flash. The engage comes in as Dway knocked aside and pushed away. Hacker buying space with the Crescent Guard. Ultra Prime's still alive for the time being, and the fact that that's the most positive thing I can say tells you everything about how this game has gone. LNG,
they can't kill him!
They took the turtle memes to heart. This is not a turtle, this is a rabbit in this race. 24 minutes on the clock and LNG are diving the fountain. This was beautiful to see that LNG have woken up in the LPL.
I want to believe it's exactly like you said. LNG, seeing the memes, seeing people talk about their pace of game online, having the team meeting, being like, yo boys, we gotta get things moving. We are not okay with these insults anymore. And right, that the first 10 minutes of the game, there weren't any kills. But the second we got our first team fight, I mean, It's kind of on Ultra Prime too for right after losing a team fight being like, we want that smoke again. LG gave it to them.
It's the fact that Ultra Prime are there like, we just lost a straight 5v5 and we're 6k down. I think we can fight Draken. Yeah, interesting decision making from Ultra Prime, but hey, LNG, what a punish. We're going to jump into a break, and well, LNG apparently they've got places to be. We'll see if they can keep that up in game 2. welcome back to the LPL. I'm Munch, that's Lyric, and we just had a hell of a game from LNG. We have had a ridiculous game from LNG. The slowest team in the league, this team that's built a reputation off of doing base, just won the game in, like, what, 25 minutes was it in the end? That was insane.
Yeah, we're going to bring up those stats right now. I even just saw in between games Ultra Prime social media being like, yo, we like turtles. Sadly for Ultra Prime, they didn't get a turtle in this game necessarily. Like you said, coming in, I think you said a rabbit, but I'll go with like a crocodile or something, because the second they got the whiff of Ultra Prime being around them, my God, they were just unleashed. Bit Ultra Prime, not even just their head off. They just tore Ultra Prime apart.
Yeah, 24 minutes and 20 seconds. You didn't expect that from LNG today, did you? And with Weiwei on the Ivern too. Such an exciting way to win the game. Fantastic stuff, like so much kill participation across the roster as well. Zika does get it, and I think, you know, I'm not usually one to cheer for K'Sante MVPs, but like, well deserved. Look at that kill participation. Yeah. That is crazy from the top laner.
Exactly. This wasn't one of those games where if you like didn't watch this game, you see K'Sante MVP and like, maybe he just did crazy K'Sante solo kill this, do that. It's like, no, just a great front line, drawing pressure, you know, separating the members of Ultra Prime, and like a 90% kill participation for a top laner is pretty obscene. So I'm excited that LNG were able to bring it together. I hope Ultra Prime can you know, maybe make this a series, bring us to a game 3, because I don't know, something about Ultra Prime, the plucky youngsters is how they feel to me, and you just want to see them succeed.
Yeah, you do. You really do. And honestly, you're like, I don't mind whether we go to 3 games or if this is a 2-0 at this point, but I want to see whoever wins this next game, like, really show us something. Either it's the Ultra Prime, like, really come back and take to LNG, or LNG show us that they've you know, the slow games are in the past. This is how they played out. I would love for that to be the case.
We saw a lot of great movement of the Rift Herald. Not only in this game, but also just throughout the day in general. And yeah, a lot of these team fights, again, Zika got to such an overwhelming lead early on, a full item up. He was absorbing so much damage and pressure, creating the space that was really allowing for people like Scout to be able to go for plays like this. So not only more explosive, but also being on the same page and kind of being a bit tempered, which is what you would expect from the LNG of previous years.
Yeah, I feel like this competition as well played into the strengths that LNG have shown across this split, in the, like, when it comes to like the front to back team fighting, that really has been the part of the game that LNG have been able to pull off the best. I mean, they're still not exactly the best at it, but it's been one of the strengths they've shown. And I feel like this comp really lent into that style, and they could do it from such an early stage as well. Ultra Prime, I think, quite disrespectful in this game. Honestly, the way that they were contesting that third Drake, for example, felt a little overzealous.
Yeah, and right, I mean, multiple times it was like, all right, we lose a fight, immediately go back, start looking for some more action. And it just allowed the game to get snowballed out of control. So I will give kudos to Ultra Prime. Like, again, I like that they were trying to look for those fights, trying to find avenues in, but it just dug their grave even faster. So game 2, again, drafts have really been, I'll say, crazy, dynamic, however you want to spin them. We've been getting a lot of new things in these last 2 days. So even going into game 2, despite what we saw in game 1, I still have no idea what to expect from either team.
I mean, I got nothing for you, bro. I have no way of predicting this draft after what LNG brought for game number 1. The Ivern jungle, like, who knows? Who knows? I expect we'll probably swap sides of the map. Bit of a grin there on Doggo's face. He's obviously not feeling too worried. I mean, to be fair, like, when you lose a game in that fashion, it's like, yeah, we got smashed, but like, everything went so badly so quickly that you kind of, I feel like it's better to lose like that than it's to have like a 45-minute slog that you lose. Like, it's much easier to keep your mental intact after a game that goes that badly that quickly.
It's also much easier to be like you kind of look at some, like, especially the 2 early team fights when we got replays of both of them. You kind of hone in on those moments and be like, all right, again, we went from even in gold to a 3K gold lead in one fight, and then that turned into an 8K gold lead in the very next fight. So yeah, I think it's gonna be very digestible for Ultra Prime to break down, move on. Like you said, we already see smiles on their face. It's actually kind of funny of seeing Gala now and LG looking like the ones who are not down in the dumps, but maybe like another day in the office sort of faces.
Man,
I mean, hell, right?
Can we call in Goldborg? Like,
You're right. You're right.
I need to hear from Goldborg on this. LNG actually look like a League of Legends team right now. It's the first time all year. He's got to be over the moon.
We've been talking about Ox being the kind of guy for WE. Maybe Goldberg's been the mojo merchant for LNG. They hit him up. They called him in. He's given the pep talks. He's like, yo, you guys can't get too happy. You can't get too hypey. Look where we're at in the standings. Keep on the war face.
I'll have to say, Goldberg, if you're listening, well, good luck. I hope it's doable. I hope they can do it again. We'll have to see. Yeah, only time will tell. Do you know, it makes me chuckle that LNG is sponsored by Clark's. I don't know if you have Clark's in America. It's like a shoe shop. And it's like, I just always thought that it was just like only in England or only in Britain, you know? And I've never seen it elsewhere. I've never seen it abroad. It was one of the, like, you know, most of the sponsors you've either heard of or they're like a Chinese company or whatever. And then I saw Clark's. I'm like, what? Clark's has a presence in China? It's so weird to me.
I guess it would also make you wonder what kind of relationship they just have with Li Ning, the company overall, right?
True.
In apparel, so that could be the thing. Because, yeah, I haven't seen a Clark, so that one is a bit unexpected for me.
Yeah, I mean, it is a British company, ultimately, but yeah, who knows? Who knows? What an exciting time to be Googling Clark's.
I was gonna say, I have a feeling that you're gonna know very soon. But here we are, waiting to get to draft. Oh, that guy's a Gecko t-shirt. I don't have Gecko in League of Legends.
Nice. Do you know, my older brother's username is Gecko. He doesn't play League of Legends. He plays a hunter and a druid, I think, in World of Warcraft. But he's called Gecko.
Not even related to Valo whatsoever. But I'm going to hone us in.
Same name.
Because I can feel it. I can feel that draft is on the horizon. And in the last game, we're actually still surprisingly see the priority of the Nautilus fans still showing through, which is kind of interesting. It kind of makes you wonder, again, how scary that people are this big. Especially after the very first game of the day, where we saw the amount of presence with the TP Nautilus. I kind of hope that it gets let through in Game 2, because that one was incredibly fun. And I just feel it. I just feel that it will be.
Yeah, I hope it will be. I hope it'll be exciting. I hope we get some fun drafts. I hope we get to see LNG going crazy. I love that we have been waiting for the draft for so long that the music loop had to start, and apparently it's not designed to do so. That's quite funny. I've never been on that screen long enough to hear that before. Here we go. It's time to turn up, as the draft music guy always seems to say. Ult on the blue side now as we finally get into Jump Select.
Yeah, Ultra Prime keeping similar bans with the play in the Azir. This time around, they're the ones to take away the Varus. So Renata going to be left open, so things like the Kalista are there. Lucian also up this time around, wasn't in game number 1, so we know the Lucian Nami. We've already seen a bit of it today. Even if it wasn't able to find a win for RNG side, you know it's something that either of these bot lanes can lean into. For Doggo especially, it's his most played champion this split.
Let's see what they're going to go for. Ultra Prime wanting a bit of aggression themselves, so they go for the Renata in the end, but very likely will be followed up with a Kalista. I would be a little surprised to see the Lucian. We keep on heavily in the way of Kalista. Like, Lucian is statistically massively down in that matchup. I think it's like 9-1 or something absurd. But still, Gala and Hung gonna go for the Lucian Milio, having a pretty big mid-game spike for themselves.
Yeah, and I might have pointed out that Lucian's Doggo's most played. Well, Kalista's the second most played. Only one game less at 6, so I think definitely going to feel good in this matchup. Like you said, should be able to find some of the aggression. Cassante, I was also going to highlight things like the Karma still left available. Kind of slipped past us in game 1 draft, but LNG do have the option of going for it now, but it seems like preferring to maybe get a better matchup for Zika. He also has been one of the people who has pulled out the Gwen, and also someone I kind of think of over this past year for the Gwen itself.
Yeah, the Gwen again, it's one of these picks that I was expecting to see a lot of since Kasante's in the meta, but it's just not really. When we have seen it, it's not been the moments that we were hoping for. I will say, Zika actually punishing the Gwen a lot in their match against RNG. Like Breathe was on the Gwen and Zika on the K'Sante. They were that, you know, when we were talking about the creative picks that LNG were able to find for themselves, it was on this Gwen that they were finding the picks, or against the Gwen, sorry, that they were finding the picks.
Yeah, so I mean, it seems like having confidence on either side of the matchup and knowing the champion incredibly well. Taking away the Vi from Hacker this time. I wonder what they'll go with next, because Xin Zhao already taken off the board. It feels like those have been two of the high priority junglers, and it seems like they're fine with letting that one through. So now for Weiwei, I feel it's hard to predict what Weiwei will go for. He played Ivern in the first series, has played a game of Viego, has played some Brand, has played Lee Sin, Sejuani. He's really been willing to pull out anything. Still having things like the Rel up as well, which I feel like we've been seeing kind of more of in these past few days after it fell out of favor a little bit. Maybe in part due to Tien getting the pentakill on it. I want to believe that.
The real pentakill. I kind of forgot about that. It happened, I was amazed, and then it just left my brain again. Oh man, that was something else. The Smolder going to be hovered again. I'm pretty sure it was Doggo hovering it last time. I'm not going to fall for it this time, Doggo. You can't bait me. It's going to be the Poppy coming through for LNG. Definitely a strong lock-in against Kalista K'Sante. Feels fantastic to have the Poppy on your side.
Yeah, we still have things. Yeah, so Poppy going to do a lot to dissuade things like K'Sante and the Kalista. We still have things like Nico left open, but Yuikai hasn't actually gravitated towards it at all. I've already mentioned that we do have the Karma available, but I'd be kind of wondering about Ultra Prime's damage the longer the game went on. So maybe having to lean into something that he hasn't played like that Nico in this game.
Ooh. Orianna could be the pick. Orianna, terrible win rate in the LPL. Okay, calm. That's more like it. Although, this composition doesn't exactly feel very calm to work with.
You have Maokai in the jungle, you kind of have Kalista down bot. It's like, sure, you can like speed her up, enable her to get around more, but it doesn't really feel like you're setting up any big carry. Even if, again, Karma's going to do tons of damage early on in the game, even in mid-game, you're going to have a lot of bursts that you're able to play with. We're going to see LNG feeling comfortable with Scout going towards the Orianna. Another interesting one with the fact that you really don't have any setup for you to look for the Shockwave, so a lot is going to be on Scout himself to kind of just find it, set up the positioning, try and corral Ultra Prime in, and find the big play.
Let's see if they can find it. Certainly feels like the combo is available. That Poppy sets you up for the Orianna so well. If they don't have Flash, there's no way out of the potential Shockwave. And it does feel like, again, proactive tools in the kit for LNG, and that's good to see. That's good to see them drafting in a way where they kind of do have to be a bit more aggressive. They do have to try and push things forward in the mid-game. We'll see, though. The Kalista could be a problem for them. Ultra Prime, I'm a little less convinced by their draft. It doesn't feel like they necessarily all have one simple, easy win condition to work towards.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, right? Because you have champions like Maokai and Karma that do exceptionally well from kind of like zoning you off, playing from range, but then also having the Kalista down as your bot lane. So obviously going to want to play this a lot more aggressively, and that's what we're going to be focused on, right? The 2v2 down in bot, we don't expect any action really coming out from mid or jungle. Top, sure, there's going to be some trading there, but it's going to be all about Kalista Renata versus Lucian Euro.
Let's see how it's going to go down. Maybe the idea is Maokai and Karma zone everyone while Kalista does the Drake. Maybe that's the strategy. We'll have to wait and see. An exciting drafts though today. We've had lots of different picks coming on through. The Poppy jungle this time, Gwen up in the top side, which we've not seen much of this year. Let's see if Ultra Prime can take it on here in game 2.
敌军还有30秒到达战场。
You know, yeah.
The crowd is electric in there.
I heard. I don't know if we're just coming in after the gyos, but I heard like some gyos in the background.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's a crowd mic diff.
Yeah, that could honestly be it, right?
But
I want to believe that it's something like that.
If that's the case, though, it's also like a cameraman diff, because whoever is in charge of the crowd shot did pick the most half asleep looking members of the audience to show if the rest of the team is doing gyos at the time. Either way, let's move on. As Gala going to go for the first strike on the Lucian. He's got that Ignite. This time, you know, we were talking about Ignite versus Cleanse earlier on Lucian when it was up against the Twisted Fate and the Jhin and this like sort of CC combo. Obviously, you don't have as much CC to deal with as Gala this time around. And you've got Emilio, so you have that Cleanse sort of built in with Emilio's ultimate. So you can expect, hopefully, a bit of a better Lucian performance than what we saw earlier today in our first series.
And everything's going to be on Gala's shoulders, really, in my mind. Like, sure, Scout and Zika are going to come online, right? But if they want to get themselves off to a good, advantageous position, it's all about bot. Both junglers realizing that. You can see Hacker and Weiwei starting. Well, I guess for Weiwei start on Raptors, but is going to eventually make his way down as well. Both junglers realizing what their win con is. I would expect Ukai to be able to start finding pressure as those mantra Qs come on through. That might give some more opportunity there for Hacker. But like you said, I think not a whole lot of potential in terms of ganking mid between these guys. Maybe you can blow a flash running someone down with Karma and then getting the root there. But the question would be, the longer the game goes on, do you really have the damage between you and the Maokai? So definitely going to be safer not looking towards that lane.
Yeah. Top lane could be a potential point of power, especially for the side of LNG with this Gwen. Excited to see what Zika can do on the pick. Should be able to build himself a pretty sizable CS lead, and Weiwei knows that he has unlimited prio up in that top side. He's looking for Hacker here, just forces the buff to reset and forces Hacker out of the jungle. I love that from Weiwei.
I mean, has the red buff, he's on Poppy, he's already pretty decent in these early duels and early skirmishes.
Oh.
I wonder if he's wrapping
He's
around,
hunting.
yeah.
He's hunting. He doesn't care about the blue buff. There we go, Hacker. Forced away. The Wolves are already done. And so Weiwei grabs himself a buff. Really nice and
Wait a second.
Oh.
And, I mean, in mid, Ukai does it prio if he wanted to start coming over, but looks like he might just try and go for a cheeky smite.
He's shown himself, so he can't go for the super secret smite. And blue buff will reset, but Ukai's moved over. That should be enough. Hacker should be able to secure this. Weiwei missed his Q on the scuttle grab. A little awkward. But Ukai, the MVP of this play for the side of Ultra Prime. And also, Doggo actually roaming. Why is Jway staying bot? Doggo's roaming? I'm not really sure. Ukai, looking for the route on Scout. Won't find it.
What an interesting first 4 minutes. Oh, flash through.
Okay, flash out from Scout Weiwei. Steadfast presence. A boatload of CS to, I guess they got mid-flash.
Like, our two...
This seems really terrible to me.
Munch, our enemy jugglers have been holding hands for, like, the past 3 minutes. Our Kalista is solo roaming to mid at level 2. Like, yeah, a bit of an odd one. Doggo will at least get back here to be able to pick up pretty much all of this CS. But LNG, I think Gala going to be happy with the early reset.
Yeah. What a weird sequence of play. Like, how often do you see support staying bot and ADC roaming? 10 CS down now in that bot lane, which, you know, again, we talked about it before. Typically has been a Kalista-favored matchup here in the LPL. You see a lot of those trades going the way of the Kalista. It's especially if you can dodge the Q using your passive, the Lucian Q, you can sort of sidestep it. That's really where the difference can be found. But hey, Gala, he gets a reset off of the back of all of this.
Yeah, so going to come back with the Shard. Also, some pretty nice vision around the bot half of the map overall for LNG. We could see having those one at Tribrush and one around the Raptor camp. So they're going to be able to keep looking to punish in the 2v2. And hell, Ward's already paying off, right? Full information of what Shui is up to.
He will at least be able to deal with this control ward. Was pinged earlier by his team. So Shui will be able to deal with that one. And fight for a little bit more vision control. But LNG, 600 gold ahead. Somehow just CS lead in the bot lane, CS lead in the top lane. Just slowly but surely eking themselves an advantage out. Ultra Prime though, loving these Drakes today. They got the first 2 in the previous game. They you know, tried to continue stacking and that went a little bit wrong. But this time around, that first Drake should just be theirs. It's Weiwei on these grubs.
Looks like Decade trying to get a bit of information, but Zika would very easily be able to follow. As we can see on the minimap, he's doing so already. Oh, Ultra Prime want to stop this.
Where are the solo laners at? Weiwei! It's just abandoned by his team. Oh no! Oh, it's a disaster. The smack comes out, but it leaves it on 100 HP. Doggo, in the meantime, taking a chunk in the bottom side.
Yeah, I wonder if they can even go for this with how low Ultra Prime's bot lane is.
Oh, Doggo might die here. Heal comes out from Gala and Hung just to try and deal with this minion wave. They're underneath the tower here, and Doggo gets it. He survives. Great dive by Ultra Prime.
It actually feels like walking forward to put even more pressure on Doggo maybe ended up fighting him a little bit had they pulled back and turned on the Maokai. Because then at least Ultra Prime's bot lane had to walk towards your turret. But overall, I guess really nice by Ultra Prime. It didn't look like that dive should have been possible, but they made it possible, and they even got the kill onto the priority member with the Kalista.
Great stuff coming out by Ultra Prime. Now Yuukai chased by Weiwei. And the fact that the solo lanes from Ultra Prime managed to stop Weiwei going. Oh no, Yuukai flashes into the Grub Pit. No top lane interference on this play, so Yuukai walks away with his life, but that's flash burned.
Yeah, they do get the flash from that. Nice for him to not go down to the Shockwave with fast fingers. We're going to see here of how all this trading came through. Ignite coming out super early. They force out the shield as well. And this is where it's like, all right, I'm very skeptical. You can see Gala wanting to move forward to try to finish off Doggo before he goes down. Probably still would have gone down if he walked back and tried to fight up towards the Maokai, but I think there would have been potentially more outplay potential there to find the 1-for-1.
Yeah. Maybe even just like flashing to the other side of the tower as Hacker Twisted advances in so that Hacker's kind of stuck under the tower as well. Maybe you can do something with that. I don't know. Either way, it's Ultra Prime making it happen. And that has closed the gold gap. It is still LNG ahead in gold, despite the fact that the dive worked out. But Doggo having that kill will be crucial for them.
The one thing I gotta say from what we've seen so far in the first 8 minutes of this game, especially with LNG having no like very easy like point and click CC. I mean, right, the best you're gonna get is the Poppy ult once Weiwei hits 6. It's like it's not super easy to start up fights on your own terms or actually follow through with finishing key targets off, like we saw when Yuukai was able to escape after he flashed away. So
one thing it is easy to do on Poppy is dive. And
yeah,
they might just be looking for that. As Weiwei, level 6, Doggo takes a chunk from the Cullen. Jway denied entry back into the lane there, but Q gonna proc Guardian as well. Hacker in the area, but spotted on that control ward. Jway just keeps on getting chunked out here by Gala.
Right now, both junglers in the area. Ult comes out from Hacker.
Yeah, they knew he was here. Oh no! Dodged away from the hostile takeover is huge from Jway. Gala forced underneath the tower. The stun lands against the wall. Hacker's gonna go down! Oh my days, the bailout pulls it back from the brink, but it does not matter. Weiwei grabbing himself a kill. And now Gala sticking it around. Oh, it's dangerous.
Ends up being a 1-for-1. Gala getting out. Gosh, so close, but another kill going over to the Kalista. So now 2-0-0 for Doggo. Find the 1-for-1.
Oh, and we got more Poppy action here happening live. Jway over the wall. That's another flash burned. Scout didn't go for the shockwave at the end. Oh my days, the triple blast go and play. They accidentally left Hung behind. He's looking for the football kick, he can't find it. It's Jway trying to get underneath the tower, but Poppy loves going under towers. Weiwei sets it up and gets a kill for LNG.
But still, I feel like we're seeing how hard it is for LNG to actually like commit and confirm these kills.
Yeah.
No great way of locking them down. Do find the one, aren't going to stick around in the jungle for too long. They're going to get vision of Hacker pretty soon with the control ward they have on red.
And honestly, I'm just happy that we're in a game between Ultra Prime and LNG, and we're seeing action. We're seeing teams trying to do things. I always like watching Poppy. Poppy's such a fun champion in the jungle. But it's good to see that Weiwei's aware of the fact that these are... It's going to be hard to just start fights later on, so trying to build these leads.
Yeah, trying to find what he can now. We do have Dragon coming up in 8 seconds, and Ultra Prime right now are the ones who have prio in both mid and bot. You do have the Scuttle Relic there for LNG, so they'll know exactly what's going on, and Scout is TP. Without the Shockwave, I wonder if they could really try and contest.
Well, walking in. I don't know if this is really a fight that they can take, but at very least the Culling onto Jway. and perhaps they can deny entry into the bottom lane. I'm not so sure, to be honest. Ultra Prime, they look like they want the fight, but Weiwei's here. The Poppycopter is available. Okay, they will back away in the end. It looked like quite aggressive posturing from LNG, but
Yeah, it did.
decided not to go for it.
I mean, it was really aggressive posture with really not much they were able to do there. Especially Scout holding on to his TP to just walk back to lane, since they knew they wouldn't go for the fight in the end. And we finally have first items being completed. Zika having that Rift Maker, but I guess top doesn't matter as Hacker wanting to make Gala's life a living hell again, potentially. Gala doesn't have Flash.
Yeah. I wouldn't have minded if they just committed to the Maokai up there and hunt for something. Hostile takeover too, the Fate's Call. I feel like there was reasonable follow-up. Perhaps wanting to save those ultimates for later down the line, but you know, Gala not having his flash available, maybe there was a window. Zika, good job of building a lead up in that top side, but it's not anything too dramatic right now. 10 CS, it's a nice lead to have, but not enough to break open the game at this point, as Decade actually going to be forced back to base. It's an opportunity for Zika to perhaps get a couple of hits on tower, but the whole gang is here from Ultra Prime, so he does need to be cautious not to overstep.
And now, I mean, Ultra Prime reveal where but still for LNG, not really positioned to answer with anything. You can see Gala making his way back down to bot himself. They aren't in position to try to trade on opposite sides of the map. Weiwei defaulting to just picking up the camps that are left available. So Ultra Prime with a nice move. So far, just finding some pretty easy objectives. 2 dragons up, getting some more grubs under their belt. Should make their way to the 5 mark. Much better start than game 1.
Yeah, and it feels like, you know, the issues with the LNG composition we've been talking about, where it's difficult to enact your will on the enemy, aside from these early turret dives, well, those issues don't exist for Ultra Prime. Like, you've got a Maokai for hard engage, you can also, like, kite back. The one problem is, like we talked about, Karma Kalista, not exactly a carry combo that's known for, you know, dominating games, and the Maokai in the jungle alongside Karma. Typically, you like to see a Jax or a Xin Zhao, something like this with your Karma, even a Graves. But
yeah,
we'll see if they can work it out later on.
And I mean, right, I mean, things like Malignant, some of the items coming through, it's like Karma does do a whole lot of damage that you got to be conscious of. But I definitely think when you look at LNG side with Gwen, with Orianna, with Lucian, they're definitely going to be pumping out more DPS than Ultra Prime can keep up with later. But I'm never a big fan of compositions that don't really have easy ways to engage on the target, and they don't outrange either. They're going to look for a fight now.
TP in from Decade to set up for this Herald. The Poppycopter denied by the Fate's Call. Nicely done by Ultra Prime, and maybe a fight as well as Hung knocked up. Hostile takeover. Won't connect though, and now Weiwei charges in. Hacker, the target here, as the needlework flies on through from Zika. I don't know how well they can actually finish a kill here, but Zika's still wanting a little bit more. Not willing to dive and forced away.
Time and time again, neither team able to commit onto the other, so both sides just going to walk away with some summoners being burnt, right? Ghosts on our top laners. Hong did have to use his flash. No TP anymore on Scout or Decade. But not dramatically changing the situation of the map.
TP for TP on the bottom side as well, as I swear Yukai didn't take any damage from that QW. It definitely hit him. Must have got his shield in the last second there. Looking at Weiwei this game. 2 kills for him, 2 kills for Doggo. Yeah, like you generally prefer to have the kills on a Kalista rather than a Poppy, but you'd be surprised at what Poppy can do with a bit of gold, to be fair. You do become a little bit unkillable sometimes, so...
Look, I'm just saying, you slam a Bloodthirster on Poppy in TFT, she's 2-star, what do you even do? You do nothing. You just accept the fact you're going to get beat down. I mean, Shui doesn't have to accept that, though, because he's the handshake, but I do in my TFT games.
The one thing I will say is, in TFT, like, saying what do you do is kind of redundant, because when it comes to the actual fight, you don't do anything regardless of the situation. You can have a level 1 Warwick versus a level 1... I don't know any TFT champions, but, you know, you still don't do anything.
That is fair. That is... And, you know... kind of similar to this game, tempting to do things. Nothing really able to stick for either one. We do have first items pretty much coming out across the board. The one difference being in jungle, Hacker already having that Abyssal Mask all completed, so going to try and enable the damage for Yukai even more as well.
Yeah. Let's see, Drake spawning on the map now. last time around, this is where things went real sideways for Ultra Prime. Oh, taking a chunk from Doggo as the Herald slammed in the mid lane here. Oh, Steadfast Presence denies the escape from Hacker. This is a huge pick potentially, but Hacker gets out with his flash. 1 HP, double shockwave in from Scout. A huge fight for LNG. Doggo goes down. Zika is slicing through the Ultra Prime lineup. What a fight from LNG.
Maybe not over. Gala dashing forward, getting a little bit excited, but looks like nothing should be able to come from it. It means LNG will be able to pick up their first Drake of the game. So doing good things by them now. Not only 2-0 and Poppy, a 2-0 Gwen. That is going to hurt in these fights.
It really is. Let's take another look, because it was actually this Steadfast Presence, not even really, you know, they can't find an engage, but they don't need to when they can deny the escape instead.
And that's the thing, right? It's kind of like a bunch of individuals stepping up, and so instead of like some cohesive, like big team fight. First Steadfast Presence and a great shockwave coming from Scout, and then the needlework allows Zika to keep running people down. So we just got to see LNG have 3 different members kind of have 3 individual pop-offs just put together so beautifully.
And honestly, that is what you want to see for LNG. Like, with the way that this team has been playing across the course of this split, if there's anything you can take away from this game, it's individuals looking really good and, like, finding their mojo, because that really has been the issue in my mind for LNG. There have been other issues, but I think it's all rooted in these players not really feeling like themselves. That shockwave from Scout, that felt vintage to me.
Yeah, and I know exactly what you're saying about the individual stepping up is what feels like it's been missing, because LNG pretty much had a similar style for many years, for many different iterations of the roster. Always being a bit slower, a bit more methodical, but their individuals this time around not stepping up. LNG will be able to force in mid. No engage. No engage able to come through.
Yeah, I mean, without Hacker there, it's not really any way to properly start a fight. Although, speaking of Hacker, time a fight started onto him. Gala dashes away to safety. Way pretty tanky at this point. And Hung, the football flies into Decade's face. We've all felt that in the playground. That hurts.
You know, I gotta say, it is a bit unfortunate how Weiwei not being able to connect any of these ults, really, in this game so far. Despite the fact he's been able to find pressure and find kills. The ults just not slapping the way they used to. Is Nashor's Tooth. It's actually finished by Zika during his last back. So, not exactly a full item up over Decade. We can see with the 20 CS lead, he is finding an advantage. The 1v1's only going to get harder.
Interesting to see this kind of build from Gala. Like, he's building for Lucian to do damage, which, you know, based on the games we've seen today, is a very strange way to approach playing Lucian. Yeah,
it just feels so crazy that happened, man. Like, LWX was trying to figure something out, and, you know, I'm waiting for the research papers, because I'm sure he's onto something.
Yeah, there must have been some logic. I don't know what it was, but maybe he just, like, you know, when you're kind of in autopilot a little bit, and you buy the wrong... It's like when you're playing Varus, and you played Lethality last game, you're meant to be playing on hit, and then you base against Rage Dirk. Maybe that happened. Shockwave on in. Weiwei in the midst of everyone. The hostile takeover straight between the goalposts here. LNG haven't found a kill, but they've found themselves that space. They've forced Ultra Prime away.
They forced him away for now. We'll see how much more they're able to do around this mid lane turret now that Decade doesn't seem like it's going to be anything. And again, that's why I'm going to kind of keep coming back to these drafts, because it just feels so hard for either team to meaningfully push the game forward. Please give us Ornn, give us Alistar, the Nautilus. You know, let's push a Q and then CC someone for years.
Yeah, there's Morgana when you need it. Maybe not Morgana. Oh dear. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, I feel like there's all of the memes of LNG being super slow. I feel like they are actually trying to do things in this game. It just, this draft really doesn't allow them to do anything. Yokai will be able to move up.
They will be impossible to run into for Ultra Prime, you know, once we get to, like, Dragon standoffs or Barons. Until that time.
Surprised to see Yokai not save the tower, I guess, wanting to deny local gold. Figuring it's going to go down at some point anyway, perhaps, I'm not sure.
I definitely think that's the reasoning behind it and something we've seen in the past. 30 seconds until it's up. Taking stock of what summoners we have. Yuukai not having flash because of that previous engage. Weiwei with having flash. If he can get right on top of the Karma, Scout throws the ult, you should be able to confirm and turn that into a kill.
So 2 items on Doggo at this point. We'll be taking a look at what he's able to do during these fights. His locked cam perspective coming into play. We'll see if he's able. Oh, hang on. Hacker just flashes in for the engage, and look at this combo onto Scout. Zhonya's keeps him alive for now. Shockwave, and he flashes onto Doggo as well. Like so much space for his team, but I don't know if it'll work. Oh, Zika's onto the backline. Zika is shredding Ultra Prime right now, but knocked back by the Q3, and Doggo survives. Triple kill as the Drake will be taken.
Ultra Prime, they were able to be decisive. They were able to use their engage tools to pull the trigger, and that's why we love them, is now they're going to start heading up towards that Baron.
Not only the Baron, I think the Dragon probably as well, as everyone resets on LNG. They know that they couldn't just rush that one, although perhaps they can move in with these Hex Gates to get the Drake while the Baron is going down. At least something for LNG, because Ultra Prime, they know they've got this Baron down pat. Fantastic stuff. Such decisive play.
Yeah, I mean, that's the word for it. LNG trying to be aggressive when I think they just have to funnel closer to the Dragon as it spawns. Like you said, great combo from the Maokai and the Cassante to make sure Scout goes down. He tries to get Doggo, but it isn't enough damage in the end. And then we have a battle between, like, Doggo and Zika. Doggo, I love, he just kind of runs past the Gwen to keep doing damage. But there's the Q3 that you pointed out to make sure they find the kill.
Yeah.
And it's a bit weird. I don't mean this as flame, but the fact that Karma doesn't even have a single assist in this game is a bit surprising.
How?
Yeah,
Just press Mantra E one time, dude. This is a conversation I was having with Kelsey on like the value of Karma in a lot of these games. A lot of mid laners just pressing Mantra Q endlessly on the fights. You know, it definitely gets the serotonin rolling, but the shield can be so valuable and set your team up to carry, especially when you've got things like this Kalista that's got 5 kills.
I feel like it's the
Getting
best
those
part.
shields in.
Yeah, having the shields up, especially when it's paired with any, like, bruisers that have sustain at top. Like, I love when we have an Aatrox alongside it, because it really can just make them so annoying to deal with. But, you know, Yuukai hasn't needed an assist this game. Doggo, able to get the work done with Hacker and Jue. I mean, Decade in that last fight, too.
Like, Yuukai was the guy we were highlighting coming into the game, and he's just sort of watched the game happening around him. Redemption getting some value. Scout is overstepped again, I fear, as Gala trying to get some damage down, trying to make it work, but Scout goes down. Hacker, the twisted advance, finally dies, but it's 2 kills already. Zika can't really do a lot on the backside, and it's rooted up by Yuukai as well. Luckily, the Cozy Campfire keeps him alive. Need a workforce down. LNG, it doesn't feel like they can do anything in this game.
All right. 5k gold lead for Ultra Prime. Doggo with 3 items is massive. One of the disparities has actually also been in mid lane. It looks like it's evened out now. I wonder if we're going to see another item able to be finished by Yuukai, who did have more items in the last fight we saw. But here, Shockwave, it comes through. Not a whole lot of damage to be done by Scout at this point in the game. Like, the Redemption pretty much nullifies anything that Scout did. And then again, left in an awkward position. I'm sure there's a world where if the series is played 10 times with these drafts, you know, LNG win with their draft. But again, I really feel like I feel like we're really seeing the struggles of, like, again, not having easy ways to just look for engage, to force fights to turn. Once you're on objectives first to turn, when you had position on River before that last Dragon fight. Also, like, some missteps.
Moments like this from Scout, and in the previous fight as well, where he's like trying to get damage onto Hacker before the fight begins. Like, you know, sure, is it mispositioning? Yeah, probably. But he's just like trying to get something done in a game where it feels like impossible to get something done. Doggo caught by the Shockwave, but he's totally all right. Zika jumps onto the backside of the play. 1v5 on this one. He somehow gets away with his life.
It's really all up to him. I mean, with Scout going, the Seraphs and the Zhonya's going a very defensive build, not a whole lot of damage. It's only the Gwen. I mean, with this, it feels insurmountable.
Everything's on cooldown for LNG. As Ultra Prime kind of doing what LNG did to them in the first game, just walking forwards and saying, what are you gonna do about it, buddy? Good little knockback by Decade as well. Scout uses that Zhonya's to keep himself alive. Cozy Campfire keeps him up. Scala clearing the wave. LNG have kept themselves in the game here. Hacker doesn't quite go down. Oh, it's so close. Pagala just doesn't have the damage, and Yuankai finds a snipe onto Hung as well. Maybe he's overstayed, but maybe not. Scout flashing forwards to do no damage at all. And now Zika desperately trying to chase. Surely they can find something. Surely. But the Mantra E finally comes in, and it's enough to get everyone out.
They managed to escape. Yuakai walking away with not only assists, but has picked up some kills off the back of it as well. LNG's base absolutely in tatters.
Yeah, this one's been tough. This one's been tough to watch. LNG absolutely getting wrecked on this one. As they're what, like 6,000, 6,500 gold down. Maybe the super minions crashing into the base will be enough gold for them to be able to actually hurt this roster of Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I mean, we see Ultra Prime, I think, being a little bit overzealous for the end without the minions already being here. It buys a lot of time for LNG to try and find the go button. But I cannot believe no member went down. There's the snipe that you pointed out. But they were able to kite that out so well.
And how do you win game one in the way that LNG won game one and look like this in game two? Because it feels like it's not just been the comp, you know, this has been a really awkward game from a... I don't know. Tough to watch right now. I had a bit of faith for LNG after game one. I had a bit of faith that it was all gonna turn around. Doesn't feel like it right now. Here we go. Ultra Prime. Look for the engage. Oh boy, Sombrero. Hostile takeover. Scout's gone. And Ultra Prime now could just walk into the base. Hacker chunked, but the shields come on through. And Ultra Prime, all they have to do is play it slow. Supers are already about to win the game for them. They're moving in both bot and top lane. That's the third inhib down. They can just waltz this one in, Lyric.
Yeah, they're going to keep it going. Doggo is getting a bit chunked. They got to be careful, like you said. They got to rely on the supers they have available to them. Let them do the heavy lifting.
Zika's getting some good damage down. So there's that. They're actually not going to end the game. They actually have to back away again. LNG holding on for dear life.
It's actually funny that this map state is like one of the best ways for LNG to find fights, right? They have to come for our Nexus to win the game. That's our opportunity to be able to engage on you. This has been the moment they've been waiting for.
Are you saying this is intentional from LNG? This is how you play out this composition? Just like lose everything on the map, and then they have to walk towards your Nexus so you find the fight.
Look,
it's genius.
There's always a concept of like making the map big versus small, right? If you're playing like side lanes at picks, you're making the map bigger, pulling them apart. When you're team fighting, you're making it small. LNG wanted to make it as small as they possibly could. The only map that exists is right in front of their Nexus. Now, I mean, now Crypt Bloom done on Zika, where I believe we're above 3 items on Gala too. Like, you're now getting to a point where some of these carries actually deal damage. Maybe it's only Scout really the one still not pumping out any. But if Zika finds a fight where he gets on the backline and can get needlework through everyone, is there a world where they come back? I still want to be hopeful. I want to think this is the master plan.
To have hope there. At least you've got that. LNG, last chance salute here for them. This Decade just menacingly approaches. Scout loses half of his HP to 1Q. And he'll be sent packing back to the fountain. Perhaps he can afford a Crypt Bloom. Perhaps that's the way back in here. A bit of magic pen so that his no damage can pierce through the MR. Ultra Prime, guys, come on. Let's finish this one out. Like you've had the ability to win for a little while now.
Honestly, I think the fight could be rough. They're very timid, but not willing to just go for the save for the dragon. They are going to look for the engage.
Gala gets the cleanse. Finally, an ult hits from way away, and Hacker's overstepped. Surely not. Surely this is not the moment. Shockwave misses again as Zika pulled apart by his lane opponent. And there we have it, Ultra Prime. It looked a little dicey for a second. but they too finished the game. It was harder than perhaps it needed to be, but a win is a win at the end of the day.
I do love the strategic game plan by LNG. Again, make the map as small as you can to force them to fight us. Well, didn't work today. Ultra Prime able to pull it through. Doggo kind of being the big one setting it up. But man, that game was so... Hell, we had both enemy jugglers like holding hands for the first 4 minutes of the game. What was that?
This series has been weird, man. What a weird series. We're going to jump into a break, and God only knows what's going to happen next between Ultra Prime and LNG.
Clouds move closer, burnt with the deepest red. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah.
Hello everyone and welcome back. It's the LPL coming at you and we're headed to game number 3 between LNG and Ultra Prime, and it has definitely been a series. LNG absolutely smashing game number 1 and then Ultra Prime coming back here in game number 2 as LNG had this comp that really had no way of doing anything throughout the game.
Yeah, we were just talking about it. They're like, I was saying after draft, it's like, I didn't really love either of the compositions coming out from either side. Ultra Prime's giving them way more agency. Uakai able to get a ton of damage done. I think Scout once again kind of having one of those performances that he's been more commonly showing, not able to find any semblance of an impact on this game.
Yeah, feels like a bit of a tough one. As Garlic gets some damage out of it, didn't seem like it mattered that much. And you know, we were worried that there wasn't going to be enough damage on the Ultra Prime composition, but felt like enough for them to. I mean, the fact that it ended in 32 minutes, they got what, 2 Barons, 3 inhibs, 4 Drakes, or something like that, and like they pretty comprehensively won the entire map.
Yeah, right. I mean, we never got to a point where we didn't even get to a point where the Orianna was able to deal meaningful damage, so we were still at apex of the Karma's strength. And now we are going to bring up that MVP to find out who picks it up from Ultra Prime side, and it actually ends up being Hacker on the Maokai. Was able to get a lot of zoning done, especially with that ultimate around a lot of those neutrals to find the fights that Ultra Prime wanted.
Yeah. So good stuff by Hacker, great engages, great setup for the team, and I think part of this as well is like how he played around the early invade that we got from the Poppy, right? Able to read the play well, able to play around it, play through his solo lanes well, to not end up falling behind. A lot of junglers would have fallen to that pressure, but able to play it out exceptionally well.
Yeah, and I gotta say now, going into game 3, both teams tied on the scorecards. So we need people to step up for these teams. Obviously, for LNG, Goldberg needs to break out the notepad right now. Needs to be getting the speech ready to get the boys fired up. I don't know who the Ultra Prime representative is, so I'm just gonna allocate it to
Kelsey. Probably Kelsey. Yeah,
I was gonna say Kelsey needs to start getting the speech going. We gotta find out which of these teams comes out on top in this next game.
The ultimate battle. Kelsey, Goldberg, if you're listening right now, you guys should combine co-streams for the 3rd game and just be the ultimate fans of either team. I'd go watch it, but I'm working. You know how it is. We'll have to see. I think a lot of it's going to come down to draft. If LNG draft a composition that has literally any means of doing anything, that would be a positive step for them. But Ultra Prime, I think, quite happy with the way that last one went. I'm not sure that the composition really was that solid, though. I feel like there's definitely some changes that could be made there. Like, having a Karma without a carry jungle feels a little bit odd.
Or even just, I think, like, more presence somewhere else in the map overall. We were kind of talking about in game, like, whether it's like a stronger top side or even something more hyper carry in the 80 carry role. But it worked out again. The Malignance now and just a lot of the damage that Karma's able to put out with the items in this split worked out. Uakai pumping out the numbers. And now we're heading towards the stage, getting closer to the game 3, and again, seeing what plans both teams had. We talked about going into game 2 that LNG didn't look incredibly like hype or happy. All serious, all business today.
Let's see if they can business their way towards a series win. I feel like both of these teams are desperate for a few series wins. Both of them winning their most recent series. It's more just the overall results have been a little rough, beating out R8 and RNG respectively.
Yeah,
See who
and
can
that
finish
helped.
this tussle.
Both of those teams playing today as well, right? RNG we saw in our previous series. RA coming up next against EDG, which
The
we know we're going to
schedule's
fall a bit
weird.
behind of. Yeah,
We
it
keep
really
on getting
has.
like 2 matchups, and then the next day, like the matchups kind of swap opponents. It's really odd. I've never seen this before.
Yeah, it definitely has been different this time. But now here we are in the draft of Game 3. Teams are back on the sides they started off on Game 1 with LNG on that blue side. LNG changing up their band slightly from that game, actually taking away the Kalista this time. So many 80 carries to take it off.
Yeah, a lot of pressure removed from that bottom side potentially. Trying to stop the aggressive 80 carries. Perhaps open up some more fringe picks, things like the Rammus potentially available.
I was going to
If
say the
Doggo
Nautilus.
wants to go back to comfort.
That is now left open for the first time. That was banned out by LNG in both of the previous games. They instead banned out all the 80 carries, pick this one away. Now for Ultra Prime, do you take away the Senna? Obviously, there's a lot more things that can still go with the Nautilus, so LNG don't feel too bad if they did lose out on an 80 carry. So I kind of like take away a priority soul laner right now. They're going to get their hands on the Cassante. So once again, Ultra Prime this time around making sure they have things that can engage, that can go in, that can try and secure them some fights.
I love well, I say I love. It's kind of funny to me that this is the patch where Cassante got nerfed, supposedly. Does not feel like it's impacted the LPL in any significant way. We're still getting Cassante pretty much every game.
And a lot of that's down to the changes that happened, right? A lot of his power was taken away when he has used All Out, and things like your Q don't slow anymore, the W channel decrease, and like cooldown being decreased during All Out also doesn't happen anymore. But still functions very much the same way as he did before. But Ultra Prime,
No.
they do go back to the Maokai right away. We do know that that is a flex. So can bring that one either to bot or jungle. We expect the Senna to come out alongside that Nautilus. They picked the Nautilus because I think it is a little bit more flexible in terms of where you can go with it for the bot lane. Now LNG, I'd love to see them get their hands on a higher priority soul laner this time around. Again, we were hyping up things like the Nico in that first game, which had been really high priority, didn't make it through. Things like the Kalia, still available and on the board, but instead just wanted to get back to Zika on the Gwen.
I don't hate the Gwen as an answer to this Cassante. It felt like Zika was doing a lot of damage and all of that. Zika was one of the bright spots on LNG in my mind in that second game. It was more the composition around the Gwen that seemed to struggle.
Oh! We get
Okay.
our
Smolder's
second
back.
Smolder. Yep, second Smolder of the LPL. We did have BLG pull it out yesterday with Elk having a great performance on it. It is a champion that takes some time to get rolling, but you're up against the Sun of Nautilus. So sure,
Yeah.
there's going to be some threat there from the engages and from that damage, but not as high as like a Draven, a Kalista, something else. So should potentially give room for Doggo to become that giant Elder Drake that Smolder was born to be.
And now the ultimate question is, how the hell do you commentate the names of these abilities? We'll have to see how we can pull it off during the game. Vi banned away. And I mean, I'm surprised, like you were saying, there's a lot of mid lane priority picks that you could try and deny from Scout, but focusing on towards Weiwei's jungle here.
Things like the Karma obviously still being open. We have to assume that Ultra Prime would be completely fine picking that in this comp with the Maokai right alongside it, as they did in Game 1. LNG, maybe you think about taking that one away yourself and not letting that one go over, because Yukai was just pumping out so much damage and, again, able to maintain that lane prio. Even something like the Tristana being taken away with Signal, for me, that's where Ultra Prime are looking.
So they're going to be able to get for themselves. LNG, I'm hoping for a little bit more of what we saw in game number 1. I'm hoping for that. Like, they've got the Nautilus this time. They actually have ways of starting things off. Curious what the mid jungle will end up being now that Tristana's taken. The Vi taken away from Weiwei. Hi.
There's no
Very
way.
aggressive support to go with a scaling 80 carry.
Doggo, I think, is just having some fun here again. I want to reiterate, I'm surprised not going towards the mid pick, just locking in the Xin Zhao instead. So valuing what that's able to do in terms of denying some of the damage from ranged carries, maybe not wanting to give that one away when they had picked the Smolder for themselves. So now for LNG, we're looking at a mid laner. We've already highlighted the Talia, the Karma still being there. It really feels like the only two obvious answers to lean towards. And now when it comes to jungle, I don't know. I'm kind of curious what answer they'll go for, especially facing the Smolder, right? I think that's where he would have loved to buy, but instead we get Bel'Veth coming out for Weiwei.
Okay.
Oh, Lord.
Well, we said we wanted to carry jungle alongside this Karma. We've certainly got it. There's a lot of damage on this LNG roster. And Ultra Prime, I think, going to finish up with the Talia. We've got the Smolder on one side, and then we've got like pure shenanigans on the other side from LNG here with the Bel'Veth for Weiwei. Zika with his Gwen as well. This feels like sheer aggression on the side of LNG.
It's been a crazy 2 days in terms of the picks we're seeing come out in LPL, and I am all for it. Now, Weiwei going to be able to be this big carry. They have engaged with the Nautilus to try and start fights on their own terms. They even have more ranged play around than they did in game 1, right? With the Senna and the Karma, can't even just try to outrange the opposing side. Can be a bit harder, especially against that Smolder. We hit 6, he's going to be able to call his bomb. You definitely do not want to be messing with Doggo's mother.
No. I mean, I feel like when they're Kid Danger, any mother is a terrifying thing, especially when they're Elder Dragon. You know,
yeah.
It's not something you want to mess with.
And again, we're going to be keeping eyes on that. It was around 19 minutes and 40 seconds where Elk was able to get the 225 stacks to get the execute. I wonder if Doggo will be able to do any better. You are up against the melee support again, which is where we saw Elk really able to get a bunch of that done, going for a lot of those aggressive trades in the 2v2, and it should be possible here in this game as well. To where we know for LNG, keeping up prio in mid, enabling your Bel'Veth to get ahead, and then keeping our eyes on things like the Rift Herald to really enable this Bel'Veth to get maximum prio in terms of taking down turrets.
It's going to be an interesting one, that is for sure. I love the Smolder as well. How fast does it stack? How fast can the scaling happen for Doggo here? Because that is really going to be the question. It's a reasonably long-range comp, aside from, you know, the Gwen is going to be hard to hit. It's more Hung and Weiwei that are going to be afraid of what this dragon is bringing to the table.
Oh no. Doggo already off to a dangerous start.
Hung won't be able to find a hook though. Joy spots him. A ward dropped in quite an interesting spot here. I don't think it was seen by the side of Ultra Prime, but it will spot Hacker on his pathing on when he swaps between bot and top side. As I like this from LNG starting aggressive, and I feel like this is, we've criticized LNG for how slow they've played and how unwilling they've been to push the game forwards. Game number 1, we saw a change to that. Game number 3 now, we need to see that again. They're up against Smolder. Like, this is a champion that is just absurd when you get into the very late stages of the game. We're going for a late invade, but Ultra Prime are stacked. This is dangerous. Zika's going to walk straight into them, but they're looking for the Bel'Veth. Weiwei flashes away, dashes, and will survive the play. It's a 5-man play, which means bot lane, Hung and Gala will have a huge advantage.
Oh, Decade's not going to be able to fight anything off this either. Yeah, this is huge. The fact that they weren't able to get it, if it was just the flash in, that would have been fine. But like you said, since they committed 5 members there, already losing out on a bit of experience down in the spot lane and setting Gala and Hung up to a great start.
Nice start here for LNG off the... Well, I say that, I mean, Weiwei does lose his flash and, you know, he's going to be very late to start his jungle clear as Scout. Massive trade in that mid lane. Yukai's still going, but I don't think you're winning this trade anymore, mate. Q available for Scout, flash available too. If Yukai oversteps his bounds, could be in trouble, but good bit of trading. The Observers are staying here, and that makes me nervous. That makes me think that maybe something more is going to kick off in a second. It looks like we are just going to be clearing the waves, and once again trying to get that harass down.
I also think Doggo started E at level 1 with went on around top side, so now I'm going to have, you know, already having limited presence as Smolder early on, but can have even less at this state in level 1. And now looking at the map, right, this is what LNG dropped it for. They're going to have push in top, they're going to have push in mid, so it's going to enable a lot of safety to Belveth. Hell, even because of how level 1 went, right? As of now, having push and bot. So you shouldn't be under too much threat from Hacker for going from 4 invades. At the same time, though, it is Hacker, and that has never stopped him before.
He does like to full send, doesn't he? As he goes into his bottom quadrant. Honestly, Weiwei's not even that far behind. He's like 1 camp behind, pretty much. But Belveth is so fast. I think you probably catch up, honestly. Look at the Mega Wave crashing in the bottom side as Gala goes to look for some vision and will spot Hacker in the jungle. So, full information of where Hacker is, how fast he's clearing the jungle. I actually think Weiwei's going to finish his clear first.
Yeah, is on the way to it. At least going to be very close, right? They're going to be finishing off their camps with Scuttle Crabs around similar time. So, not really losing a step from what happened early on in the lane. Is Decade actually finding a pretty good trade for himself back. I mean, we've said it, right? We know this is a hard counter. Gwen having damage as well as the sustain to be able to outlast the Cassante in these trades.
I maybe got a little overexcited on the Belveth. It was definitely not Weiwei finishing his camp first. But here we go. Hacker has moved all the way up to the top side and wants a pick onto Zika. Stun comes in Q3 as she falls off, so Decade doesn't get the knockback. Ghost in play here for Zika. Dodges away from the W. He's trying to buy as much time as physically possible. Dashes over the wall. Flash forced from Hacker, but first blood nonetheless.
Yeah, they're going to take that, right? They needed to be able to secure that kill, get more gold into Hacker's pocket. He did lose a camp in the meantime. Weiwei did sneak into his jungle and take away his Raptors. He's going to be happy with that kill any day of the week. Decade not even having to burn his own Ghost, so I wonder how viable it is to look for a repeat play up towards top.
Hook down on the bottom side. The root's going to land onto Doggo as well. Flash available, Ghost available. Both going to be used immediately. We'll get a couple of stacks back, but I don't think that's worth both of your summoners.
And I mean, right now we could see him at 17. I don't know if he's on track to not only to outdo what Elk did, but even be able to maintain it, which, again, a lot of it coming down to the plan that Ultra Prime opted into at their level 1. We can see now, though, Wayward going to take advantage of the state of tops of the map. I think assuming that Hacker's going to go for the reset off the gank, which will open him up to take these 3 grubs.
Yeah, great stuff from Weiwei as well, because he was about to reset. He'd done the crab, he was resetting, and then I think realizing that even off the back of the death, Zika was the first one to TP back to the top side, so he has push there. You know that nothing on the top side is up for Hacker, because you took the chickens, he took the Krugs, so you're pretty safe to go for those grubs in the meantime. Ultra Prime moving down to go for this Drake. This has been the strategy from Ultra Prime all 3 games. Getting those first 2 Drakes has been the name of the game.
Yeah, so Ultra Prime going to be able to confirm this one. Despite been pushed in a lot of the time. I mean, that hasn't really kept Doggo down in terms of CS. He has been able to keep up. I mean, with the Belveth on one side kind of being what LNG's banking on and Smolder on the other, right? I think this time around, especially a more tempered game, does make a bit more sense. We're already seeing the start of the annoyance that the Senna provides.
Yeah, the Senna. So frustrating to have to play against. He moves up to that top side. One thing is, Zika already having a pretty sizable CS lead. Do you really want to take the XP from your Gwen? I feel like the Gwen is quite happy being alone.
Especially when you think about that now you're going to be allowing Smolder to get plates. And, right, I'm not really too sure, you know, at what point Senna Souls outscales like the 225, you know, how much range you need to be able to hit it from to where he can't just execute you. But I'd be very scared of giving this Smolder any gold for free.
Yeah. I think one of the questions as well is, like, you know, if we go really, really long, and we've got scaling on both sides of the map here, which, to be honest, like, this draft with the Senna and the Smolder feels like the epitome of what I kind of expected from these 2 teams today. Like, does the Senna range really match up to the fact that that execute is just going to keep on getting stronger and stronger? Like, do we get to a point where the Dragon executes from, like, 90% health? Like, how late can we go?
Ooh, might need to pause on that. Doesn't look like Ultra Prime should be able to force any sort of engage, but even Weiwei isn't too far away waiting in the wings. I have a theory of, like, Senna bot, Cassid in mid, Kale top. Smolder's never outscaling you.
True. And also, I mean, no AD carry outscales Kassadin because
No.
you don't get to play the game.
Yeah. It's been a while since we've seen a Kassadin. And never that
Yeah.
safe in the LPL in my mind, especially because I feel like watching LPL compared to other regions, like teams are much more willing to full send it with a mid dive. Shut that down. Is Iwakan here?
Good hook comes
Oh,
on in. I don't
we're
think
not.
he's safe, and maybe Hacker's not safe either because they could look for more as Belveth moving over, but won't be able to find anything here. It's just going to be moving back into his jungle. Scuttle Crab secured here by Weiwei as well. Advantages across the board here for LNG. Honestly, it's a little bit of a lane diff because we've got a huge CS lead top. There's a huge CS lead mid too.
Yeah, we have the game coming through here. I didn't expect this to be a kill because I forgot Nautilus has been by himself. He has the experience. He is level 6. Immediately locked down after Scout found the root. Iwakai never even had a chance to be able to get away.
No, it doesn't get to flash either, so the root lands. Scout would have had flash to follow if he'd gone for it, so I don't hate that he held on to that one. Zeka up top, 20 CS lead for him. Almost, I guess, a 15 CS lead in that mid lane as well for Scout. The advantage that Ultra Prime have is Doggo scaling his way up, but whether or not that'll be enough, we'll have to find out. Honestly, we've not seen enough Smolder to really know at this point.
And the only team we've seen play it is BLG. So, like, are they the greatest team to show us how good or bad or where Smelter fits? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Probably going to need a few different teams spread throughout the league to show us on that one. But already getting pretty close to things like the Rift Maker, of course, having both components of it. So just needing the 900 gold able to finish that one off, trying to fight to find presence in top. This is setting up for LNG to get first hit onto these grubs. Filter Prime want to contest.
It's going to be at least 4 grubs for the side of LNG. I mean, I'm scared of a Gwen with 6 grubs. This could be bad news for Ultra Prime. They did manage to get that first Drake for themselves on the opposite side, but next Drake not coming up for another minute, so no opposite trade available for them.
And let's remember, Munch, that like when these pushes happen later on, if LNG get Herald or Baron as well, you not only have the mites, you got the little corals that Bel'Veth spawns as well. You're gonna have like 3 whole armies pushing down turrets.
Look at all of the fish. Look at all of the fish. In the meantime, Decade noted in, I don't know, dolls. I don't know where I was going with that one. Trying to dodge away from the damage, but your guy finishes the job. Lobster Stone, that'll finish him.
The unexpected all out, always something you have to be wary of. I love that LNG are like, well, he's in too deep. There's nothing we could do now. It does open up for Scout to be able to get plates in mid, as we can see on our screens. Doggo going to be kind of playing a PvE game this whole time as we do jump into the replay. They feel good taking these down with the fact that they have the 6 scrubs. Beautiful Q3 allows for the all-out to just bring Zika towards no man's land.
Yeah, well played by Decade and Iwakai. Using the Talia ult as well to finish the job. Gets the kill, while Decade goes and sweeps up the rest of the wave underneath the tower. One thing I will say, Plate very much in favor of LNG, so despite the fact that kills are up for Ultra Prime, you see they're still down in gold. Weiwei doesn't find his knock-up. Gala chunked massively by Iwakai.
Oh, does find the hook.
Well, hooked a wall.
No, again, anytime we're watching LPL and 2 teams are anywhere like within a screen of each other, I'm ready for action to break down. You can see both teams wanting to fight for this Drake. I'm wondering if Zika can pressure Decade out long enough for him to not join. Wouldn't have the all-out anyway, even if he did come down.
Oh,
great
flash there. Yeah, trying to get it, but Doggo survives for the time being. Ghost available for the fight as well. Gala is already pretty low on this one, but they can't really get onto the back line. Mom breathes a bit of fire, but that's all she's going to do. It's all just hot air in the end. As now the railgun across the team, and that's a real Weiwei diving forwards. Tway is going to be rooted up, but the knockback is huge. But is it huge enough? They've just dived into their own demise. Needleworks shreds everybody. Triple for Gala.
Great fight coming out from LNG. So many kills for Gala. Scout getting big too. You saw Weiwei able to jump and then pick up a lot of those. Now going to turn into a Drake. 3k gold lead out of nowhere. I gotta be honest, Munch, expected. LNG off to a great start. Hacker wants to get it going. But it's actually going to be the fact that not a lot of key abilities landing, right? Mom gets a bit of damage down. Once we see the Bel'Veth especially able to get on the backline, Gala follow through with the ult, you have the numbers advantage. And like you said, The knockback comes through, but it kind of just leads Hacker and others to have this false sense of security into their own demise, with Zika still barreling out with that needlework. I think the needlework even just came back right before the fight started, so great timing for LNG.
Yeah, it did feel like the Q3 just completely baited Ultra Prime into the rest of the fight there. It just set up for a massive burst of group damage. You know, Scout, Gala, Zika all hitting multiple members is not a position that you want to be in for Ultra Prime. And now, 6-3 on the scoreboard, 3k gold lead. It's a Drake apiece as well. 6 scrubs, though, for LNG. And that's what gets scary for the side of Ultra Prime, because Zika, not only is he strong with that Rift Maker, but with the 6 scrubs, he can pressure side lane so incredibly strongly. Strongly?
And
effectively.
And we're getting to the point. Rift Herald up in 12 seconds. Like I said, you know, been a while since we've seen Bel'Veth, but gets the Rift Herald, has those corals available. She gets her true form, so that is really going to make the pushing power of LNG so dramatic and so hard to deal with. You can see Ultra Prime trying to answer by stealing away camps on the bottom side of the map. It's going to give Uakai some free time with that turret, but LNG definitely being the winners of this trade.
They certainly have been. Ultra Prime, at least, like you say, they'll get a turret. It's better than nothing. But I mean, I feel like LNG passively are building the lead just in general. Like, aside from the fight, obviously, that fight has helped them a lot with the gold lead. We saw CS leads being built up. We saw them kind of doing a good job to just get their base map play on. As a Herald slams down in mid lane. No Poppy this time to do anything. As, you know, Mom may be a dragon, but look at the fish. You know, have you thought about the fish, Dom? I didn't think so. The fish went out the battle. Fish have always been stronger than dragons. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, I mean, dragons pretty much just evolved from fish, right? I mean, what could you do against...
Didn't we all?
Against the superior species.
BIRL evolved from a fish.
I got it. Oh, Weiwei coming down, looking for some action. You do have Weaver's Wall up for Uakai. Weiwei not even going to try and chase it down. Just ends up giving up in the end, backs off. But a much more dominant game coming out from LNG. It seems like whatever speech that Goldberg was able to give ended up coming out on top.
He was like, listen, lads, stop fighting ever. Just play it slow. It's all we know.
And hey, they're doing it well, right? And it's like you said, we saw a lot better from LNG in terms of the laning this time. They had some good matchups with the Gwen and the Karma. They were able to get presence in bot just from the cheeky level 1 that Ultra Prime were looking for, which kind of sucks that it ended up not working out, because the fact that they were able to preempt that play was so great to see.
Yeah.
It also meant didn't have Cryo in bot, and LNG now just really taking over the map.
Wait, tanking the tower for a second there. I do just want to quickly point out as well, Scout 8 stacks on the Dark Seal. That is a scary Karma that you're up against at this point in the game. The minions finally arriving gives an opportunity to potentially get some hits on tower, but Hacker and Chwei threatening. The tower might go down. The knockback onto Gala, and now a TP as well. They're looking for more. Flash forced out from Hacker. The roof, and it follows up as well. Mom comes in, but does nothing despite how loud she is. She doesn't really do any damage, and Zika just charging forwards with the needlework. Scout flashes to finish the kill onto Uakai.
And this was such a forced fight. No neutral objectives up around this side of the map, but LNG saw the angle. Dragon will be up in a minute, so this at least let them get some presence down here and reinforce some of the vision that they've already had. And now just furthering their lead even more. 5k up.
Yeah, Drake up in 45 seconds as well. That'll be the next thing on the chopping block. Hacker forced to flash, but look at this. The root on Uakai flashed onto Chwei as well.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate. And then this is where it looked like, all right, Ultra Prime are going to be able to get out scot-free, or maybe I should say scout-free, but Scout flashing forward to be able to finish it off. And it just feels hard even thinking about what Ultra Prime can try to pivot into. You have things like the Weaver's Wall. The fact that you have the Svelder, in my mind, kind of signals that you still just want to keep trying to funnel farm onto him and keep the defensive vision line up. Maybe you could try and look for picks with the Taliyah and the Xin Zhao if anyone ever really overextends, but LNG haven't really been giving any opportunities. And Ultra Prime have to avoid the sides of the map that LNG are playing on because of how strong they are.
I feel like I want someone to do an analysis of this game versus the BLG game and see what Doggo and Elk are doing differently, because Doggo, I think, on about 150 stacks at this point. He's like 1 minute away from the point at which Elk hit 225, which is where that Elder buff comes into play. If you do what Elk was doing on the pick, it certainly feels like a must-ban, must-pick. However, Doggo doesn't feel like he knows how to do that right now. And so, this Smolder just feels a bit useless, to be honest.
And like we said, it's kind of sad that it really doesn't get easier for Ultra Prime going forward. JDG, TS, BLG. Those are their next 3 matchups. Oh, engage comes out from Jway.
Gala here, but he keeps himself alive for the time being. I can't even hear myself over Mom screaming. She's a full-on Karen, that is for sure.
Definitely trying to get LNG to be able to back off here, but LNG, despite the fact that they don't have much to go with, okay, Hunge is gone.
Oh, Jway walks away on 1 HP as well. Could have been 1-for-1, but Hacker now buying space on the front line. Doggo stepping up. Yuakai trying to get damage down. 1-for-0 in favor of Ultra Prime. Fair play. They managed to get something for themselves, and now LNG sort of just have to walk away. Head between their legs. No, that's not it. I don't know.
I like how LNG just out of nowhere randomly keep trying to set up these sieges, right? Just full on 5 people bot, nothing really around to play for. We've already stolen away their jungle camps. Just thinking that they could find something. Baron's going to be up soon, so both teams now having to focus their vision control towards top side.
We'll have to see what Ultra Prime can do to get back in. Like, I'm looking at Yuakai, to be honest. I feel like map plays, trying to pick LNG apart when they're separated, that's probably the way forward. Like, for example, Scout, no flash available for him right now. Maybe if he overextends in a side lane, you could make a play, try and find him. That could be an angle. But Baron's up on the map, so you don't want to overcommit on the wrong side of the map. If Scout's not the one towards the top side, maybe he's not the target.
I gotta say, though, the thing I'm scared about for Ultra Prime is even when you look past members like Scout and Gala, who have a bunch of kills in our fed, is like Zika is, I think it was like 40 CS up on Decade, so he's also a full item ahead, just like he was in Game 1. That's when we saw Zika really become a menace.
Yeah, I just want to quickly check in as well on the Smolder stacks, by the way. 222 now for Doggo, so clearly the second 100 a lot faster than the first 100.
Yeah.
As he's about to get to Elder Dragon territory. These fights have been fairly long fights. It certainly could work.
Yeah, and you know, thinking about it, all of those kind of 5v5 standoffs just allowed Doggo so much time to keep getting more and more stacks than he probably otherwise would have. 1 away now from being able to get that execute online. And that's when you're going to hope that some of the team fights can start turning around. Was able to finish off his Shojin just a little while ago, too. So being a bit stronger in power. And there it is.
There it is.
That golden number.
So execute online for Doggo. Has the Shojin, the 2-item spike. I feel like 3 items is really where Smolder is fully online. But 2 items plus the passive is plenty to be effective in a fight. Perhaps a pick. Miss Jway resetting, but spots it. Doesn't fall for anything. And LNG slowing this one right down in true LNG fashion, I think it's fair to say.
I like that they're playing up towards top side. If they ever did want to try and go for a cheesy Baron start to force a turn, like they have the Nautilus this time around, so it's a lot more possible. Would still be a bit risky when you're going up against things like Maokai ult and the Weaver's Wall that can really just corral you into an area, which is why LNG are taking this one. Even more slowly in my mind than they could have potentially otherwise, and they just seem to be happy, just constantly trying to choke them out of vision.
Gala trying to deny whatever vision he can, and there we go. Control ward down. Scout pressuring from the side as well. Hook onto Jway. Could be an opportunity as already a pick in the fight. Fantastic start to this one as Decade now rooted up as well. Look at the damage coming out from LNG. The front line just does not exist. Railgun, the shields, gonna keep him. Wait, Scout was knocked over the wall by Yuakai's ult? What is that? He was miles away.
But now, with a lot of those tools down, LNG feel comfortable starting up this Baron. Not only numbers advantage, but every ult from Ultra Prime other than the all-out.
Oh, big chunk onto Doggo. Decade steps in. Once again, Hacker is rooted, and Zika on the top side of the play. Hook comes on through, and this could be the moment as Yuakai forced away. Way low on HP. Decade trying to finish the job, but Bel'Veth is just invincible when she wants to be. Gala survives, and LNG turn to the Baron.
Now they're going to be able to go back for it. Ultra Prime still have 4 members up, so you assume they're going to contest. We can see the TP coming out now from Uakai. Doggo's ult almost back online.
They've got to make something happen here. Hung takes a chunk. They might have done enough to dissuade the Baron here. 4K, and yeah, LNG back off. Well played by Ultra Prime. Drake is up on the map as well.
I think that's another thing that kind of went into LNG's kind of like, hey, we're getting chunked out. Who knows if we can finish this? Dragon's also up. We'd be able to get ourselves onto Soul Point. So they're going to be able to start making their way over for that. It seems like Ultra Prime even potentially anticipating that by staying up towards top side. So we're going to get a replay here. Decade just running in, getting some nice damage off. Zika being the one to zone out the backline with the ultimate. And then Decade sadly just left in no man's land. Great job by Gala being able to survive for so long as well. But a lot of kudos in my mind goes to the Gwen there for making it so no one else from Ultra Prime can even walk forward.
Yeah, great stuff from Zika on this Gwen. I love that we've seen it multiple times in this series as well. Clearly a comfort pick for Zika. I mean, we already knew it was a comfort pick for Zika, but good to see him using it. Good to see him have an effect on it. And not letting that second game be the reason not to play Gwen. I feel like Gwen was not the problem with the composition in the second game. It's good to see the team still happy to lean on this as a pick.
Yeah, we do have 2 Kaenic Rookards on Ultra Prime side to try to counteract it. Has been slightly nerfed, like we said earlier in the day, but still great item to be able to prevent all this magic damage.
Oh, CC onto Decade. Scout, the only one stuck over the wall, has Flash, he's saving it. And his Zonius comes in to play first, now flashes over the wall, still full HP, and turns the play around. Beautiful bit of play from Scout. Certainly seems to be up and lit, but up right now.
Yeah, what a great idea. Again, another situation where a team uses a player as bait, draws people in. I love the fact that he goes into the stasis to just have Ultra Prime stick around even longer. So now they're going to be able to pick up a mid lane turret. They get even more gold off of it. They're on Soul Point Munch, so they're getting Baron. Everything really at this point is LNG's for the taking.
Yeah, really clean game from LNG, honestly. Some fantastic fighting, playing around the Senna well, playing around the Karma well, and importantly, able to control these neutral objectives. Great pick to start it off from Scout. Oh,
Doggo just had to flash, so we're able to get some thumbs up from even the Ghost going down, so gonna feel a lot of pressure in the upcoming exchanges. Looks like Hung flashed for that himself.
Bel'Veth on 2 items is terrifying. The speed at which you can annihilate someone if they overstep is insane. Top tier 2 under pressure, and in the meantime the rest of LNG hitting onto the inhib towers. We're looking to Doggo now. You know, at this point, Doggo, it's time to show us what this Smolder can do. You've done your stacking, you've got your passive. Now time to one-shot the entire enemy team.
Yeah, it is. If only it was that easy, then we'd never see the champion played. But LNG continuing to move forward. Sadly for Doggo, a lot of these sneezes not connecting onto LNG. I don't know why you'd want to sneeze on someone else, but it's something that Smolder likes to do.
Yep. Cheeky little chew every now and then. In fact, every time it's off cooldown. Seems to be the general strategy. Look at all of the Remora. No, they're going to go down. Those poor fish. They just wanted some food.
I really just want to see like the max stacked push of the little fish and the little mites, and to see how unbearable it is.
I just want to see them take the tower by themselves, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
People just like stand by and watch as the fish and the mites and the whatever else, minions I guess, can deal with the tower. Doggo at Execute only going to be getting stronger as the game goes on. I don't know. Is he ever going to actually get to hit anyone though? Like, it doesn't feel like these fights have been, ooh, Doggo's stacking up the passive, you know, like, it doesn't feel like he's been able to get the burn going on LNG. It's just been the front line getting eviscerated basically by LNG every fight.
I mean, if there's one thing that LNG do have this game, it is damage, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Gwen, Bel'Veth, Karma, Senna, it is hard for anyone to walk forward. We've seen Decade have, you know, a bit more durability, a bit of a time being able to survive, but he is still being outclassed in items. Look at that gold difference in top, especially 4,000 in favor of the Gwen.
Yeah, I mean, he's almost got a Flame Horizon, which, you know, at this point in the game, it doesn't feel as significant, you know. the original Flame Horizon was really about the laning phase, and we don't really have laning phases that last the same duration as they did back when the
No.
Flame Horizon first started happening.
I remember when mid-game used to feel like it was like 20 to 30, game was like maybe 40 plus, and now it's like, okay,
Yeah.
early games like are like 1 to 10 or 1
First
to
10,
15.
yeah. I guess 14
and then,
because of the plays.
yeah, exactly. And then it's like 14 to 20 is mid-game, and then in my mind, anything after that is like, we are having late game fights. Maybe not this split, actually. That's typically been the case in LPL.
It's like 25, 30 minutes is, like, everyone's on like 3+ items, and I feel like late game used to be way more items perhaps, but you can
Late
do
game
so
used to
much
be
with
the,
so
the
few items now.
complexity 60-minute game in LCS. That's what late game used to be to me.
Yeah, I remember, you know, back in the day when it was like, oh, who's going to hit 300 CS first? Is it Froggen or is it Xpeke? Ari versus Anivia. And
a lot
trying
of-
to break that CS record.
Yeah, not the times like that anymore. We actually had some
Honestly,
decent
thank God.
trades
Thank
coming
God.
back.
I enjoyed it at the time, but I'm really glad we don't just have sheer farming for 30 minutes. Even though LNG have tried to make that the meta this split.
I was
It's
a
not-
big
it's not
fan
stuck.
of the was like season 3 and then early season 4, where obviously the LeBlanc, the Deathfire Grasp, the Gragas with like the 1 point whatever AP ratios on his Q and ult that were just one-shotting people. You had people like Kerp over in the ULCS playing like the Fizz and the Gra. Oh god,
Yeah.
what a fast-paced
Dude.
game!
Gragas mid. What a time. I mean, it's playable now. They
Oh,
made it
much?
playable again. Gala flashes away from Uakai, but Hacker's here to try and punish him. Flashes onto the AD carry. As in the meantime, look at the heroics from Hung to save the day. Protects his AD carry like a true support, except this one's got gold. Uakai 1 HP. Zika is corralling them. He's like a sheepdog. An Ultra Prime of the sheep, and it's time for a bit of shearing. Taking a bit off of the top is Zika. He's got his scissors primed, and the wool is no longer. Ultra Prime taken apart. A triple for Zika, and that's going to be game.
And they already have a wave up in top side. They have minions pushing in mid. They're trying to make sure that Decade goes down as well. LNG have played it by the book, and they have for this one.
It'll take him a minute to end. 20 seconds on those death timers, though, and Super's push. Make no mistake, LNG have won this one out. The Mountain Soul as well, helping to weather the storm. 30 minutes in, and the Drake still did nothing. Smolder, unfortunately, loses his second game and goes 1-for-1 in the LPL. But LNG finally get themselves a 4th win on the board.
I mean, LNG able to make do with a lot of the lane advantages they were defined, right? All 3 lanes were winning in the 1v1s and the 2v2s. Maybe it could have been a bit different if the Ultra Prime bot lane had actually started in lane and not tried to go for their cheeky level 1 strat. I still kind of give them props for it, because seeing stuff like that, actually having the correct read, super cool, something you don't see all that often. But at the end of the day, LNG just being able to isolate it, isolate their laning phases, and use that to transition into like 3 objectives like the Drake and the Grubs and Heralds. Ultra Prime just kept being like, yo, we aren't in a position where we can fight this. And those types of games are where LNG thrives.
Yeah, I mean, it's better that Ultra Prime say, hey, we're not in a position to fight this, than what they said in game number 1, which is, we're not in a position to fight this, well, let's fight this.
Yeah.
Didn't mean that the game lasted a bit longer, but, you know, Ultra Prime, unfortunately, not able to make it happen today. LNG, much more decisive play than what we've been seeing from them more recently, and they'll win out the series. Now, I will inform you guys, we're slightly behind the next series, so we're going to quickly jump to a break, and then we're going to get straight into that next series. Hello, you beautiful people, and welcome back to the LPL. I'm Munch, that's Lyric, and we're going to be coming hot with our next game. It's RA versus EDG. We're not even going to do Champions League. We're not even going to do the first 6.5 minutes of the game. We're jumping straight in to 6 minutes into the game. Luckily for us, no kills happening in the first 5 minutes. So we'll see how this one's going to go down. Looking at the drafts here, fairly standard on both sides.
Oh, nice knockback by Vikla.
Monkey in trouble, just get to dash to teammates. And okay, it all diffuses. All right, let's take a second here, Lyric, and talk about what is on our screen right here. We've got an on-hit Varus here for the Snake. We've got Senna and Nautilus, although Nautilus very far behind in CS at this point.
Not able to find anything. We have RA right now being the ones to get grubs, but Vampire's presence and the rest of EDG being close behind. He's going to opt in this one. Hell, even Shousey, TP towards mid lane.
All right, Vampire goes in. EDG looking for the fight here. Alla's there, and look at the damage from Fisher as well. Alla with the all-out first blood taken already. Vikla gets the knockback. Monkey 1 HP, but Snake blocks the damage. Assume the next target is the Snake. Flashes over the wall, and Shousey can't find anything on the backside of the play. How are they so low and yet surviving? Vikla's been baited in, and Vampire looks for the engage, forces the flash away, and RA are sent packing.
EDG to be able to come out ahead 3-0 now. The K'Sante is unkillable. We saw in our last series what happens when K'Sante starts finding some gold lead quite early on. And now EDG 2k gold up. We'll go into the replay as EDG wanting to start this one off. They were trying to make sure that they could fight for those mites. Great lockdown on the Nio. But it's here where you can see the rest of RA's members. The Taliyah, the Nautilus, not involved. So it's pretty much a numbers advantage where with the Ghost, they can just run RA down. The flick was good, but not able to connect with any cues from Vikla to get that one going. And it's actually the fact that Fisher survives that blows my mind there. Even there's enough time to get the fear off with his Q. And Munch, as we're coming out of the replay, I also want to mention, because we didn't have time, obviously Shousey starting for the first time this split. It has been Zora every game before this. And this is, you know, his comeback from PCS. He played at Worlds last year on CFO. So RA hoping that Shousey's wealth of experience can help turn the ship around.
Yep, known for his hook champions. His name even looks like a Blitzcrank hook. Maybe on the Nautilus today rather than the crank itself. So soon trying to get some damage down onto Alla. Using this Senna once again to pressure in the top side, grab a couple of plates pretty much for free. In the meantime though, Monkey on the first Drake of the game. RA were able to get all 3 of those grubs in the end, by the way.
Right now, pressuring down towards bot, hoping that Shousey sticks around. He's still not level 6 yet, so still not a time where it's hard to dive him. And look at the minimap. All of EDG are heading towards that bot lane.
They certainly are. Shousey. Oh, good hook onto Vampire CC. Monkey tanking and actually dashes into the play. Monkey, what are you doing, man? He obviously thought Vampire was tanking, I guess. It does mean it's a 1-for-1 in the play. Not ideal for EDG.
At the very least, at least you're denying more gold from RA by no one being able to hit those minions. But Fisher is going to pay for his sins.
To escape, yeah, and there's the collateral. That bit of a mistake from the EDG mid laner.
Yeah, just too greedy of a path to get back to lane. Didn't want to lose too much CS himself, but he's already been up in his lane. Even a TP, if he needed a safer path, could have walked all the way around. I gotta say though, it's great that Allah's just able to skirt around this 2v1 in topside, a lot being to those early kills, already having the plated steel caps, so much harder to get any damage to stick onto this top laner. And Allah really has been the standout for EDG this split. Has picked up almost every MVP that EDG have had. I think the Snake has gotten 1, which has made it so Allah doesn't have all of them, but gonna move into this replay down bot side to see exactly what went wrong. Just with the good job with the hook to get the Keystone proc for more of the resistances to come through, but like you said, Monkey, I mean, I don't know if he would have been able to get away anyway, but clearly misreading it.
There we go. Alla with the all-out onto Xiaoshu. Vampire and Monkey are coming to blast going over the wall, and it'll be finished off. Monkey grabbing himself that kill. Vikla wants to answer, flies into the top side of the play, but in the meantime, Fisher will just be able to push the mid wave. So just some more CS denied from RA.
EDG with a nice resurgence in this game. You know, they were able to find a win, but immediately lost in their last series to OMG. Did push out the 3 games. So the fact that they're already getting back on track in this early game is good to see.
Yeah.
And again, I feel like the kills are exactly where you want them. Ala and the Snake really being the 2 people to carry games so far.
Oh, the Snake's fine. If that hook had hit, maybe there's a chance for RA. You're absolutely right. Like, good proactive game from EDG as well. Good to see them being a bit more aggressive, trying to actively find these players like Ala with the all-out as Monkey and Vampire rotate up. Like, good movements from Fisher and from the Snake as well. The fact that we had a full-on 5v5 for Grubs, that we literally, like, we come into the game and everyone's fighting for Grubs. Oh, I love it.
Yeah. You know, we got to apologize about the technical difficulties about coming into the game late. We'll get us a bit closer to catching up with where the actual series is at, though. We did have items coming out, Eclipse for Monkey coming out first. Gonna be able to rely on things like that. Shield Ala already getting the Iceborne Gauntlet up in top. So you would expect them to be able to get in these items online first from the fact that the kills have gone over. But Nio also having the Ghost Blade and sending 3 members towards the top side. So hoping they could pivot this into some grubs for themselves.
Yeah, some grubbies going here. RA already got the first 3. Now I'd love to get 5 or 6, but Nio getting hit by that Q is huge. Monkey, great kick as well. And that'll send a package surely. Nio, 300 HP, needs to be careful not to get hit by Monkey. Could be a kill just from the Q alone. Vampire ward over the wall, so they'll spot Mikla moving around. In the meantime, though, the Snake hasn't even moved over. He's just crashing waves mid.
Yeah, pushing those in. I do gotta say, I feel like maybe EDG could have gotten a bit more if we didn't get the kick coming out so early from Monkey. Maybe it would have pushed RA to actually be more willing to fight all 3 of the grubs. So it does work out in the end. We can still see they're maintaining pressure in top. I mean, huge CS advantage for the Snake over Xiaoxi, who is, you know, his counterpart, which you would expect. But I think getting a lot more than RA would have otherwise hoped.
Now, assume move into the mid lane. I love that the Senna pick has really evolved in the LPL at this point. You see Sennas from every team roaming around the map, like finding ways to get souls, not just sitting in that bottom lane. Quite often now we are just seeing the tank support left alone in the bottom side to farm, which is definitely the better way to play Senna, looking for those souls regardless of where they are on the map.
Yeah, he's been very proactive about it so far, but now with EDG overloading the mid lane to make sure they have pressure for the straight coming up in 10 seconds, looks like RA are going to acknowledge that they can't do anything about it because we could already see them starting to lean up towards the top side. No camps they could steal away, but they can look for a potential kill on Ala, but he's being teams on bot. No, Xiaoxi.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do at this point, as he'll go down to the WQ from the Snake. And I mean, the Snake having 3 kills at this point in the game, plus a whole bunch of plates, and he's on hit Varus, so it's not exactly like he's going to fall off at any point in the game. This is terrifying for the side of RA. He'll be able to finish the tower on the bottom side while the Drake goes down. Ala weathering the storm up top as well. Herald will be started for RA. I don't think there's much of a contest that can come out from EDG.
No, but I still don't think it matters. I like the small pause. Ala might get ahead of himself. He does connect.
Ah, Xiaoxu, man. Just wait for the root. The root's about to hit. Wait for the root and then go for your chains. Unfortunate, doesn't manage to chain the CC. There will be the Herald for RA, but like you say, how much does it matter? 3,000 gold lead for EDG. And a really solid early game from a team that, let's be honest, you don't expect a really solid early game from.
No, right? I mean, such young players, and Monkey not even expected to start. JJ with health issues, and we all hope he can get better quickly to be able to get back to the team, but EDG clearly finding some semblance of synergy with this roster. Also have to look at who they're playing, right? RA being kind of down in the dumps with them, only being on 2 wins themselves.
I will say, though, it's exciting to see that this game is this proactive and positive for EDG, because I'm going to be honest, coming into this series, I was looking at EDG versus RA. I thought this was going to be a bit of a snooze fest. Both these teams have been quite happy to just play slow and wait for the game to happen to them. Good to see that EDG clearly are developing week on week ever since Ala came back in. A big commitment for a blue buff there, Nio. Don't know if I agree with that decision.
immediately gets taken down, especially by Monkey and Vampire, fully committing on to him. And now just trying to take away the rest of these camps, really choke out and deny RA any gold. Xiaoshu not able to pick up that Gromp, and the pressure just continues, right? They find that kill in jungle, pull RA into their own jungle. They're able to get tempo, move back to mid, move back to bot, push those out, and keep forcing RA to be reactive.
There should be a mid tier 1 taken. Only one tier 1 remaining on the map. They might just get some kills off the back of it as well. Xiaoxi locked up and will be taken down. Vikler, does he actually want to be here is the question. Goes forward immediately, forced to flash away, and Alan takes him out of the picture entirely. That's a kill for the top laner of EDG. Wants a Q3, but can't quite find his mark as Fisher. Damage on the bottom side as well. All right, just getting battered around from every direction.
And it's rough, right? Obviously, like we said, Xiaoxi's debut, things not really looking that solid. Hard to judge, because right, based on especially those first 5 minutes of the game and how they went. But now EDG are just taking over. I love how in the face of RA they're choosing to be. Again, it's some of those small movements. Invade enemy jungle, find a kill, steal away camps. They're coming to react and try to prevent from do so. Move to lanes first. Just good stuff overall from EDG in the first 15 minutes of this game. I mean, so many people are just so fed already. We're going to see how this one all went down. Wanting to try to fight for this blue buff, maybe not knowing the extent of members being here. Dashes in with the E, which just makes him free for Monkey to go in with the kick.
Yeah, Xiaoxi as well. Contesting a tower that realistically just could not be contested. Obviously trying to make a play with Vikler and Xiaoshu TPing and ulting, but not realizing EDG were there first. Perhaps a chance as Vampire's caught, but no, look at the damage from Fisher. Just absolutely destroys RA. Now lightning bolts rain from the sky as EDG begin the siege on this top side.
You gotta respect that ult coming out from Hui. And again, EDG's constantly corralling RA around the map. Gonna get more golden. Even hoping to set up a pick of their own. Wouldn't be able to do anything with the amount of members RA have going for them, but still lends EDG in taking away more camps. And that's something they've been consistently doing, right? Every time they make a play, every time they look for aggression, they're also taking away this golden experience that would otherwise go to Rare Atom, choking them out even further.
Is it a confidence thing, do you think? Like, this looks like a totally different EDG than what we've seen the rest of the year so far. Is it like, okay, we're against RA, this one we can win, lads, and suddenly everything feels fantastic?
It's hard to say, right? It's hard to say without like seeing some of the inner workings behind EDG. But hey, EDG are a team who put out those inner workings in video content. So I'm sure we'll get an answer quite soon, as we see now. I mean, the pincer movement coming through with Vampire coming from behind. RA thinking they can contend once again, but look at all the AoE damage that Fisher was putting out there. The ult, the QE being thrown down, gets the Q back up, is able to throw a QW in at the end. Yeah. 4-0 on the Varus, 3-0 on the Cassante. 2 items apiece, a full item ahead of both of their counterparts.
Dude, look at this Cassante and tell me who the hell at RA kills him. Who the hell is ever killing out of this game? It's just not possible. Unless he's like diving double Nexus towers,
No.
he's just not going to go down.
You kill him by getting him to sympathize with you. You type in all chat, you say, hey, feel a little bit bad for us. We want this to be a closer game. But I don't know if Ala will fall for that, because it doesn't look like he's falling for that just yet.
He's never really been the most sympathetic of players.
Especially the H.
What is this Herald charge?
Oh, God.
Why
I don't know.
Ring Herald through the side of mid towards his own tower.
Yeah, I just wanted to get back to his team a little bit faster. Wanted to make sure he could back up the lads. What do you want from him?
Herald Taxi Service comes up clutch once again. Oh dear. Alright. What are we gonna do with you, eh?
Which is sad, because RA been another team where it's like assume, Xiaoshu especially, Nio, like, these guys have had some good moments in their games, but never really able to chain them with this game especially. Really looked rough.
I mean, like, Xiaoshu especially has been kind of I think he's the most elo-held player in the league right now. I'm not including Ala in that because, like, EDG's a whole thing of its own, but, like, in terms of the newer guys on the block, the unknown quantities to some extent. Like Xiaoshu feels like he's had a pretty good split in spite of how bad things have looked for RA. This game, not a great example of that, but overall.
And assuming that this goes, you know, the way it's looking so far with 7K Gold League, with EDG already on Soul Point, they're starting up there, and like, I was kind of hoping Xiaoxi coming in would be the thing to change it, because he should have the experience to be able to get this team on the same page with some calls.
Yeah.
Now, hovering over towards this Baron.
You do wonder, oh no, the pink ward's not even in the brush, that's disappointing. Snayo trying to contest with Vampire. The Baron is just going to go down here to get vision, but look at the engage from Vampire. The Spiraling Despair is pulled into the backline. It's a disaster, and Alla's here to finish it all off as well. He's going to look for the all-out onto Xiaoshu, pull it back into the loving arms of the Snake. As Monkey finishes off a fourth kill, 7-0-2 on the Varus. The Snake is having the game of his career so far.
And they might get 2 inhibs off this, because they had a wave mid, they had a wave top ready. And now they can easily convert this at least into inhibitor turrets. We'll see. Okay, so they should at very least be able to get one of these inhibitors, but 5 seconds on Assume Xiaoxi, a little bit less on Nio. They're gonna have to back off after this.
Where has this team been all year? Like, what is this from EDG? They look so confident, they look so good, they look powerful, impressive, devastating. Where has it been?
I don't know the last time I've seen you this excited much. And it's all coming from plays like this with Vampire locking them down, not allowing the steals to come through. And like you said, sadly the play is going to be brought into the other members of Rare Adam as they just keep getting ran down. And in my mind, right, the thing that's just nice is look at the minimap. They had those waves ready and set up for once the kills went through. And now they can really just push this advantage forward and look to end the game.
I mean, we're looking at a real fast win. This has got to be the fastest win EDG have had all split, right? If they just end the game here, they can actually close this out now. This is a really convincing game from EDG. And honestly, in a composition that you would expect to play reasonably slow, look for scaling, right? The Varus way. Xiaoxi just dives into his own demise. I don't know what that was. Xiaoshu goes down as well. I think they know that this one is over. EDG. Wow. What a game. Nexus will fall, and they show that they're not done with this split just yet. They may be pretty much guaranteed not making playoffs, but hey, you can still look good and look to improve towards summer.
Like I said, teams have made it on 8 losses, many splits. Teams have even made it on 9 losses, 1 split. So definitely not down and out just yet. But at the same time, right, that did not look like the 17th place team versus the 13th place team. Like
No.
EDG coming in last place in LPL, absolutely stomping RA in that game.
Absolutely insane. Phenomenal stuff coming out from EDG, managing to get that game for themselves. They have played against some of the top teams already as well. Top Esports, BLG. Pretty good stuff from them. So there's an angle here. There's an angle. I'm being told that we theoretically could just jump straight into the next game because we were slightly behind.
Munch, why not? Why not just get caught up and go back?
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get straight into the game. Look at that. This is the miracle of technology. We, through the power of time travel, have skipped from the end of game number 1 straight into the start of game number 2.
You know, I'm so glad you were confident to call that out because I'm like, okay, I'm all right with you. I don't know. How do I single my producers? And you just sent it, and we're sending it, and I love it.
We were told by our producer in Aria, shout out Fiona, that this game was ready to go if we just wanted to jump into it. And I was like, you know what? Lyric's not messaged me anything. I was hoping he would message me, but he didn't. So I was like, it's Lyric. He's always down to skip the break. Let's do this.
You know, I'm always down to Cloud Munch. We don't need to stop. We just keep going. And I mean, after that game, I'm kind of excited to keep going. Because like you said, that EDG looked like a different beast. On the flip side, disappointed because I've thought that this RA team has looked solid with their individuals. I thought they just needed a voice. Xiaoxi should be that voice. Hopefully in this game too, he can show us more.
So we've caught up to live. We're ready to jump into game number 2. We've missed draft, unfortunately, but hey, that's okay. Smolder has been picked up by EDG and Azir. Jax up top for Ala as well. This is a lot of scaling on the side of EDG.
Yeah, especially with Arla having his hands on Jax. That's actually where my eyes go, because you know this man can single-handedly take over a game on this team.
He certainly can. As we head on to Summoner's Rift. It's game number 2 between EDG and RA. Let's see if RA can fire back.
I'm just so happy that
What's the third one?
RA still has Gios, man. It has been rough.
That was the least confident, like, Gio caller for EDG ever. They were like, just like, EDG ever. They were like, just like, EDG. Like, usually it's like someone absolutely yelling at the top of their voice. And they only did 2. Where was the third one? I meant to do 3. Come on, guys. Pull yourselves together. If WE's caller can do what he did today, we can do better, EDG.
They gave their best. But let's kind of look at the Rift right now, because like you said, EDG have a lot of scaling elements. You know, Azir, the Smolder, Jax, of course, but also have some side lane to play with. We know Ala can especially be aggressive on this pick. To where RA, a lot more tools to be aggressive, not only with the 2v2, they've drafted Rakan, obviously going to be able to constantly look for these all-ins, but once we get into some skirmishes, Vikla and Nio, this two-man dive squad, is going to be so threatening for the Snake and Fisher.
Xiaoxu already receiving the brunt of some heavy trades. Xiaoxi is low on HP. Surely we don't see the Smolder with first blood. The Snake decimates game 1, and he ain't stopping anytime soon.
Not expecting the turnaround. This is not what you want to see after we just said, hey, EDG probably going to need the game to go a bit longer. RA, you know, some skirmishes at the mid game and already finding this kill. Onto your super scaling execute overlord in Smolder.
You know, I've always been a big fan of Xiaoxi, and it pains me to say this, but where the hell is Zora, man? Bring Zora back.
It's
this
crazy.
Has been terrible.
Crazy too, right? You think back to, like, even before he came into LPL, he was handpicked by Sword Art to be his replacement on Flash Wolves. Like, handpicked. Sword Art got to say. He's played at MSI. He's played at Worlds. Had a good debut when he came into LPL and E-Star in 2020, but was never really able to keep it up since then, and clearly looking very much out of practice coming in here today. Goes for the knockup, isn't able to land it, and that whole time, Assume was also trying to get damage down onto Vampire, which left the Snake unscathed. Can follow through with the Flash and Ghost for himself and get himself that nice first blood.
Great stuff from the Snake, and you know, it's kind of funny. I was about to comment on the fact that the Snake had actually started Q. Quite often you see Smolder starting with the W as Vikla. He follows those shurikens. Okay, fair play, aggressive, but I like it. But yeah, had started Q. It ends up winning out the fight because of it. Nio Xiaoxi moving towards this mid lane. Monkey's going for the fight. I don't know if he knew Xiaoxi was there. Forced the flash away. Bold, confident is Monkey right now, and he's up against a Monkey.
Yeah, he's trying to figure it out. You know, I didn't even realize that until
Monkey
just
v
now.
Monkey.
Yeah, and you're gonna assume that you know, actual Monkey, not Nio, has the edge, since he did pick that as his ID. I do gotta say, again, excited for, you know, JJ to get better and come back. It is weird how, like, well, EDG's names fit together, other than Ala.
Yeah, Monkey joining the team again. The Snake, the Fisher, Vampire less so, but you know,
I kind of like it.
they could be bats.
I also feel like every team needs at least one edgelord, and you know, the name just kind of already sets the precedent.
I feel like Ala's a bit of an edgelord, to be fair. I'm not sure that they're over their edgelord quota. Monkey, oh, a little bit of a whiff on the Sonic Wave, predicting the juke back. Doesn't happen. Well, I mean, you're clearly there, dude. Like, they definitely know that you're in there. Does not get to go for the reset. Like, they didn't just forget you exist. Like, come on.
Hey, you could hope, but now it does mean RA will have the ability to go on the grubs first. We can even see Vikla being the one who has pressure in mid right now. So it should be pretty free. Hook!
Oh my god, surely not. Xiaoxi's dead again! And now it's Assume in a 2v1, trying to take down the snake before he goes down himself. The fire is burning! And Assume wins it. Wait, can he keep going on this one? Ghost is procced, but doesn't have the health, isn't confident to go for it. Will reset.
No, he's no idea where Lee Sin is, right? Let's forward.
Level 6, Vikla dives the tower! And Fisher is taken out of the picture.
And this is what we know RA4, right? They can have these moments of individual brilliance. We just need to see it converted into an advantage. Hopefully doesn't get caught out. Looks like Monkey maybe not spotting that he went for the recall there. Or could have hoped to at least force out a flash.
I don't think Akali is meant to be 10 CS up in this matchup.
No.
I'm pretty sure Azir is meant to win the first few levels. This is a weird one from Fisher. Maybe it's been banned too much, the Azir. He's not had a game in a while.
This is also typically one of the times where I feel like we would have seen the tank Azir come out. Like, we've been seeing it more in things like the Akali and some of the more burst-heavy champions. But instead, still opting into the fleet and opting into the more traditional Azir route in this game.
Yeah. Tough one for Fisher. Ends up going down. The snake might have to just be farming up down in this bottom side. Monkey in the area, looking for the scuttle grab as Drake is up on the map. Neither team able to really start this one off, I fear. It's a difficult one to just begin. But RA, while all of the action has been going on, they've taken 3 grubs for themselves. Vikla, I mean, oh, he hit 6 off of this wave.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for Fisher. Some of his cooldowns already used. Shield not there. Just runs forward, goes with the ulti. Just looks so easy for him in this replay. Oh, RA maybe going to try and finally put this dragon down.
Really well played by Vikla. Going in literally as he hits 6, procs the ult. Fantastic bit of play. And the flash being forced as well means he has the potential to look for more once again. His ult is back up and available.
You know, Munch. Ooh, actually, you're right. Sorry to interrupt. Drake.
They're not going to go for it.
You know, I just wanted to double check about if Ala did have like pretty much all the MVPs except one. I might need to pause again because now RA are getting corralled.
Yeah, some fireballs flying in, but Vampire's in trouble himself. Assume aggressed upon by the Snake. Monkey trying to get in as well. The whole menagerie charging forwards as Fish is up on the top side as well. Xiaoxi, next target as a kill over to Fisher is definitely good for EDG, but he's on the wrong side of the play. And that's Vikla getting his ult ready to go in once more. Fisher, no flash, no health, taken down 2 on the Akali.
And now, I mean, just getting bigger for RA. And hell, the Akali is the person you want getting all these kills because she's going to be the one putting the backline threat onto Fisher and the Snake. I'm a bit surprised how the Snake keeps getting ignored in these fights and allowed to just get a few stacks, walk away full HP, and go for the resets. But we're going to see here EDG hoping to go for a pinch on them. I don't know if realizing that Naya was here. I think he did show on that ward a little bit before, but we see them easily able to finish off Vampire to start things off and just continues able to run them down. Fisher hoping to get a bit more done here, but I mean, once Vikla's part of the play, it's too hard.
It's like you're saying there, like the Snake literally walks past him there, and then in the end he just walks past Vikla
just leaves
as well. He's like, oh, thanks guys. It just wanders off. Good stuff. As
but yeah,
Vikla finishes the kill.
We do see Dragon going over to EDG now, but not only does Ala have every MVP except 1 for EDG, he's actually gotten so, like, since he is getting all of them, he's actually only 3 under the people with the most MVPs, which is Wayward and Milky Way at 7. Ala's at 4. Like, it's actually crazy that EDG with 1 win, like, Ala can still be that far up the MVP standings.
It's kind of insane, isn't it? How funny would it be if he gets the most MVPs of the split in 17th place? That would truly be. You know, I'd really have to reconsider my statement of Xiaoshu being the most elo held. This is an incredibly elo held top lane on both sides.
At least, you know, EDG, again, a lot of young players. They're growing into it as we've seen in their recent series. And for RA, I don't know, it feels weird to say, like, I'm excited for these players in, like, 3 or 4 years when they're kind of spread out on different rosters and have more experience. Like, they could just stick together and hopefully improve, but I guess the point is I'm excited to see where these RA players go, but it seems like right now, again, really struggling to find their footing. Not so far in this game, with Vikla really coming alive on the Akali and Assume off to a golden start as well.
Oh, Chelsea face checking in here. It's Vampire in the area. Vikla is strong. I don't know if this is a fight that EDG wants right now, but they'll be able to at least take the chicken. Smite comes in. Chelsea, quickness, looking for more, but Vampire starts to fight himself. The Aftershock doing a lot to buy space and time, and Monkey goes in onto Vikla. He's forced out of the play. Fisher now keeps himself safe as Nayo tries to find more in the fight. Monkey walks away. All of this for a chicken, but the chicken was secured.
EDG do not care at all about letting the Smolder get stacks. Monkey and Vampire are constantly looking for the aggression. Are going to default back for now. And we need to remember, right, even if RA are the ones in control right now, having just above a 1k gold lead, again, Jax, Azir, Smolder, EDG definitely still in a fine position for what their comp has to offer. Still, though, I'm just scared that if RA can find those flanks, if EDG aren't marking them well, I mean, Wukong and Akali, even if you do have the execute, if Smolder just dies, doesn't mean anything. But so far, it seems like RA and the Snake have, like, a peace streak.
Yeah, he seems to just be getting away with these fights so far. Able to be somewhat of almost an artillery cannon, just firing away in the background. Chewing all over everyone. Disgusting. Never says excuse me.
No.
Nobody ever blesses him either, you know? What happened to manners? That's what I want to know.
You know what? I think it's fine. For the Snake, there doesn't need to be manners on either side. Just let him exist. Let him do his own thing. And he'll be totally fine. Vikla kind of going forward aggressively. I wonder if RA will try and just go and steal away this camp now that they have knowledge of where Monkey is.
6 scrubs taken. Monkey just walked straight past that ward. Not sure if he didn't see it or if he just doesn't care. Hard to say. Could be both. But now, moving further forwards, is Io's in the area. He's on his Gromp right now. Perhaps just shadowing to try and threaten onto Ala. But it will just be Ala. Back it off once again. Xiaoshu grabs that wave. TP's onto the wave to make sure that the plates are intact.
Also a bit interesting, Vikla still being really the only Akali to go Storm Surge and kind of play around the burst that item gives as compared to, you know, going Lichbane and I think having a bit more well-rounded of stats that come with you. But hey, at this point, I mean, this man will be able to deal a ton of damage if Fisher ever gives the opening.
Well, big damage, and same for the Snake. I mean, even just for Monkey, like, this is an Eclipse Lee Sin. This is a damage carry essentially, but will not be tanky if he ends up being the target of Vikla. So does have to be cautious in how he plays out these fights with the Eclipse build. Snake and Vampire should be okay on this one. I'm really curious how many stacks the Snake is on at this point, because like you're saying, EDG not really waiting for the stacks, but at the same time, if you get to fight a bunch early in Smolder, as long as you're not dying, you actually get a lot of stacks. Every time you hit an ability, you get a stack, so...
Yeah, I think around the last fight he had about 80. Look for the engage.
Oh, Hook lands in. Mom over the top as well. At minimum, it's one. The Snake grabs it as Assume trying to get away with his life. The Q lands from Monkey, though. That's a second with a kick to the face. Vikla flanking on the top side, but I don't think there's a way in here.
No, now, for EDG, Dragon's coming up in 14 seconds. They're going to be able to get their hands on that one. We can see them pushing in bot now, too. Sadly, not hovering over the Snake to show us the amount of stacks. Again, at the last fight, they have on bot side that he walked away. I think he was around the 80 mark, because I know I glanced at it. So, was on a decent pace. I don't know if he was, you know, an elk level of pace, but I think was definitely up there being a bit faster than Doggo.
It feels like once you transition to the mid lane, you can start to get stacks a lot faster, especially once you get to the 125. It's a lot easier to stack it even quicker. I feel like great hope for Vampire, by the way, to start this one all off.
Yeah, and you see Xiaoxi just hoping to save him, which is why he commits fully with the quickness. But it just ends up throwing away his life as well. Didn't end up being a bro for Assume, but yeah, you know, at least they go down together.
Fantastic stuff from EDG. 5 for 5. Gold pretty much even. The advantage that RA have for themselves right now is those grubs. EDG focusing on the Herald rather than the Drake, sort of expected EDG to stack those two Drakes, but instead wanting tools to take down some of these towers and actually pings towards that top side. Xiaoshu's pretty lonely up there right now as Fisher. It's been found by Nio, but it's not a play that they can commit to. Xiaoxi reckons it is, but knockup goes wide.
Not on the same page whatsoever, right? You can see Nio still wanting to run back, Xiaoxi going in. Nio thinks about turning back around, but and doesn't. EDG, though, making a play of their own up towards his top side. Xiaoxi was so low.
Vampire's tanking right now. He's gone in too early. Flashes though, and he survives. So it works out in the end. Assume and Xiaoxi and Nio all arriving at the top side for this play. Vampire is so low, but he walks away. He gets under the tower. He survives, and RA all move top side.
And Nio's going to hope for more, but look at the minimap. You're giving Smolder and Azir free time being able to push these waves back out. So a lot dedicated towards going for this counter punch in top. Nothing going to be able to be answered.
Great stuff for EDG. Another small win. They are down in gold, despite the fact that they got that play off. And unfortunately, because of the answer from RA, they can't actually finish the tower up top. So this will be the tower taken for RA in the top side. That's their second tower of the game. And that's where a lot of this gold difference is coming from, able to take both top and bot lane towers.
And, I mean, there's CS advantages in top, mid, and jungle for RA. That's being evened out by the one the Snake has in his own role.
133 stacks right now, by the way, for the Snake. So looking at how fast he can get that extra 90 that's required for the execute.
Yeah, so has at least hit the second marker, right? The 125. The bolts exploding kind of at the max range of the edges.
Yeah.
So getting close to being a threat that RA won't be able to ignore. But also Ala. Ala hasn't really done anything this game, but he's still kind of quietly getting to the point where he's going to be a menace in the side lanes. He has that Triforce.
He's Jackson, you know? He's
Yeah,
Jackson the way
exactly.
Jaxers do. I will say, the Snake, the fact that he's got 2 items in 17 minutes, even outside of the stacking aspect, it's still an AD carry. He's still got 2 items. He'll still be an absolute terror on 3 items. Like, this is a dangerous spot for RA to be in against this Smolder. Because, you know, gold, it's not just stacks. Gold works too.
Yeah, but one thing at least RA are doing well to prevent this, right, is I like this control of bot side for now, getting some of the steep vision down. When we've said a lot's going to be on Vikla finding an angle into the back line. So already getting some of this preemptive setup for if they decide to lean back down here. We're still 2 minutes away from either of our objectives from being on the map. So I'd expect EDG to slow it down. We'll see, since they're kind of working as a roaming death squad right now. But I feel like RA should be the one feeling more pressure to find a play.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I'm EDG, I'm chilling. Like, you have so much scaling on your side, got enough control. Vampire is not chilling. He is far from chilling. 4-man dead squad in the jungle for RA. And it's an easy takedown for him.
For RA now, can just go back to being able to prevent Fisher from being able to pressure that bot lane turret. Vikla should feel more free about going towards topside and just giving them some room to breathe. Looks like don't really have any wards to get any more vision around that bot side. It feels like it would have been a good time to refresh with Dragon only being a minute away, but they're going to go for the resets, get more wards up, and hopefully get that one started. It's like you said, I mean, ADG, they are looking for the action. They are looking to get some information with these wards. It just opens themselves up to be engaged on by RA, because Rakan, Wukong, like so many tools where RA can easily be decisive and just delete someone themselves.
Yeah. I don't exactly know what the game plan was there for Vampire. Like, I get that he was looking for a ward, but were we really going to get much off of the back of a ward there? Was it worth the risk of we don't know where anyone on their team is? I guess he wanted to find out where everyone on their team was. He found him, that's for sure.
Yeah.
6-6 here. And it's, again, gold lead for RA. Drake spawning in 10 seconds. I am trying to move in.
Ooh, monkey. Being a little bit over-aggressive. It looks like Ala is trying to force the 1v1 now to prevent Xiaoshu from being able to join the fight. Does end up walking away from it in the end. And Vikla's already set up, hoping to find a flank.
Oh, both TPs here from Ala, and I'm assuming Xiaoshu, since Vicla's already on my screen. That will just be everyone kind of respecting each other for the time being. Xiaoxi on the top side as Vampire will clear the vision away, looks for a hook, could have been dangerous. The Snake spots him, needs to be cautious himself as he moves towards that mid lane. There is a wave crashing there, and the Snake would love to go for it. All used by Fisher. Xiaoxi can't quite get the charm with his own ultimate. The Snake now moving over after clearing that wave. And it's just kind of whiffs on all sides here.
Yeah, it's taking a while, too, for both teams to feel confident in their setup. Vikla hoping to wrap back around, but look, Ala's marking. Ala knows what to expect.
Do we care this much about a Cloud Drake? Like, I feel like this is a hard commit for both teams. As Vikla on the backside, 1v1ing versus Ala. Monkey moves in to try and protect it. In the meantime, Vampire's gone down. That's Drake for RA. They get something for themselves. A couple of bonus stacks for the Snake at the end of it. But now, a push in the mid lane. Only 2 minions. I don't think it's enough, but maybe with Demolish, actually, they'll finish a tier 1 tower. So, something gained by EDG.
Yeah, getting more gold in their pockets, buying more time, sadly. Like, neither support really having a great time in this game. I'm excited to get the replay of that, though, as Ala, really sick timing on his Counter-Strike to prevent Vikla from being able to get a whole lot done, as we will see here. Look off the onto the edge, marks him, makes sure to stun him so he can't fall through, but Vampire's in too deep, gets knocked back by the Q3 from the K'Sante, and the other members of EDG have to be conscious of the Akali, even if she got stunned, right, still would have that Shroud available. So I think it was the right call by EDG to back off in the end.
Ala forced away. This Xiaoshu does have threat up in that top side. The fact that he's got 2 armor items at this point, plus his boots, does make it difficult for Ala to threaten him. I will say the Snake, 200 stacks at this point. That number's going to keep on going up. One of the few champions where it's still reasonable to take all your junglers' camps, because you do get those stacks for it.
I gotta say, though, I'm getting more and more scared of Vikla as the game goes now. He's finished a death cap.
Yeah.
Even more bursts under his belt. Naya also having a Black Cleaver, so this kind of double dive squad only getting stronger.
I mean, look at the percentages there. The would-be Robo-Kernel definitely favoring the side of RA right now, and Vikla, he's hunting. 4 players in this quadrant, though, for EDG. This would be dangerous for Vikla to go for, but he might be able to just finish the kill before the answer comes through. No, commits to the recall in the end. That'll be tier 1. Down to the bottom side, taken for EDG, and another wave crashed as well. In the meantime, the Snake pushing through that mid lane too. And should be getting pretty close to the 225 stacks now.
I mean, Vikla has an idea. There's been question mark pings around his jungle like the whole time. That Monkey's been around, and oh, you're trying to sneak the Baron.
They're picking out there. Everyone from EDG was on that bottom side. Get away with this one. Okay, TP from Vikla, ready for the contest from EDG. 8K on the Baron of Xiaoxi, finds the pick onto Vampire, but look at Vikla on the top side of the plate. Shuriken landed, I think, onto Vampire, and in goes Vikla, looking for that back line, but immediately locked up and forced away. Smolder's popping up already. He calls for his mummy and grabs a triple.
Huge plays coming out from EDG. Now out of nowhere, they're the team that gets to turn on the Baron that they didn't have the idea that was going on to begin with.
They get themselves a Baron, and the Snake playing immaculately. He hit auto, he hit Q. The burn killed everyone. Well-deserved triple kill there from him. As now resets from EDG, and they have a huge advantage now off the back of
On hits 225 right around the time the fight gets going. You can see here 222. It is going to get that execute right in the middle again. They try to go for the engage, but really nice job buying time from EDG. Especially we're going to see the Emperor's Divide come out from Fisher here, which really just locks all of them down for the damage to come through. We saw the chain from the Counter-Strike with Ala too to hold them in place even longer. And that was just a great team fight for EDG in the end.
Yeah.
6-1-3 on the Smolder now. It is looking rough. Still, not too big of a gold lead. And they do still have tools to at least threaten the backline. But now that the Execute's online much, I am scared.
Yeah. And I think the Snake could be going for Riftmaker, could be going for Leandris. Probably Leandris, but we've seen both on the Smolder at this point. quite often together, in fact. Has gone for the AD build, which has been more popular among pro players. I know Azael, not a fan of this one. He loves his AP build with the Leandries and the Riftmaker, but this has been the more popular by default. Vampire sticking around by himself here. Does need to be a little cautious. He'll walk away with his life.
Now EDG gonna put up some real pressure, but RA, you know with their comp, they're just gonna look for an engage, hope for the all-in! Cyclone?
There we go. Fisher, good ult to protect himself. Can they get onto the snake is the question. As Vinkler knocked up here, the Q's flying on through, but Vinkler just does not have the damage to take down Monkey. He's focused on the wrong targets.
Yeah, it just, again, it seems like there's like a peace agreement with the member you need to be taking down the snake. Somehow every fight really never gets touched. And that's who the Akali and Wukong are supposed to be looking for, right? It's easier said than done, but EDG is just able to keep rolling through the base.
It's easier done than said for the snake. He is just waltzing through this game. Mid inhib taken. Drake has just spawned onto the map as well, so EDG, they can just run towards that as well. Bonus objective for them.
And like we said, this matchup, I mean, EDG right now is 17th, last in the LPL, RA 13th, and EDG so far in the series looking like the clear better team. Again, they're pretty much doomed in regards to playoffs, but statistically they are not out. They have a chance if they go on a run. They're definitely starting off well with this fight as we see everyone trying to all in, but look where the snake is. Look how far back he is from the rest of his squad. Ala coming in front of him with the counter-strike too, making it even harder. And like you said, Vikla not doing a whole lot to this Lee Sin.
Yeah, to be fair to the Snake, you know, I'm kind of flaming this champion a fair bit, but the Snake is playing it very, very well. His positioning is great, respecting the Akali that's coming on through and just waiting behind that big old front line that he's got for himself. And now a pick onto Shousey, potentially. Some bonus damage going on through there.
To kind of give even more kudos to the fact that it's like not a knock on the Snake. I mean, they just outright one lane, right? They just outlaned Assume and Shousey. Like this wasn't even, oh, we got to the execute. It was like, no, they were just the better 2v2 in this game.
And rewarded as such. Fantastic stuff from them. Another tier 2 will be taken. Fisher and the Snake take this dead quick. Baron not up for another couple of minutes, and I'm curious if EDG will try and like rotate down and pressure the bot tier 2, or if they'll just now play for topside control in expectation of the Baron in 2 minutes.
That's a good question, especially since Ala doesn't have TP up, so I feel like ideally you'd be hoping for your Azir to catch that wave in bot. Maybe Ala just going to push this one out since Baron is up soon, just trying to get to his next item breakpoint himself. But I think not a whole lot of reason to commit all too much towards bot side. You can potentially try to like aggress into RA's jungle, pull RA down, and then you have even more tempo to rotate up towards top. It's something we've seen done a few times. Actually, more than a few times, something we see done often.
Yeah. Looks like EDG a lot of presence on this bottom side. Want to at least threaten the tier 2. And on the other side as well, like if RA do go top, you just dive and end the game, basically.
Yeah.
So EDG liking the idea for now, as the cannon will tank. They'll get a couple of hits in on the tower. Another minion wave coming on in. And RA, if they try to defend too hard, they might just die. Vinkler in the mid lane for the time being. So well played by EDG. Will just grab themselves that tower pretty much for free, because RA, they're so far behind at this point, it's difficult to find a favorable engage. Ala has gone real deep for this play, but he jumps out almost to safety. The Snake still going for free. Nobody even threatens him in the fight. He's still full health.
He's still just only that one death that he's had forever in this game. 8-1-4 now. It is just getting too much for RA to handle. They're gonna be able to keep this going, even moving Fisher over to mid to guide in those super minions too.
Yeah, this is brutal. 3-2-3 stacks. The Snake, I can't remember the last time he was hit by an ability. Absolutely fantastic game from him on the Smolder. That's 2 inhibs. Just in time for the Baron to come back on the map as well. You can go for resets across the board, or just run straight at the objective if you don't feel you've got enough gold to buy anything.
That looks like that's the plan for now. I mean, with RA having to answer all these minions, it's going to take them a bit of time to get down here. You can already see people like Vikla potentially moving down to answer bot, but it seems like maybe an audit being called by RA saying, hey, this is it. This is the last fight. We need to come out here to be able to try to make a miracle happen.
Yeah, and that's precisely what they're looking for, an absolute miracle. The Snake on 3, 2, 5 stacks. This is a terrifying dragon. The Snake, I mean Smolder, I suppose, pretty much becoming his own mother at this point. And I'm not talking about the attitude and the shouting at managers of shops. I'm talking about the ability to one-shot people.
Yeah. I wonder if EDG make playoffs, does the Snake get to like rank up? Does he get to evolve and actually become like how EDG had Viper before, right? Does he get to become like Cobra or something else, you know, some other snake along those lines?
Yeah, Anaconda. Right
Yeah,
now
that one sounds
right now he's
much
like
more
an adder,
menacing.
you know, like they'll bite you, but it's not. Who's really scared? It's you know, it's in Britain.
Yeah.
It's probably not that bad.
It's oh my god, that Baron was done so fast. And now they only have one lane to worry about, right? They just have to go for this hard push up through top, and the supers will do the rest of the work.
I will say, Smolder is a dragon. Dragons have scales. Snakes have scales. Arguably a lizard. Makes sense. They would pick this champion.
Ooh.
Also, the fact it's strong. Monkey flashes over the wall. How is he alive right now? I can't believe he's got away with that. It's criminal. As Ala goes for the flank, double knock-up. And look at the damage from the Snake at this point. Vikla forced away. Vampire looking for more as well. They're just trying to set up for these kills, but Ala's finishing the job. Fisher with one as well. Xiaoshu in a 1v5 at this point. He'll go down to Ala. Happy to just tank the tower at this point. As there we go, they execute from the Snake. And that's your lot. Welcome everyone to EDG's reign. They've taken down our, okay, maybe reign is over the mark, but a second win on the board for EDG. Some much needed life shown today.
Yeah, it's so great to see from EDG. I mean, hell, now they've won 2 out of their last 3 series. So we can at least say, in terms of the small sample size of recent form, things are going the right way. I like how proactive this team was trying to be throughout this whole series, right? That was something you highlighted in their Game 1 victory, is they looked a lot more alive. They looked a lot more confident. I think that was a great word, and it's something just so simple, but it looked like something EDG didn't have before, and looked like something they definitely had in spades today.
Yeah, I don't know if it was just the nameplates. I don't know if something else has happened behind the scenes, but EDG looked like a different team today. Still, not perfect gameplay or anything like that. Let's not overstate things, but even still, just good gameplay is already a huge step.
Exactly right. It's all about the expectations, and they were a team who, at a point, people thought they genuinely might not pick up a win at all this season. And now, able to pick up not only 1, but 2 wins, even after like having an unfortunate substitution in your jungle role. You know, overall, honestly, big success for EDG. I'm so happy that the players look so excited. Like it looks like they're winning playoff games by winning these series. So the dream is not dead for EDG. I know it just sounds like we're selling narrative hopium, which it kind of is. It kind of is. Let's be real, but I want to believe in those percentages. I want to believe in the underdog stories.
Yeah, I mean, like, whether or not EDG makes playoffs at this point, like, it's extremely unlikely still. But even if they can just finish, like, 12th, 13th, that would be a huge comeback. That would be, like, that would give me hope that this team come summer could become a playoffs team, could become a team that you're actually talking about with a bit of excitement. Like, today's performance is night and day from the last time I saw EDG play, and it's only a few days ago that they played, you know. They played against OMG most recently, and yeah, they got a game in that series, but it was kind of like, it was a very messy series. I think game number 1, they got absolutely stomped as well by OMG. I'm pretty sure both OMG wins were very one-sided. So, you know, it's nice to see a 2-0 here. It's nice to see them taking out another bottom team and showing that they can play well when they've got that confidence and when they finally get on the same page. That's the biggest thing. They felt like they were on the same page today.
I feel like EDG are still, not to rain on the parade, right, but I feel like they'll still have the floor of where they're probably going to get stopped sometimes. Some games, some series by some teams, right, it's going to happen. But I guess the thing that's exciting now is we're starting to see a bit of a ceiling. Before it looked like, all right, EDG are just kind of this team with a lot of players being moved up from LPL and maybe just too early. Something against them, right? Like a lot of these players in LPL have been here 4 years. But The fact that now we're starting to see that potential ceiling is super fun. And I mean, again, most of these players kind of coming out of nowhere, just being brought up from EDG's LDL team and finally making it work. I got to praise Ala once again, because you pointing it out, if this man can somehow end, even in my mind, like top 3 of MVP standings with where EDG are, that would be mind-blowing.
It would actually be insane, wouldn't it? I think that the Snake might steal this one from him. I don't know if the Snake, like, did that much individually in this game. Like, I feel like it's not even just a Smolder thing. Any AD carry that gets totally ignored by the enemy and Carly is
I think he's
gonna
flash.
have a good time. You know, if that's an on-hit Varus, he's still gonna carry the game.
I'm pretty sure he only had to flash once that game. I think at most it was twice, but I'm pretty sure the Snake only had to flash once, which is crazy.
It was
Like-
the river fight where he just walked past them and was ignored entirely. That one was just comical. Fantastic stuff, though. Like, I think he might get the MVP, honestly.
Oh yeah, I definitely wouldn't be surprised if he picked. I mean, right at the end of the day, it was still his damage that was finishing people off. The execute coming through. His mom, especially, like, you know, the more Smolder I see, the more, you know, you just realize you do have to have the fear of God about mothers in your heart. Gotta listen, gotta pay your
fear of
respects.
mothers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I, to be honest, Smolder's mum, God, not dissimilar entities in sheer power. Yeah, fantastic stuff coming out from the Snake. We're just waiting for our MVPs and post-game stats and all that good stuff. I will say, on the other side of this matchup as well, in fact, we've got our stats ready, so we can take a look at those. But on the other side of this matchup, I'm kind of disappointed by RA today. Like, especially Xiaoshu didn't really get much done today. It didn't feel like we got to see that Xiaoshu that we have seen a few times this split.
Not even just Xiaoshu, right? And like, I guess we saw the glimpses of Vikla in parts of that second game, but at the same time, I feel like this is probably one of, if not the most underwhelming series from RA. Because again, usually in a series, Xiaoshu gets some solo kills and like makes you think it's gonna be close. Maybe Vikla has a crazy team fight. Again, you think the game's gonna be close. And we really didn't see those moments at all. Like, there was the briefest glimpse for Vikla in this game. But again, the target selection wasn't there to keep it up. And yeah. I'm kind of disappointed, right? Because I thought Xiaoxi would help maybe bring the team together a bit more with his wealth of experience. But who knows how much practice he actually got with the team, because he did not look very comfortable at Summoner's Rift today.
No, he certainly didn't. Definitely work to be done, I think, is the easiest way to say this. Especially the 2v2. The 2v2 really, like, lackluster from that side, which is kind of funny, because I feel like that's where Xiaoxi has thrived in the past, especially on these hard engaged champions. I feel like winning the 2v2 was one of the things that he brought to the table. Like, that was one of the big things about that bot lane all the way back when him and
Wink.
Oh, it was Wink. That was it.
I mean, if you're going all the way back to like the E-Star, him and Wink.
Yeah.
God, what a crazy team to think back on, which, you know, there's no relevance to the series at all, but Cry in mid, Wei jungle, Xiaobai top, like, God, it has been a long time, but
they're all still in the league, all 5 of them. Xiaobai's a coach now, but all 5 of them are still within the LPL. So that warms my heart. I know Shakarez on Twitter was a big fan of E-Star. He was a big enthusiast of the team, but it was a short-lived organization.
The thing I loved about E-Star is E-Star was one of those teams that like found an identity and just did it every game. It's like, okay, we are going to pick Jarvan in jungle every game, and we are going to just hard camp bot. We live bot, we gank bot. That's when Kryan was still playing things like Rumble as well and was looking for it as well. But, you know, we don't got as much time to reminisce, or do we? We have highlights coming up. Technically, we can always keep reminiscing over them.
Look, we're told that we have to talk about League of Legends. They didn't say we have to talk about 2024 League of Legends.
Well, actually, we can talk about this, because this was the... I mean, he just walks right around them, man. Like, oh god. Even Vikla comes in and is like, okay, which I kind of get this one, because it's like a full mana Azir that does have his ult up and can provide some threat, but at the same time, it's just like, oh, have a nice day, sirs.
Yeah, it just doesn't change. I feel like you probably could have killed the Snake there and then turned and killed the Azir potentially, but either way, so many of these fights, the Snake just set up to kind of just vibe on the backline, really. Able to get so much damage down. And also, he's stacking up this entire time too. That's the really scary thing about Smolder.
And it's kind of interesting, right? If EDG keep a similar, this isn't really a style, but just the way the game went of like, okay, the Snake, you are off doing your own thing. Focus on becoming a menace. But the rest of EDG still decides to play like aggressive early game skirmishes.
Yeah.
I don't know how well that would work overall throughout more series, but it will make them an incredibly fun team to watch if they keep doing this, because my god, Monkey and Vampire had no fear about where they were base checking in this game.
I feel like maybe we need to see Zeri from the Snake or something. I feel like that's a similar style champion, right? Where you're kind of just stacking up a long time, trying to scale, and then suddenly late game you can 1v5. Maybe this is a style that EDG can lean into.
There's also like the argument of where you can keep all on like a champion that gets side presence and it has a strong laning phase, but you can play around more early, right? Things like the Gnar, of course, still on the table. We still see the meta, like another thing that would then also give you more lane presence. Let something like a Smolder or a Zeri have more room to be that weak side. So it'll be fun watching EDG and see where they go. Man, it's just gonna be fun to keep watching LPL over these next few days, because seriously, now between yesterday and today, such different picks, such different priorities. Like, sure, the meta flavor is still there, like how we can see with RA with what they put together in this game, but it seems like teams are willing to experiment a lot more.
Yeah. Two fairly big patches hitting simultaneously has shaken the LPL up a bit, and I think a very welcome shake-up as well. I think most people were hoping for some changes here, and there we go. The Snake grabs himself the player of the game. Ala going to be in shambles. He wanted to contest with the most valuable player of the league. 9-1-5. Great game there coming out from the Snake.
Yeah, I mean, right, it's the MVP we expected. It's nice to see, because again, now him still the only guy other than Ala to pick up MVPs for this team. I think they're really going to have to lean on this guy and help prop him up to be that big carry. But now, Munch, it seems like we've done it. We've gotten through, we caught up, we got to look what happened today, because I got to be honest with you, I can't even completely remember what happened today.
Today has flown by. Today is like, it's only 12:30. This might be the earliest finish I've had. All split 2-0 to WE, 2-1 to LNG, and 2-0 to EDG. And I feel like EDG and LNG both kind of having a bit of a glow up today. LNG's first game especially dominant against Ultra Prime, and WE looking really good to start the day as well.
WE especially, right? Like, my god, now sitting at 5th in the standings. It's crazy, but they were so on the same page. And it feels so weird to see NIP, to see WE, to see IG, to see FPX, all these teams up here. Even AL, I think to a lesser regard in terms of how promising, like how consistent they've been with their wins. But all these teams, I think, definitely deserving to be in the top 10 so far, and have just looked better than these teams down towards the bottom.
Yeah, and EDG reducing that game difference deficit a little bit here, getting another win on the board. Like, they just need one more win, and they slide up those standings dramatically.
Yeah, I mean, hell, right? They already have better game differences in both RA and TT, but we got to take a look at what games we have tomorrow. We got games tomorrow.
We certainly do. We certainly do. Weibo versus FPX to start us off. Honestly, that's a banger. NIP versus AL, that's kind of a banger. OMG versus JDG, that's kind of a banger. It's a banger day tomorrow across the entire schedule. I can't wait for that one. 7 a.m. in the UK, 8 a.m. in the rest of Europe, and other times elsewhere in the world. I can't do time zones that fast.
Midnight in Arizona?
Midnight in Arizona. That sounds like a movie. And I would watch it. I've enjoyed my lyric. We got a little bit kooky in this one, but it's been a pleasure casting for you all. Bangers all day tomorrow, so make sure that you're in chat. We'll see you there. And until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.